Chapter 1078. With that, Bai Yanqing stormed off in a huff. Su Xiaoyu's tense nerves finally relaxed. She wasn't aware of the northern expedition, and she wasn't aware that Deacon Jean wasn't on their side. She thought that since Mu Ling had already escaped, she would definitely be able to get reinforcements. She could only pray that reinforcements would arrive soon. Otherwise, she and Ningjing would have suffered for nothing. That day, Su Xiaoyu fed Ningjing medicine 3 times. At night, Ningjing finally woke up. She smiled the moment she saw Su Xiaoyu, but her 2 front teeth were missing, and she didn't look as pretty as before. She only realized that her front teeth were missing when she smiled. She touched them and laughed at herself. I've lost my child and even my teeth. Will the child's father not recognize me? It's a blessing that you're still alive. Su Xiaoyu was such a pragmatic child. Ningjing smiled. She liked hearing those words. She wanted to sit up, but Su Xiaoyu quickly came over to help her. She took the opportunity to whisper, "Be careful when you speak. The walls have ears." "I know." Su Xiaoyu lowered her voice. "Miss Jing, we only have half a month. If my master comes, we'll be able to survive. If they don't come, it's hard to say." A complicated look flashed past Ningjing's eyes. She said softly, "Don't worry. They will definitely come." Ningjing immediately told Su Xiaoyu about the northern expedition in detail. Su Xiaoyu had heard about Ningjing when she met Mu Ling, or at Tiger's prison, but she didn't know much about it. Now that she heard Ningjing's detailed explanation, she understood the ins and outs of the matter. Su Xiaoyu lowered her voice even more and said seriously, "Miss Jing, you really don't look good like this." Ningjing was stunned. What did he look like now that his front teeth were gone? Su Xiaoyu quickly added, "Miss Jing, no matter what, we have to get our hands on Bai Yanqing one day. You pull out all his teeth. What do you think?" Ningjing didn't know where Su Xiaoyu's optimism came from. However, after listening to Su Xiaoyu's words, she seemed to be looking forward to revenge. She said in a low voice, "Pulling out all his teeth is already letting him off easy. I don't have to pull it out, I use it. I'm going to ask Tang Li to make me a special drill so that I can drill all of his teeth out." As soon as he said that, Su Xiaoyu felt her teeth ache. The pain of pulling out a tooth was temporary, and it was just pain. Drilling teeth would be painful and sore. How long would it take to drill 2 rows of teeth? Even someone as ruthless as Su Xiaoyu couldn't help but gasp. She said, "Miss Jing, it's settled then. No matter what, we can't die." "Okay." Ningjing nodded seriously. She couldn't die. For revenge, for Tang Li, and even more so for her daughter who was still in swaddling clothes and didn't know her parents, Su Xiaoyu thought of something. She said in a low voice, "Miss Jing, what agreement did Bai Yuqiao have with your brother? How could she betray Jun Yixie and join us? She didn't even want her life anymore." Ningjing had seen Bai Yuqiao's tragic death with her own eyes. Ningjing had clearly seen the sadness and reluctance in Bai Yuqiao's eyes before he died. She thought that Bai Yuqiao would acknowledge Su Xiaoyu as his sister. However, Bai Yuqiao still chose to leave with the secret in the end. Bai Yuqiao didn't tell the truth personally and didn't ask for Su Xiaoyu's forgiveness. How could Ningjing say anything more? Some lies would become a mystery that could never be solved with the departure of the person. Whether it was right or wrong, as long as the person who was alive didn't feel sad, shed tears, or regret, that was more important than anything else. Even if Bai Yuqiao left forever, Su Xiaoyu still had family. She had family, Mu Ling, had family, and Han Yunqi had family too. I'm puzzled too. Only Ningjing knows. Ningjing sighed softly. I don't know if I can see him again. They had all left Tiger's Denver. How could Jun Yixie let Ningjing have it easy? As for Deacon Jean, time was in such a hurry. Ningjing didn't know whether Deacon Jean saved them out of kindness or had other motives. The only thing she could comfort herself with was that the child and Mu Ling were in Deacon Jin's hands. It was 100 times better than falling into by Yanqing's hands. At least, Deacon Jean would go to Han Yunxi and the others to get the indenture contract. It was mid-March. The peach blossoms in the mountains were falling. Was the expedition to the north about to begin? Were Han Yunxi and the others coming? Was Tang Li coming? Could they withstand Jun Yixie's layers of traps and by Yanqing's schemes? Ning Jing pushed the matter to Ning Cheng. So Su Xiaoyu didn't ask any further. Ning Jing and Su Xiaoyu were waiting. Deacon Jean and Mu Ling were also waiting. Even Jun Yixie and Bai Yanqing were waiting. At this moment, Han Yunxi and the others had already arrived at Three-Way Black Market. As soon as they arrived at East Origin Hall, Gu received a letter from the medicinal hut. He glanced at it, then laughed heartily. Poison girl, it's done. Let Su Donglin bring them over. Su Donglin had found Yi Xiao a few days ago. Yi Xiao was very willing to help Han Yunxi. So Su Donglin secretly brought Yi Xiao to Medicine City to wait. They didn't know when Gu had written the letter to the medicinal hut old man, nor did they know how he had written it. Today's letter probably meant that the medicinal hut old man had agreed to lend them the celestial fire Qian furnace to forge their swords. You've done a great service, Han Yunxi said calmly. Although she had received good news, Han Yunxi wasn't happy at all. On the way back to Three-Way Black Market, she and Long Fei Yi were both in a heavy mood. It was because they had lost contact with Tiger's prison, and the situation wasn't looking good. Where's Tang Li? Long Fei Yi asked cold the moment he entered. Your Highness, Sect Master Tang has lost control of his emotions these past few days. This subordinate took the initiative to lock him in his room. Please punish him, Your Highness. The shadow guard reported truthfully. Long Fei Yi didn't say anything else and went to the rear courtyard. Han Yunxi and the others immediately chased after him. Just as they reached the courtyard's entrance, they heard a series of banging on the door. When they reached the courtyard, they saw that the door and windows had been reinforced with a cross. Let me out. I'm begging you, let me out. I want to save Ningjing. I want to save my child. Let me out. When he heard Tang Li's pleading voice, Long Fei Yi suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned his head to look elsewhere, his handsome brows tightly knitted together. Han Yunxi also stopped in her tracks, her heart clenching. Gu leaned against the door and stared at the windows. Although he wasn't as upset as Long Fei Yi and Han Yunxi, he wasn't as sloppy and carefree as he usually was. Even someone as calm as Gu Beiwei sighed helplessly. Gu Beiwei was about to walk over, but Long Fei Yi didn't hesitate. He ordered cold, "Open the door and let him out." As soon as the shadow guard opened the door, Tang Li rushed out. His hair was disheveled, his face was full of stubble, and his eyes were swollen. He looked like a lunatic. When he saw Long Fei Yi and the others, he was stunned at first. Then he pounced on Long Fei Yi. However, Long Fei Yi reached out and blocked Tang Li with an arm. He reprimanded coldly, "You're already a father. Why are you still acting like this?" Tang Li was angry and wanted to cry. He shouted at Long Fei Yi, "Brother, we lost contact with Tiger's Den. We lost contact with them." "I know." Long Fei Yi shouted back, "I'll give you 15 minutes to fix your face and emotions. Come with me to the D clan to negotiate and then save them. Brother, Ning Jing, and the others." Tang Li wanted to continue, but Long Fei Yi cut him off sharply. "I'll wait for you here. I won't wait for you if you're late." Tang Li was stunned for a moment. Then he turned around and rushed into the house. As soon as Tang Li entered the house, the huge courtyard quieted down again. Although they were all very quiet, each of them knew that they were going to fight a tough battle from today onwards. No matter what Jun Yixie had prepared for them, they were only allowed to win. They were not allowed to lose. Before the time it took to brew a cup of tea was up, Tang Li emerged. He was clean-shaven, and his hair was tied into a high bun with a simple hair tie. He wore a grayish-white training suit. His sleeves and trousers were tied tightly. He looked neat and tidy, although his face was haggard and his eyes were still a little swollen. The light in his eyes was enough to cover everything. It made him look energetic. He was finally going to save Jingjing and the children. He had to be 120% alert. He said loudly to Long Fei, "Brother, I'm ready." Tang Li's rousing spirits lifted the spirits of everyone else. "Then let's go." Long Fei and the rest didn't even stop to rest before heading straight for Myriad Merchant Hall. On the way back, he had already written letters and made arrangements for the East Qin army. Meanwhile, Bailey Yuanlong and a few of his deputy generals had arrived 3 days early. They'd already discussed the details of their cooperation with the D clan twice. While the smaller issues were settled, the bigger ones were still stuck in a deadlock. Ning Nua had received news that Long Fei and the rest would arrive at Three-Way Black Market tonight, but he never expected them to come to Myriad Merchant Hall as soon as they arrived with Han Yunqi. Ning Nua was caught off guard. After inviting Long Fei and the rest to sit in the guest hall, he hurried to summon the Council of Elders, Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's representatives, and the army's representatives. Han Yunqi stopped him and asked coldly, "Ning Nua, didn't you waste enough time last time? Do you still want to continue this time?" Before Ning Nua could answer, Long Fei slapped the table. "If the D clan isn't sincere about cooperating, then forget it. It's not like my East Qin can't take down a trifling Northern Li." Ning Nua grew anxious at these words. "Your Highness Crown Prince, my big brother and big sister, are both in Jun Yixie's hands. How can I not be anxious? If there's anything, we can discuss it properly." Judging from the current situation in Northern Li, the East Qin army was invincible. Moreover, the D clan had no one to help Tiger's prison. Long Fei and Han Yunqi had come to Myriad Merchant Hall in person not to give face to the D clan, but to give face to Ningcheng. They wanted to do their best to maintain the cooperation between the Eastern and Western Qin factions. "We'll attack Three-Way Pass with the Ning clan troops in the vanguard. Any objections?" Long Fei asked directly. This was the first problem that had resulted in a stalemate between the two armies. Three-Way Pass was a major checkpoint between Northern Li, Tianning, and Western Zhou. It had always been occupied by the Northern Li army. North of Three-Way Pass was Northern Li territory, and beyond that was the ungoverned Three-Way battlefield. West of the Three-Way battlefield was Western Zhou territory, while east of it was Tianning territory. The Northern Li army occupied Three-Way Pass, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. Thus, whenever the three countries went to war, Northern Li's cavalry would be able to gallop across the flat plains of the Three-Way battlefield to attack Western Zhou in the west and Tianning in the east. However, it wouldn't be so easy for Western Zhou or Tianning to attack Northern Li. For one, the Three-Way battlefield was a flat plain that was extremely difficult to cover. For another, the Three-Way Pass was difficult to conquer. In all of history, neither Tianning nor Western Zhou had ever succeeded in conquering the Three-Way Pass. Bailey Yuanlong was kind enough to offer to join forces with the Ning clan troops. However, the Ning clan head's deputy General Shui insisted on the Bailey army attacking Three-Way Pass. He even said, Chapter 1079, not only did Deputy General Shui want the Bailey army to take the Three-Way Pass alone, he also said that if the Bailey army couldn't even take the pass, there was no need for cooperation between the two armies. It had to be said that Deputy General Shui's plan was too good. The most difficult and crucial part of the northern expedition was the Three-Way Pass. The Three-Way Pass was a natural stronghold that was difficult to take. Now that they had lost contact with Tiger's prison, Jun Yixie probably didn't trust Ningcheng anymore. Thus, Jun Yixie would definitely concentrate his best troops at the Three-Way Pass. This was the Bailey army's first time fighting in the north, and it was also their first time fighting against the Northernly army. They weren't familiar with everything. They had thrown such a hot potato to the Bailey army from the very beginning. Undoubtedly, they wanted the Bailey army to be cannon fodder. After the Bailey army became cannon fodder, the Ning clan army would provide support. First, it would be easier to take the three-way pass. Second, they would be able to show off their might and weaken the Bailey army's morale. If the two armies were sincere in cooperating, Long Fei Yi wouldn't care who contributed more. However, Deputy General Xue wasn't sincere in cooperating. He was just making his own calculations. He wanted to push the Bailey army into the tiger's den, dampen their morale, and make them suffer for nothing. This kind of thinking was beneficial to himself, but more importantly, it would harm the cooperation between the two sides and affect the overall military strength and morale. Not to mention Long Fei Yi. Even Bailey Yuanlong wouldn't budge. Ning Nuan naturally knew about this, but he and First Elder had no way of intimidating the military. When it came to a real battle, the military's words were louder. Now that Ning Nua was in such a difficult position, Han Yunshi wanted to kick him flying. What kind of situation was this? How could he still be so hesitant and indecisive? With their style, they would have been forced to death before they even went to save the people. Call Deputy General Xue over. Han Yunshi said coldly. Ning Nua actually didn't care about competing for benefits. He only had one thought right now, and that was to hurry and save the people. Ning Nua personally ran out and brought Deputy General Xue over. As soon as Deputy General Xue entered the room, he saw Long Fei Yi and Han Yunshi sitting high above in the main seats. Gu Beiwe and Tang Li sitting on the left and right respectively. He was startled and awed. Long Fei Yi was just about to speak when Han Yunshi asked, Deputy General Xue, "Do you insist that the Bailey army attack the three-way pass alone?" Deputy General Xue had long known that such a day would come. He had already thought of how to deal with it. Just as he was about to analyze the situation, Han Yunshi said, coldly, "Cut the crap. Just answer me, yes or no." Han Yunshi stood up and said coldly, "Deputy General Xue, if you insist, then this princess will officially inform your Ning family army that the cooperation between the two armies ends here. The East Qin army will be fully in charge of the northern expedition." Han Yunshi would rather have the Bailey army sacrifice a bit more than shake the army's morale because of a dispute over who would be the vanguard. What was a soldier? Taking the lead, fighting to be the vanguard, no matter how difficult it was. Fighting to be the vanguard, that was what a soldier was. The battle hadn't even begun yet, and they were already haggling over every ounce, scheming to see who would pay more and who would pay less, who would receive more and who would receive less. Could this be called a soldier? I originally thought that your two armies would fight to attack the three-way pass. Hee, I never thought that you'd fight to hide. Han Yunshi sneered before suddenly reprimanding, Deputy General Xue, Long Fei Yi, and I don't have time to waste with you. Ning Qing and Ning Jing don't have time to wait for you to figure things out. Fight or not? Give me a straightforward answer. Deputy General Xue's face turned red from being scolded. He hardened his heart and simply expressed all his dissatisfaction. Princess, it wasn't me who schemed. It was Bailey Yuanlong who schemed first. Those 30,000 war horses were all good horses, but their appetites were also very good and required a large amount of money to feed them. In these 2 months, the D clan's provisions were all eaten up by those war horses. This general proposed sharing provisions with Bailey Yuanlong. But not only did Bailey Yuanlong refuse, he also humiliated this general, saying that this general was hiding the provisions and was using this opportunity to extort East Qin's provisions. Deputy General Xue became more and more aggrieved as he spoke. Princess, this general was also worried about Master Ning. If Master Ning hadn't given himself up as a hostage, the East Qin army might not have had the guts to attack the three-way pass alone. Master Ning exchanged his life for this military opportunity. If it wasn't for the fact that this general had no other choice, How could this general bear to waste it? When these words were said, Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi were both shocked. Bailey Yuanlong actually didn't report the matter of the provisions. What a good Bailey Yuanlong! Daring to hide such selfish motives at this critical juncture. Long Fei Yi was unable to restrain his anger. Call Bailey Yuanlong over. As soon as Bailey Yuanlong came in and asked about the situation, he immediately explained, Your Highness, Deputy General Shui is slandering this general. It was clearly Deputy General Shui who refused to attack the three-way pass. So this general refused to share provisions. This general is innocent. Bailey Yuanlong, 10 days ago, this general asked you to lend me 30 dan of provisions, which you refused. 9 days ago, this general asked you to lend me 3,000 bows and arrows, which you refused again. Just 7 days ago, this general asked for 300 tents. What did you say? You said no. How did you know at that time that this general wasn't attacking the three-way black market? Deputy General Shui questioned. Humph. Although you didn't say it clearly, you had this intention. Don't think this general didn't know. Bailey Yuanlong coldly retorted. The two of them continued to quarrel like this. Whether it was big or small, if they were sincere collaborators, how could they quarrel like this? Both of them clearly had selfish motives and wanted to compete for benefits, so neither of them gave in. If not for the fact that these two were the leaders of the two armies and couldn't lack them on the eve of a great battle. If not for the fact that Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi had to go to Tiger's prison to find out what was going on and couldn't personally lead the troops, they would have killed these two fellows on the spot. Bang! Long Fei Yi slammed his fist on the table with a loud bang. In an instant, Bailey Yuanlong and Deputy General Shui didn't dare to make a sound, and both lowered their heads. Bailey Yuanlong, this crown prince will give you 1 day to calculate all the provisions in your hands and hand them over to the Western Qin princess. Long Fei Yi said, There's no need to hand them over to me. Hand them over to Myriad Merchant Hall's 5th elder. Han Yunqi said, Seriously, Deputy General Shui, I'll give you half a day to calculate all the provisions in Family Head Ning's hands and report them to 5th elder. From now on, 5th elder will be in charge of the allocation of provisions between the two armies. Anyone who disagrees will be dealt with according to military law. Deputy General Shui was wholeheartedly convinced that 5th elder was a member of the D clan. Bailey Yuanlong glanced at Long Fei, but didn't dare to speak as soon as he saw the man's furious face. Deputy General Shui, you still haven't answered this princess question. Han Yunqi asked again. East Qin had taken a big step back in terms of provisions. Although Deputy General Shui was a bit unwilling, he didn't dare ask for more. He cupped his fists and bowed. I'll listen to everything the princess says. These words really weren't easy to come by. Normally, Han Yunqi would laugh at herself. But at this time her small face without any makeup was so cold and solemn that it was frightening. Do the two of you have any other questions? Han Yunqi asked coldly. Of course there were other questions, but compared to the attack on the three-way pass and provisions, they were small problems. Faced with their two furious masters, Bailey Yuanlong and Deputy General Shui were tactful and didn't dare mention it again. This prince will give you 3 days to redraft the cooperation plan. If there's any more trouble, do as you see fit. Long Fei Yi warned. Yes. This general obeys. Bailey Yuanlong and Deputy General Shui didn't dare to stay any longer and left together. Gu didn't know how many times he rolled his eyes. Gu Beiwe helplessly shook his head, but Ning Nua let out a sigh of relief. He hurriedly asked, Your Highness, Princess, when are we going to Tiger's prison to rescue them? Now that Ning Nua had lost contact with Tiger's prison, they could only make some conjectures. They had no way of knowing what had happened there. However, one thing was certain. Something had happened to Bai Yuqiao. If nothing had happened to Bai Yuqiao, there was no way he hadn't replied for so long. Now that something had happened to Bai Yuqiao, Ning Cheng's plan had been exposed. Therefore, they couldn't be sure whether Ning Jing and the others were still imprisoned in Tiger's prison or had moved to another location. What they needed to do now was to make arrangements for the northern expedition as soon as possible, then rush to Tiger's prison to figure out the situation and discuss how to rescue them. Long Fei Yi looked at Gu Beiwa, who immediately understood what Gu Beiwa meant. "Your Highness, Princess, this subordinate will go ahead and find out the situation." Gu Beiwa stood up. "Find out the situation first. Don't act rashly. Ning Cheng is still in Jun Yixie's army," Han Yunqi hurriedly instructed. Ning Jing and the others were in Tiger's prison, while Ning Cheng and Jun Yixie were in the army. Therefore, no matter which side they moved first, they would alert the enemy and hurt the other side. Han Yunqi had already thought of a countermeasure before going to Heaven Mountain. She, Long Fei Yi Gu, and Tang Li would go to Tiger's prison to rescue Ning Cheng, while Gu Beiwa would infiltrate the army alone to rescue Ning Cheng. Tiger's prison was bound to be heavily guarded and wouldn't be easy to break through. However, things were different on Jun Yixie's side. Although Jun Yixie knew poison, Gu Beiwa's shadow art could still use a defensive strategy to save someone and then leave. Helpless, now that the situation had changed, they could only let Gu Beiwa make the trip first. With Gu Beiwa's terrifying speed, Bailey Yuanlong and Deputy General Xue should have already drafted the cooperation and battle plan between the two armies by the time he made the trip to and from Tiger's prison. "Don't worry, Princess. This subordinate knows what to do," Gu Beiwa said seriously. Gu Beiwa was about to set out when a servant suddenly rushed in from outside. "Young Master Nuo, young Master Nuo, you have a letter. A letter from Tiger's prison." For a moment, everyone was shocked. Tang Li was the first to stand up and almost pounced over to snatch the letter. Ning Nuo rushed over and snatched the letter from the servant's hand. He hurriedly opened it and was shocked when he saw the internal energy in the letter. Not good. What's wrong? What's wrong with Ning Jing? Tang Li was so scared that his heart almost stopped. Ning Nuo handed the letter to Long Fei Yi and murmured, "Jun Yixie invited you and the princess to Tiger's prison for tea," although Long Fei Yi was surprised he didn't panic. He looked at Gu Beiwa and said calmly, "Save yourself a trip." "Your Highness, is Jun Yixie abandoning the army?" Gu Beiwa asked seriously. Even if Jun Yixie wanted to threaten them, shouldn't he have brought the hostages to the battlefield and forced them to retreat? However, Jun Yixie had chosen Tiger's prison. He was clearly going all out to deal with them. Chapter 1080. Jun Yixie's invitation was filled with conspiracy. Who knew how many people were lying in ambush at Tiger's prison? However, Jun Yixie had already sent an invitation. So how could Long Fei Ye's group not go? No matter what Jun Yixie had prepared for them, they had to go. Reply will go as scheduled. Tell him to prepare tea and wait for us. Long Fei Yi said. Jun Yixie's invitation was set for the first day of the 4th lunar month. Today was the 20th of the 3rd lunar month, which meant that they still had 8 days to prepare. After deducting the travel time, there wasn't much time left. 3 days later, Bailey Yuanlong and Deputy General Xue finished discussing the final cooperation plan and battle plan. They presented it to Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi for review. It had to be said that after these two fellows put aside their selfish thoughts, the plan they drafted was perfect. Whether it was Long Fei Yi or Han Yunqi, they couldn't find any flaws in it. The Ning family army would be the vanguard, with 500 artillery soldiers and 15 redcoat cannons as the main attack force. 30,000 cavalry would bring up the rear. Once the Three Roads Pass was captured, the 30,000 cavalry would immediately pass through the border and enter. The artillery soldiers would be in the vanguard, followed by the cavalry, and then the 50,000 cavalry would bring up the rear, becoming a powerful shield for the artillery and cavalry. They planned to take the Three Roads Pass in half a month at the earliest and a month at the slowest. At the same time, 3,000 Ning family elites would lead the charge, and 5,000 East Qin elites would infiltrate from the eastern mountain forest. After the cavalry entered, they would assist from the east. Moreover, the Bailey Navy would come north from the eastern sea, coordinating with the armies of the two sides to surround northern Li. The 5,000 Ning family soldiers and 10,000 East Qin soldiers would be left behind to guard the Three Roads Pass. One reason was to supply the northern expedition, and two was to guard against Western Zhou and Tian'an. Although Western Zhou and Tian'an couldn't raise any big waves, they still had to be cautious and defend well. The military expenditure, the allocation of food, herbs, and other important resources were all under the Fifth Elder's control. The Fifth Elder was the most loyal person to Han Yunqi in the D clan. He was also a businessman. He might not be shrewd in other matters, but when it came to controlling money, few people could compare to him. Han Yunqi was very satisfied after reading the Fifth Elder's budget. She was right about the Fifth Elder. The Fifth Elder was astute and fair. He had no intention of favoring the D clan. The entire army was ready. They were just waiting for Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi to give the order to set off. As long as they gave the order, they could send out their troops at any time. Seeing that His Highness hadn't given the order for a long time, Bailey Yuanlong went to a fortune teller to find an auspicious day to deploy the troops. When the red paper with the auspicious date and time was handed to Long Fei Yi, he immediately rolled his eyes at Long Fei Yi when he saw that it was the 15th of April. "Who told you that this is an auspicious day?" he asked coldly. Bailey Yuanlong could tell that His Highness wasn't satisfied with this date, so he didn't dare say anything else. Gu Beiwei said, "In my opinion, as long as it's earlier than the 1st of April, it's an auspicious day. Since the entire army is ready, why don't we head north tomorrow and attack the three-way pass directly? Let's give Ning Cheng a show of strength." Although they were very worried about the safety of the hostages in Jun Yixie's hands, they definitely couldn't show it. Instead, they had to give Jun Yixie and the others the misconception that they didn't care. Otherwise, Jun Yixie would have them completely under his thumb. At that time, not to mention rescuing the hostages, even they themselves would be in danger. Jun Yixie's invitation was set for the first day of the 4th lunar month. If they delayed until the 15th and something happened to them at Tiger's prison, then it was very possible that they'd failed to prepare for this battle. On the contrary, if they sent their troops before the appointment, they could first test Jun Yixie's bottom line, and second, they would have an additional bargaining chip to negotiate with Jun Yixie. No one knew that Gu Beiwei had another idea. He actually hoped that he could negotiate with Jun Yixie this time and make some concessions. There was no need to go to war and fight. Long Fei Yi didn't know that Gu Beiwei didn't want to go to war, but he agreed with Gu Beiwei's opinion. Jun Yixie had already sent an invitation, so they had to return the favor. Long Fei Yi looked at Han Yunqi and asked, "What do you think?" Han Yunqi also agreed with Gu Beiwei's opinion. At this juncture, let alone Tang Li, Ning Jing, and Mu Linger, even she and Long Fei Yi had to serve the northern expedition. If there was a need, they had to give in without hesitation or even sacrifice themselves. However, she didn't answer Long Fei Yi's question. Instead, she looked at Tang Li and asked, "Tang Li, what do you think?" The time Gu Beiwei mentioned was the most important time to consider the overall situation. However, this method might infuriate Jun Yixie as well as give Jun Yixie a show of strength. The most direct consequence of infuriating Jun Yixie was that the hostages would suffer. In Jun Yixie's eyes, the rule of not abusing the hostages during negotiations between two armies at war was bullshit. Perhaps it was Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi's return that gave Tang Li confidence and courage. He had been very well behaved these past few days. He slept early and woke up early. Every day he was in high spirits. Other than learning about the northern expedition, he spent most of his time practicing martial arts and practicing his hidden weapons. When Long Fei Yi and the others were discussing important matters, he would sit at the side. However, he only listened and never said a word. Han Yunqi's question caught Tang Li off guard. However, he quickly regained his senses and said seriously, "Everything has to be based on the overall situation. Do what needs to be done." No one knew if Tang Li's words were sincere or forced. Whether it was sincere or not, the fact that he could say it proved his determination and courage. Long Feiyi nodded and made a prompt decision. "Bailey Yuanlong, Deputy General Shui, you too pass down the order immediately. Everyone listen up. Rest well tonight and set out tomorrow." "Yes." Bailey Yuanlong and Deputy General Shui said in unison and left to carry out the order. Long Feiyi asked seriously, "Gu Beiwei, if we set out tonight, how long will it take to reach Tiger's prison?" 3 days, Gu Beiwei answered truthfully. Su Donglin wasn't around, so he had to arrange many things. Naturally, he had already figured out the time needed to travel from three-way black market to Tiger's prison. 3 days. 3 days later. Long Feiyi pondered. 3 days later is the 28th of February. Han Yunqi quickly said, "That's why we have to set out tomorrow at the latest, after the two armies set out for the northern expedition." Unexpectedly, Long Feiyi said, "We won't be participating in the northern expedition's military deployment ceremony. Have Ning Nuo reply to Junisia and say that this crown prince will personally lead the troops to conquer Heavenly River City. I'll go have tea with him, as promised." Tang Li didn't understand what he meant for a moment and was confused. Long Feiyi then said, "Tang Li, go prepare. We'll set out for Tiger's prison tonight. We'll arrive on the 28th and hold the hostages for a long time. We'll go have tea with Jun Yixia again in early April." When he said this, Tang Li was overjoyed. His dark eyes immediately lit up. "As you command, brother." He was so happy that he almost jumped out of bed last night. He had been waiting for this day for far too long. Gu sat on one side, clenching his fists as he laughed out loud. Long Feiyi, this old man likes this idea. Who cared what time June Yixia set for tea? They'd sneak into Tiger's prison to rescue the hostages first. Then they'd go have tea with Jun Yixia. When the time came, Jun Yixia wouldn't hesitate at all. Han Yunqi was thrilled as well. Although this idea was a little difficult, they had to succeed since Long Feiyi said it. Without the hostages in Jun Yixia's hands, they could drink the tea slowly. Gu Beiwei smiled faintly. "Your Highness, this subordinate is willing to cooperate with you to the best of my ability." With that settled, everyone went to make preparations. Han Yunqi personally packed up Long Feiyi's belongings. He didn't return to his rooms, but went to see Manager Luo of Kingan Private Bank. After the alliance between East Qin and the D clan, the central and southern regions loosened their restrictions on merchants, giving Cloud Realm Trade Consortium a chance to make a comeback. However, many of the financial groups and aristocratic families in the central and southern regions were dissatisfied. They'd already caused a ruckus in the south multiple times. Long Feiyi was too busy, so he only pretended to be ignorant of the matter and left it to his subordinates to deal with. After all, the people in the south didn't dare to be too rampant, so it wasn't enough to affect the overall situation. Very soon, Han Yunqi finished her preparations. She was about to find Long Feiyi when a servant girl brought over a bowl of dark brown medicinal soup. Han Yunqi was bewildered. She assumed that Long Feiyi had ordered the servant girl to bring it over. After all, Long Feiyi had a habit of giving her nourishing medicines from time to time. Dr. Gu had this servant deliver this. Dr. Gu said that the princess's complexion wasn't good and that she was going on a long journey. He was afraid that the princess wouldn't be able to take it, so he brewed this medicine and told the princess to finish it while it was hot before leaving. The servant girl replied. Dr. Gu also said that this was the first bowl. When the princess returns, you'll have to continue taking it. Han Yunqi picked up the bowl and sniffed it before tasting it. Besides 1 or 2 common medicinal ingredients, she really couldn't taste anything else. She didn't think much of it, but drank the rest of the medicine in one gulp. Besides Long Fei Yi, Gu Beiwa was the one person in the world she felt most at ease with. Han Yunqi sat for a while after drinking the medicine. Long Fei Yi and the others all came over. Gu Beiwa didn't mention the bowl of medicine, so Long Fei Yi naturally didn't know about it. For the trip to Tiger's prison, Long Fei Yi chose a few shadow guards to secretly accompany them. It was convenient for him to carry out his tasks. He didn't bring too many people because he didn't need them. If he wanted to kill Jun Ixia, he only needed him, Han Yunqi, Gu Beiwa, or Gu. And if he wanted to save the hostages, they might not be able to do it even if they worked together. They needed to use their wits. Long Fei Ye's group of 4, plus Tang Li. The group of 5 secretly left Three-Way Black Market that night. They chose a mountain forest path and headed towards Tiger's prison. On the evening of the 28th of March, they arrived at the mountain forest where Tiger's prison was located. This was a dense mountain forest west of northern Li's Tianhe City. It was the largest mountain in northern Li. The mountains were high, the ravines were deep, and the slopes were steep. The mountains overlapped each other and intersected with each other. There was an endless stretch of mountains. Tiger's prison was hidden in the deepest and densest ravine in this mountain forest. The topography affected the climate. The trees around Tiger's prison were dense all year round, covering the sky and the sun. The place where Jun Ixia invited Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi to drink tea was a cliff on the eastern side of Tiger's prison. It was called Tiger Roar Cliff. It got its name because there were more tigers in the mountain, and they roared at the cliff, intimidating the whole mountain. Standing on Tiger Roar Cliff, one could overlook the entire ravine. However, one couldn't see Tiger's prison, only a patch of lush vegetation. Jun Ixia's invitation letter included a map. It was the route from the foot of the mountain to Tiger Roar Cliff. However, as early as a few months ago, Bai Yuqiao had already given Han Yunqi and the others a detailed topographic map of Tiger's prison and the surrounding mountains. He also wrote down everything she knew about the ambushes around Tiger's prison clearly in the letter. There were many roads leading to Tiger Roar Cliff. Which one Jun Ixia gave them was the most dangerous one. At this moment, Han Yunqi's group of 5 was at the foot of the mountain, looking up at the long stretch of mountains and steep ridges. Jun Ixia asked them to meet at sunset the next day. In other words, they still had one night and one day tomorrow to sneak into Tiger's prison and save the hostages. Chapter 1081. Han Yunqi and the rest were already at the foot of the mountain. One day and one night was more than enough for them to save someone. Han Yunqi unfolded the map Bai Yuqiao had given her and found the location of Tiger Roar Cliff. She said, "Seriously, Tiger's prison is in the deep ravine behind Double Peak Mountain. We have to cross Double Peak Mountain first and observe the situation before making any arrangements." Long Fei Yi and the other 3 men had no objections. Gu took the lead as usual. Tang Li wanted to follow, but Han Yunqi pulled him back. "Tang Li, now is not the time to act on impulse. You're a father now. If you want to protect your wife and child, you have to ensure your own safety first," Han Yunqi said seriously. Jun Ixia was different from other people. Not only was Jun Ixia highly skilled in martial arts, but he also knew how to use poison. "7th young master, and I will take the lead. You and your brother follow behind us," Han Yunqi said as she pushed Tang Li to Long Fei Yi. However, Long Fei Yi let Tang Li follow Gu Beiwa from behind. He held Han Yunqi and whispered, "I'll take you up the mountain." Even though her qigong was very good, he still wouldn't let her go alone. He had to take her with him. Many times, a woman's strength didn't mean that she didn't need to be taken care of. And when a man took care of a woman, it wasn't a kind of care for the weak. It was a kind of love and a habit. Gu was secretly delighted to be able to walk with Poison Girl. When he saw Long Fei Yi flying towards him with Han Yunqi in his arms, he didn't even want to wait and rushed forward. Gu Beiwei's eyes flashed with a smile. He said to Tang Li, "Clan Master Tang, we're already here. There's no need to rush. Follow me and stay behind." Okay. Tang Li accepted it calmly. The group climbed over the mountains, smoothly. However, when they reached the mountainside of the second mountain, Gu stopped abruptly and said, "Poison girl, there's poison on the mountain." Han Yunqi asked Long Feiyi and Gu Beiwei to stop. "It's poisonous and there's a lot of it." This season was the time when poisonous creatures came out of their caves. There were many poisonous creatures in the forest. But no matter how many there were, they wouldn't be so densely packed together. Human judgment might be wrong, but the judgment of the detoxification system would never be wrong. There are poisonous snakes all over the top of the mountain. There's basically no place to stand. There are also several groups of poisonous mosquitoes, Han Yunqi said seriously. Everyone was shocked. Even Gu was surprised. He knew that there were poisonous creatures at the top of the mountain, but he didn't expect there to be so many of them. He scolded, "Is Jun Yixia crazy?" "He's not crazy. I'm guarding against our sneak attack," Han Yunqi said coldly. The poisonous creatures at the top of the mountain, whether they were poisonous snakes or poisonous mosquitoes, were not rare creatures. They were only poisonous in large numbers. Even if there were more of them, no matter how scary they were, they wouldn't be able to stop Han Yunqi. Jun Yixia didn't set up these poisonous creatures to attack. They were the first line of defense for Tiger's prison. If they wanted to pass through this line of defense, they would definitely exterminate these poisonous creatures. Once she dealt with these poisonous creatures, Jun Yixia would know that they were coming. After passing through the second mountain, there were many paths to enter Tiger's Denver. However, this was the only path to pass through the second mountain. Jun Yixia's first line of defense was flawless. There was no way for them to avoid it. If they wanted to pass through this path, they would have to alert Jun Yixia. Therefore, there were only two choices in front of them. The first was to wait until tomorrow evening and let Jun Yixia pick them up to go to Tiger Roar Cliff for tea. The second was to exterminate all the poisonous creatures on the mountain and openly tell Jun Yixia that they were coming. Everyone was silent for a moment. Long Feiyi said, "Tang Li, do we wait or do we charge? You decide." Although Tang Li was the Tang clan's clan head, he rarely made any major decisions. He looked at Long Feiyi and was a little stunned. "Don't dawdle. Think carefully and say it," Long Feiyi said again. Tang Li clenched his fists and said loudly without hesitation, "Charge!" Long Feiyi was very satisfied with this answer. Han Yunqi and Gu Beiwei couldn't help but laugh. Gu put his arm around Tang Li's shoulder and said, "Kid, I have faith in you." They charged right away. Han Yunqi led the way. She asked Long Feiyi and the others to find some dry firewood and light 10 big fires. Then she put some unknown poison into the fires. "Here, one antidote for each of you. Go up the tree and watch a good show." Han Yunqi took out a few pills. Gu Beiwei and Tang Li did as they were told and quickly climbed up the tree. "Poison girl, what poison did you put in?" Gu was very curious. "It's a secret. Hurry up and go up the tree," Han Yunqi urged. Gu took the antidote and flew up to sit on a tall tree. White smoke rose from the fire and a strong fragrance wafted out. Long Feiyi protected Han Yunqi and flew to Gu's side. As the smoke and fire spread, a rich aroma gradually spread throughout the forest. After a while, they saw several groups of black fog flying towards them. "What's that?" Tang Li asked. "There are 3 types of poisonous mosquito swarms. The other type is extremely poisonous. If you are bitten by one of them, your wound will swell within 2 hours. If you don't take the antidote within 4 hours, you will definitely die," Han Yunqi answered seriously. "Jun Yixia." Tang Li narrowed his eyes. Gu was very familiar with poisonous mosquito swarms. If he hadn't seen it before, Even Long Fei and Gu Beiwa would have thought that it was poisonous fog. As the poisonous mosquito swarms got closer, the buzzing sound became louder. When they got closer, they realized that the poisonous mosquito swarms were fighting to be the first to pounce into the fire. They looked down from the tree and saw a black mass of poisonous mosquito swarms, like a huge black fog. They surrounded the fire and drowned it. Even the smoke couldn't float out. "Sister-in-law, will the fire be extinguished?" Tang Li asked softly. Han Yunqi didn't answer, because just as Tang Li finished his sentence, the huge black fog below suddenly dissipated and became densely packed black spots scattered around the fire. "They're all dead." Tang Li asked curiously. Gu Qishao was curious as well. He really wanted to know what kind of poison Lass had used to attract all of the mosquitoes to her, sending them flying to the fire. Gu was about to go down the tree to take a look, but halfway down he immediately flew up. He was so shocked that he broke out in cold sweat, because he saw countless poisonous snakes crawling out from the surrounding bushes. There were poisonous snakes of various sizes and colors. They were densely packed and were fighting to be the first to crawl out. They came so suddenly and their speed was so fast that it caught everyone off guard. Gu wasn't frightened. He was disgusted. Instead of saying that these poisonous snakes crawled out, it was more accurate to say that these poisonous snakes flowed down from the mountain like a flood. Not long after, the fire was surrounded by poisonous snakes. Their slippery bodies intertwined and squeezed together. They revealed their flat tongues and stuck out their red tongues, as if they were looking for something. Han Yunqi and the rest looked down from the tree. Not only did they see the densely packed snakes below, they also saw that the surrounding mountain paths were filled with poisonous snakes coming down the mountain. This scene was simply magnificent. If people with trypophobia saw this scene, they would definitely go crazy. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call this mountain Snake Mountain. "Sister-in-law, this isn't a good show. It's too disgusting." Tang Li was about to vomit. "Just wait." Han Yunqi's lips curled into a cold smile. More and more snakes came down the mountain. But the poisonous snakes that gathered at the foot of the mountain gradually retreated and scattered in all directions. Once the snakes below dispersed, there would immediately be more poisonous snakes to replace them. This repeated a few times before the poisonous snakes finally dispersed. The fire was more or less extinguished. The surroundings were filled with the corpses of poisonous mosquitoes, forming a large black mass. Long Fei Yi estimated that there were at least 8,000 or 9,000 poisonous snakes in the mountain, if not 10,000. "Poison Lass, where's the good show?" Gu also didn't understand. Poison Lass had poisoned the smoke and attracted the poisonous mosquitoes and poisonous snakes. The poisonous mosquitoes were dead, but the poisonous snakes were safe and sound. "Let's go up the mountain." Han Yunqi smiled. "Princess, the snakes are still in the forest." Gu Beiwa couldn't help but remind her. "Snakes don't need mosquitoes. As long as everyone is careful, we won't be bitten. Let's go. The good show is on the mountain." Han Yunqi smiled mysteriously. Long Fei, you didn't say anything, and flew down the tree with her in his arms. Tang Li and Gu Beiwa followed closely behind. Gu also immediately caught up. They didn't land on the ground. Instead, they used the branches as leverage to fly up the mountain. The journey to the top of the mountain was very smooth. However, at the top of the mountain, they immediately saw Han Yunqi's so-called good show. The mountain peak was littered with the corpses of archers. Every archer was bitten to death by poisonous snakes. Tang Li and Gu Qishao carefully counted the corpses and discovered that there were 500 archers in total. Gu Qishao then inspected their arrows and discovered that they were all coated in hypertoxic poison. They hadn't even reached Tiger's prison, but there were already 500 archers lying in ambush on the mountain peak. What did Jun Yixia want to do? Fortunately, Han Yunqi poisoned the poisonous snakes and caused them to counterattack. Otherwise, if they rashly went up the mountain, they might have really fallen into an ambush. "Sister-in-law, where are those poisonous snakes?" Tang Li asked anxiously. "They continue to help us clear the way," Han Yunqi said seriously. This was already the top of the second mountain. On the other side of the mountain was the deep ravine where Tiger's Den was. They walked to the edge of the cliff and looked down from above. They could only see that the ravine was immeasurably deep. There were plants everywhere, and they couldn't see a single stone or soil, let alone Tiger's prison. The only thing that could be seen was an overhanging cliff in the northwest direction. That should be Tiger Roar Cliff. The huge army of poisonous snakes had already climbed down the ravine from the top of the mountain. The poison Han Yunqi used on the poisonous snakes was a kind of bloodthirsty poison. Once poisoned, the poisonous snakes would frantically look for prey to bite. After this forest was occupied by the poisonous snakes and mosquitoes, the other animals would either die or flee. Therefore, the only prey of the poisonous snakes were the people lying in ambush in the bushes. Han Yunqi was waiting. She was waiting to see how many ambushes Jun Yixia had hidden in this forest. She was also waiting to let Jun Yixia experience what it meant to bring evil upon oneself was the hardest to bear. When Han Yunqi set the fire to lure the poisonous mosquitoes away, Jun Yixia already knew that they were coming. He also knew that they were going to force their way in. The poisonous mosquitoes and poisonous snakes were just as guards. Sacrificing these poisonous creatures didn't affect Jun Yixia at all. His real ambush was the archers and gunpowder. He didn't make a sound and just waited for Han Yunqi and the others to come down into the ravine. Who knew that instead of Han Yunqi and the others, the poisonous snakes would betray him? "Your Highness, Duke of Kong," the 500 archers at the top of the mountain were all wiped out. Half of the second batch of archers also died. "I don't know what's wrong with those poisonous snakes. They've all gone crazy and are biting anyone they see." When the guard came to report, Jun Yixia was stunned. "What did you say?" Chapter 1082. Jun Yixia never expected the snakes to counterattack. After all, he'd spent a lot of effort to get his hands on these poisonous snakes. In fact, he didn't need so many snakes to guard against Han Yunqi's group's sneak attacks. Instead, he filled the entire mountain with snakes to give Han Yunqi's group a warning. He wanted to tell them that he, Jun Yixia, wasn't so easy to bully. He wanted to tell them that they'd pay a heavy price if they tried to trick him. But who knew that he'd end up smashing his own foot with a rock? He'd stationed countless archers on the shady side of the second layer of the mountain, a total of 10 archers. But no matter how many archers there were, they couldn't compare to the number of poisonous snakes. No matter how powerful their arrows were, they couldn't kill off a swarm of snakes. Any of the snakes in the mountains might be common, but they were also highly poisonous. Once bitten, they'd kill you within a short time. After all, the archers were the second line of defense, the true defense. They were the key to keeping Chang Fei Yi and the other experts in check. When Jun Yixia stood up, he couldn't even stand straight and swayed. If news of this spread, he'd become the biggest joke in the history of Cloud Realm Continent. "Your Highness, Duke of Kong, what's wrong with those poisonous snakes? Is there no way to break through them? If this keeps up, we'll lose our footing." The guard reminded him urgently. "Prepare all the defenses at Tiger's prison. Keep a close eye on Ningqing," Jun Yixia said before he rushed out, his figure disappearing into the forest. Once he was in the woods, he could hear the occasional cries of agony from all around him. Not far away, he could even hear the hissing of a large group of poisonous snakes as they fought to be the first to move forward. Jun Yixia followed the sounds and saw a few of the archers dead from poison. 2 of the snakes were crawling over their bodies in search of other prey. As soon as Jun Yixia approached, the poisonous snake smelled his scent and immediately turned around to pounce on him. Jun Yixia was not afraid of them. He stepped on the head of a poisonous snake with one foot and grabbed the tail of a poisonous snake with one hand. When the poisonous snake turned its head to bite him, He fiercely threw it to the ground and killed it. He picked up the dead snake and carefully examined it. Only then did he realize that the venomous snake had been poisoned. However, he could not determine what kind of poison it was. Furthermore, he had studied poison for so many years, but he had never heard of any poison that could make a poisonous snake so violent and bloodthirsty. Jun Yixie's big movement immediately attracted more than 10 poisonous snakes. Some were thinner than his arm, while others were as big as pythons. The poisonous snakes surrounded him, all of them flicking their red tongues, eager to attack. In Jun Yixie's eyes, they were no different from traitors. The more Jun Yixie looked at them, the angrier he became. He suddenly leaped into the air and shot out several poisonous needles, immediately killing all the poisonous snakes. The giant pythons were still aggressive even after being hit by a few needles. They swept their huge tails at him fiercely. The poisonous snakes were bloodthirsty and purely saw Jun Yixie as prey. Jun Yixie had no choice but to kill them. He flew sideways and dodged the giant snake's attack. He was so angry that his face turned green. Even though he was unwilling, he had no choice but to kick the giant snake's huge head into smithereens. After these few snakes died, the surroundings were already surrounded by another group of snakes. Moreover, there were still many more around. Jun Yixie had no choice but to escape. Otherwise, who knew how much time he would waste on killing these poisonous snakes? Unable to find a way to break through, Jun Yixie had no choice but to order all the archers to retreat into the deep ravine. He ordered people to cut down the trees around Tiger's prison and spread a circle of poison. In this way, the poisonous snakes could only enter Tiger's prison by crawling over the ground. Once they came into contact with the poison, no matter what kind of poisonous snake they would be poisoned and their flesh would rot and die. Han Yunqi and the rest stood at the top of the mountain and looked down. Although they couldn't see the specific movements in the forest, they could hear all kinds of wails coming from the forest. They also saw a few large movements in the vegetation. Are they retreating? Tang Li asked suspiciously. Yes, many of them have retreated. They should be all archers. Long Fei Yi said. He had set up this kind of ambush in the forest many times before. He had also been ambushed by others a few times. He was all too familiar with this kind of movement. Sister-in-law, it's really a good show. Beautifully done. Tang Li was overjoyed. Poison lass, you're amazing. Gu gave her a thumbs up with a fawning expression. What's that poison called? Why don't you give some to Qi brother? Han Yunqi generously gave Gu a bottle. These poisonous snakes will go crazy for at least 3 days. We can rest tonight and continue watching the show tomorrow. When she said this, Gu Beiwei and Long Fei Yi both laughed. God knows how many archers Jun Yixie had set up an ambush. God knows how much danger they would face if they barged in. They were all prepared for a tough battle. However, Jun Yixie just had to give them a chance to rest. Originally, night was the best time to sneak into Tiger's prison. But now they could rest assured and give the best time to the poisonous snakes. Unless Jun Yixie had a poison similar to Han Yunqi's. Even if he poisoned a large number of poisonous snakes, it wouldn't be something that could be settled in one night. In one night, the poisonous snakes would be able to kill all the ambushes in the mountain and even attack Tiger's prison. Of course, if Jun Yixie left Tiger's prison and took the initiative to look for them, they wouldn't mind treating him to tea first. The sky gradually darkened. Han Yunqi and the others looked down into the ravine and couldn't see anything. Apart from darkness, there was only darkness. The mountain forest was quiet to begin with. It was even quieter at night. The hissing of the snakes in the mountain rose and fell one after another. They could tell that the snakes were all heading into the ravine. Han Yunqi and the others sat in a row on a large rock on the cliff at the top of the mountain. Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi sat together. Tang Li sat beside Long Fei Yi, and Gu sat beside Han Yunqi. Gu Beiwei sat behind them. In a sense, Gubeiwa was the Real Shadow Guard. It was the end of March and the beginning of April. There was no moon in the sky. Coincidentally, there was no moonlight, so the stars in the sky were especially bright. They looked up from the top of the mountain and felt that they were very close to the sky. The stars in the sky were just above their heads. They could reach out and pluck them. Han Yunqi couldn't help but reach out. She immediately realized that everything was just an illusion. The sky was actually very, very high up. "Poison girl, do you want the stars?" Gu asked with a smile. Han Yunqi didn't answer. She thought that once they went up the mountain, they would have to fight to the end. Who knew that they would have the opportunity to sit on the top of the mountain and look at the stars? Han Yunqi looked at the stars and slowly leaned back. Long Fei Yi also lay down. His arm was already behind her head, waiting for her. Han Yunqi wasn't surprised as she rested in Long Fei Ye's arms. It was as if this was already a habit. She was about to answer Gu's question when Tang Li said, "Of course my sister-in-law wants it. Are you going to pluck it?" "Haha, you have to ask your brother to pluck it." It was rare for Gu to be so modest to Long Fei Yi. He turned to look at Long Fei Yi. "Are you going to pluck it?" As soon as he said that, a shooting star streaked across the sky. They all sat up in shock. "Tang Li, quick! Make a wish," Han Yunqi said anxiously. Tang Li had no idea what was going on. "If you make a wish when you see a shooting star, it will definitely come true," Han Yunqi said seriously. She didn't know when she would believe in such things. Tang Li immediately said loudly, "I hope that Ning Jing and the child are safe and sound." "You can't make a wish out loud." Han Yunqi wanted to correct him, but seeing how serious Tang Li was, she gave up. Han Yunqi didn't notice that Long Fei Yi was sitting at the side and closing his eyes for a while. Soon, they lay down again, and the topic of plucking the stars was interrupted. Hearing Tang Li's wish, Gu was no longer in the mood to joke. He put his hands behind his head and looked at the bright stars. Gradually, he became distracted. "Gu, why aren't you worried about Mu Ling? Tang Li suddenly asked. Gu was stunned for a moment and replied, "Am I not here to save her now?" That one sentence made Tang Li speechless. However, without Tang Li's reminder, Gu really forgot about that little girl Mu Ling. He didn't even think about her. It was fine if he didn't think about her, but after being reminded, he still missed her quite a bit. It seemed like it had been a long time since someone chased after him, searched the world for him, and inquired about his whereabouts. Gu closed his eyes and recalled Mu Ling's appearance. A face that loved to cry appeared in his mind. In the whole world, Mu Ling was probably the only one who called him Chi brother. They fell silent. Everyone was immersed in the starry sky and immersed in their own thoughts. Tang Li couldn't even count how many days it had been since he last saw Ningjing. The last time they met in Myriad Merchant Hall, they even quarreled. He wondered what the first thing he should say when he saw Ningjing. He wondered what Ningjing's first words would be when she saw him. Would she scold him? Or would she ignore him? Or would she ask him to carry the child? As he thought about it, a sweet smile appeared on Tang Li's lips. Even if they met, he would gladly endure Ningjing's beating and scolding. The mountain breeze caressed them and the stars twinkled. Everyone was a little sleepy. Gu Beiwe silently guarded behind them. He looked at the moonless night sky and smiled faintly. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The brighter the moon, the more lonely it was. And this sky full of stars was so lively and vast, but there was no place for the moon. It was only when he looked up at the night sky that Gu Beiwe remembered his real name, Lone Moon. After some time, Gu Beiwe suddenly said, "Princess, your highness, look at the bottom of the mountain." Everyone sat up with a start. They saw that Gu Beiwe was no longer behind them. He was standing at the edge of the cliff, looking at the deep ravine. What happened in the deep ravine? Han Yunqi and the others hurriedly stood up. They saw that a light had appeared in the originally dark ravine. "Is that Tiger's prison?" Tang Li exclaimed. They must have cut down all the trees around Tiger's prison. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to see the light. Gu was also surprised. Han Yunqi smiled. Jun Yixia is guarding against snakes. Long Fei Yi squeezed his wrists and stretched his muscles. Cold, he said. Get ready to go down the mountain. Jun Yixia had already returned to Tiger's prison. Of course, they couldn't give him a chance to breathe. Now that things had come to this, they naturally had to stand at the entrance of Tiger's prison. Chapter 1083. Han Yunqi and company confidently descended the mountain without any obstructions. Han Yunqi detected a circle of poison in front of Tiger's prison's entrance from afar. Jun Yixia had used it to prevent the venomous snakes from entering. The circle of poison was about 3 meters away from Tiger's prison's entrance. A large number of venomous snakes had died inside and outside the circle of poison, but the venomous snakes behind continued to surge in. As the venomous snakes were poisoned, they could not control themselves. Even when they saw their own kind dying due to poison, they continued to advance without stopping. As Han Yunqi and company had taken the antidote, they did not become the targets of the venomous snakes. They stood outside the circle of poison on the ground, allowing the countless venomous snakes to crawl past their feet. Not only were there venomous snake corpses in front of Tiger's prison's entrance, there were also 5 rows of archers. They stood in a disorderly fashion, with their bows drawn and ready to shoot. It was like a dense wall of arrows, with the arrows all aimed at the 5 of them. Who knew what the result of 10,000 arrows being released would be? However, Tiger's prison's entrance was tightly shut. They did not see Jun Yixia's figure. Han Yunqi stood in the middle. Long Fei Yi and Tang Li were on the left, while Gu Beiwei and Gu were on the right. The 5 of them naturally saw the group of archers, but they were not afraid. Since they chose to barge in, they were mentally prepared. Not to mention 5 rows of archers. Even if there were 10 or 100 rows, they would not even frown. Jun Yixia, how long has it been since we last met? Why are you so cowardly? What, are you afraid to see me? Gu shouted. As soon as he spoke, there was a whoosh as a sharp arrow flew out. Gu Qixiao's lips rose into a cold smile. He didn't move, but tilted his head slightly to the side. The arrow whistled past his ear. You don't dare to come out, right? Brother, let's kill our way in. Tang Li said coldly as he raised a special crossbow. At this time, Jun Yixia's voice came from inside the door. Long Fei Yi, Han Yunqi, this prince has made an appointment for tomorrow evening. Are you that impatient to drink tea with this prince? Gu Qixiao laughed out loud. Wang? Didn't the Northern Dynasty's emperors dethrone you long ago? What, you still don't know? Jun Yixia, if you can live until tomorrow evening, this prince doesn't mind deigning to have a cup of tea with you. Long Fei Yi coldly snorted. With Gu and Long Fei Yi singing the same tune, Jun Yixia immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. With a flip, he leaped onto the roof and looked down at Long Fei Yi and the others from above. He said, Long Fei Yi, Han Yunqi, if you want Ningqing to live until tomorrow evening, then just wait for me. Where's Ningjing? Where's my child? Tang Li couldn't help sniffing. Jun Yixia began to laugh. Tang Li, if you kneel down and beg me, I might consider letting you see your child. Tang Li was unable to restrain his anger, and the crossbow in his hand was about to shoot out. Who would have thought that Han Yunqi would make a move first and shoot out a golden needle? Jun Yixia did not notice the needle, but he noticed the poison and quickly dodged it. Seeing the golden needle fall onto the roof and shatter a tile, he was incomparably shocked. He never thought that Han Yunqi's internal energy would be this strong. How long had it been since they last met? Just what did Han Yunqi experience during this time? Wasn't she a martial arts waste? If he hadn't noticed the poison, he might have been killed by Han Yunqi's needle. Han Yunqi said coldly, Jun Yixia, If you want to negotiate, you have to act like you're negotiating. Let us see all the hostages first. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Jun Yixie felt guilty. He only had Ningqing in his hands. However, none of the people who came today were from the D clan. He had to guard against Han Yunqi and Long Feiyi abandoning Ningqing and killing him. In this way, even if he wanted to perish together with Long Feiyi and Han Yunqi, he might not be able to kill them. Who wants to negotiate with you? Jun Yixie said angrily. Then what do you want? Tang Li was anxious. Jun Yixie suddenly laughed. Men, move aside. Open the door. With the order, the 5 rows of archers in front of Tiger's prison retreated to the left and right, opening up a wide path. At the same time, their arrows were all pointed towards the center. The door of Tiger's prison slowly opened. Jun Yixie descended from the roof and stood in the courtyard outside the door. A cold and insolent smile appeared on his lips. He said, Long Feiyi, Han Yunqi, the hostages are in the room behind me. Do you dare to come in? Long Feiyi and the others were all on guard when they heard his words. The archers outside the door could still see and guard against them. However, in the small tiger's prison, who knew what kind of ambush Jun Yixie was hiding? Long Feiyi did not answer Jun Yixie. He ordered coldly, without seeing the hostages, no one is allowed to take a step in, especially Tang Li. In by Yu Qiao's letter, Ning Jing and Mu Ling lived in the big courtyard behind Jun Yixie. When he thought of Ning Jing and the child being so close to him inside, Tang Li's eyes became wet. Ning Jing must have known that he was here. Was she holding the child and waiting to see him? Tang Li's tears didn't fall, but his heart was about to break. However, he persevered and replied loudly, This subordinate obeys. Strictly speaking, he was also Long Feiyi's subordinate. This should be the first time in his life that he said this to Long Feiyi. Regardless of whether Jun Yixie wanted to negotiate with them or not, this stalemate was a negotiation. Only by remaining calm could they control the situation and win. It had to be known that winning or losing was not only related to the hostages' safety, but also related to everyone's safety. It even related to whether or not the northern expedition could continue. If they fell into Jun Yixie's hands, then the northern expedition would be over. Jun Yixie sneered and said, Long Feiyi, I have so many hostages. Which one do you want to see? All of them. Long Feiyi replied. Jun Yixie snorted. Long Feiyi, what right do you have to negotiate with me? Long Feiyi said, Even without entering Tiger's prison, this prince can still kill you. Jun Yixie did not even have time to refute before Long Feiyi pulled out his sword. His movements were so fast that Jun Yixie could not see it clearly. The sword rose and fell, and with a flash of sword light, the arrows on the bowstrings were all cut. Moreover, the bowstrings did not break. The archers looked at the arrows that fell and were all stunned. Jun Yixie's heart skipped a beat. Han Yunqi's martial arts was already unbelievable to him, but he never thought that Long Feiyi's martial arts would reach this level. Thinking of the past, he and Long Feiyi's martial arts were on par. In just a short 2-3 years, Long Feiyi had already reached a height that he did not dare imagine and could only look up to. Actually, not only in terms of martial arts, even in terms of status, Long Feiyi had already left him in the dust. Long Feiyi was the East Qin crown prince, and he was an old subordinate of the East Qin royal family. Long Feiyi was no longer the Long Feiyi of the past, and Han Yunqi was no longer the Han Yunqi of the past. As for him, he could not take a single step forward. Jun Yixie couldn't help thinking, just what had he done in these past 2-3 years? He was already filled with jealousy, and this jealousy was wreaking havoc in his heart, swallowing his reason. If he couldn't surpass them, then he would destroy them. Jun Yixie loudly said, Someone, bring Ningqing over for me. When this was said, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi immediately looked at each other. Gu Beiwe and Gu also looked over at them. When they were at Heaven's Peak, they had also been threatened with hostages, but they had still taken them away. If Jun Yixia could let them see all the hostages, they wouldn't mind taking them away. After all, they didn't want to waste words with Jun Yixia. Very quickly, the guards brought Ning Qing over. However, Han Yunqi and the others were shocked. Ning Cheng's hands and feet were tied behind his back with gunpowder strapped to his chest. Ning Cheng, Han Yunqi loudly shouted. Ning Cheng slowly raised his head. It was unknown when the phoenix feather mask on his right eye had been taken off by him, although he was much more haggard and his face was covered in stubble. But he was still handsome. His facial features were sharp and his face was deep. The stubble didn't make him look down. Rather, it added to the aura of a mature man. His clothes were filled with tears, and one could tell with a single glance that they were whip wounds. Only the heavens knew what Jun Yixia had done to him. If one didn't look carefully, no one would be able to tell that his right eye was devoid of life. However, Han Yunqi and the others all knew that Ning Cheng's right eye was blind. His vision of things and people was reduced by half. He slowly raised his head and saw Han Yunqi at a glance. He actually smiled a slight smile. Han Yunqi never knew that Ning Qing could be so beautiful and brilliant when he smiled. She suddenly remembered what Ning Jing had said while crying in Medical City. She didn't dare to look at Ning Cheng's eyes again. Even if it was an accident, even if she didn't mean to hurt him, she still didn't have the courage to look. Damn Bai Yanqing, damn Jun Yixia, damn the Black Clan and Feng Clan, damn the grudges between Eastern and Western Qin. If there weren't so many misunderstandings, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Ning Cheng's mouth was gagged and he couldn't say anything. He could only move his head. His smile quickly disappeared and he respectfully nodded at Han Yunqi as a salute. He slowly shook his head at Han Yunqi and the others, wanting to tell them not to come in. Ning Jing and the others were not in Tiger's prison. Jun Yixia only had him as a hostage. Jun Yixia not only tied gunpowder to him, but also buried countless gunpowder in Tiger's prison. As long as they stepped in, Jun Yixia would perish together with them. Jun Yixia grabbed the rope around Ning Cheng's waist with one hand and held a match in the other, looking very threatening. Han Yunqi and the others naturally saw Ning Cheng shaking his head and knew that he was telling them not to go in because there was an ambush. But how could they retreat just because there was an ambush? Gu Beiwe quietly walked to Long Fei Ye's side and whispered to him. They were evaluating whether they could make it in time if they made a move to snatch the hostages. Of course, they were just evaluating, because they hadn't seen the other hostages yet. Where are the others? Long Fei Yi asked. Jun Yixia sneered. Long Fei Yi, I didn't expect you to be afraid. Why are you afraid to come in? If you only have one hostage, then only one of us can go in, Gu Beiwe said. But Jun Yixia said, Han Yunqi, come in first. Although he hated Long Fei Yi the most, he wanted Han Yunqi to die with him. He wanted Long Fei Yi to have a taste of loss and powerlessness. Chapter 1084. Jun Yixia wanted Han Yunqi to walk in alone. This was the biggest joke in the world. What did he take the men present for? Forget about Long Fei Yi, Gu, and Gu Beiwe. Even Tang Li wouldn't let Han Yunqi walk in alone. Long Fei Yi looked at Jun Yixia coldly and didn't want to answer him. Gu Beiwe didn't say anything either. Ning Cheng sneered. Gu narrowed his long and narrow eyes and said word by word, Jun Yixia, you're thinking too much. Tang Li snorted coldly. Jun Yixia, other than bullying women, what else do you dare to do? If Jun Yixia had enough hostages, he would have brought all the hostages here and let Long Fei Yi and the rest enter Tiger's prison. Unfortunately, he didn't. He only had Ning Cheng. Faced with Long Fei Yi and the rest's contempt and mockery, Jun Yixia could only endure. He looked at Han Yunqi and sneered. Han Yunqi, it looks like you don't have any sincerity in saving them. Not sincerity. If she didn't have sincerity, would she and Long Fei Yi have left the two armies on the northern expedition and come here personally to take the risk? Even when facing Ningcheng, Han Yunqi didn't want to explain too much. At this moment, Ningcheng was looking at her. His gaze was trusting and respectful. Jun Yixia's provocation was superfluous. Ningcheng wasn't that stupid. Who knew that Jun Yixia would suddenly kick Ningcheng's knee? Ningcheng immediately knelt down. Jun Yixia raised his leg high and stepped on Ningcheng's shoulder, pressing him down forcefully. He said coldly, "Men, bring a torch." If it was a match, it would take some time to ignite the gunpowder, but if it was a torch, it could be ignited at any time. Han Yunqi said angrily, "Jun Yixia, how dare you?" "Do you think I wouldn't dare?" Jun Yixia increased the force of his leg, and Ningcheng's shoulder collapsed under the weight. He seemed to be trying his best to hold on, but he clearly didn't have much strength left. He kept looking at Han Yunqi. His naturally cold brows were tightly furrowed. He kept shaking his head, telling her not to come over. Han Yunqi knew that he had been poisoned, and it was a very complicated poison. The detoxification system had been checking him urgently, but it hadn't detected the detailed situation yet. "Han Yunqi, are you coming in or not?" Jun Yixia asked again. He pulled out a dagger from his waist with his other hand. He leaned over evilly, exerting all his strength on Ningcheng's back. The tip of the dagger was pressed against Ningcheng's other shoulder. "Han Yunqi, you don't have to come in. If you kill him, this prince still has another hostage. You have plenty of time to slowly think about it. This prince, wait." Jun Yixia smiled as he gently pierced Ningcheng's clothes with the dagger. Han Yunqi's eyes emitted a terrifying killing intent. At this moment, she wanted nothing more than to tear Jun Yixia into pieces. "Gu Beiwa, how confident are you?" Long Fei Yi asked in a low voice. "I'm not confident," Gu Beiwa answered honestly. If it was a moment ago, perhaps he was 70 to 80% confident that he could snatch the hostage from Jun Yixia's hands. But now, Jun Yixia was holding a torch, not a match. Moreover, Jun Yixia's dagger was already pressed against Ningcheng's shoulder. Right now, he only had 50% confidence. He didn't like to take risks, especially at a time like this. 50% confidence was zero to him. If he didn't take risks and stayed in a stalemate, he might still have a chance. If he took risks and lost, he and Ningcheng would both be killed. Moreover, no one could predict whether the explosion of the gunpowder on Ningcheng's body would endanger the courtyard behind them, or what kind of casualties it would cause. How could Gu not have the same thought? The situation they were facing now was completely different from what they faced at the top of Heaven Mountain. Gunpowder didn't allow for the slightest bit of risk. Moreover, those people from Evil Sword School were afraid of death. Jun Yixia seemed to be prepared to die together with them. From the moment they saw Ningcheng being escorted over, they had been assessing the risk of saving him. Once Gu's thorny vines sprang out from under Jun Yixia's feet. Who knew if Jun Yixia would choose to die together with them? At this moment, Jun Yixia's dagger suddenly pierced Ningcheng's shoulder. Ningcheng silently endured it. He was still looking at Han Yunqi and shaking his head. Cold and indifferent, Han Yunqi looked on indifferently. However, her heart was already burning with anger. Jun Yixia was ruthless. He suddenly pulled out the dagger and blood splattered everywhere. Then he stabbed it again. Ningcheng looked at Han Yunqi from afar, motionless. Han Yunqi was expressionless. Her eyes were unfathomable. "Han Yunqi, haven't you thought it through? Why don't this prince change the hostage to play with?" Jun Yixia looked at Tang Li with interest. "Is it Ning Jing or that child?" Tang Li didn't say anything. He clenched his fists and stared at Jun Yixia. They were all enduring and waiting. Perhaps Jun Yixia would bring out the hostages. At that time, they would have a better chance of winning. But who knew that Jun Yixia suddenly changed his mind? Forget it, forget it. Ning Cheng's life is tough. He pulled out the dagger and pressed it against Ning Cheng's ear. He chuckled and said, Han Yunqi, do you want this ear or I'll go over? Han Yunqi finally couldn't take it anymore. Jun Yixia, you just want my life. Let go of Ning Cheng. I'll go over. Han Yunqi said coldly. At her words, Ning Cheng's calm gaze suddenly turned sharp and fierce, almost ferocious. Even though he couldn't speak, anyone could tell that he was fierce to Han Yunqi. He was warning Han Yunqi. Wasn't this woman always smart, calm, and ruthless? Can't she tell that Jun Yixia's true target is her life? She came in to court death. Once she came in, Jun Yixia would definitely ignite the gunpowder. Jun Yixia would never let them go. If she didn't come in, she could live, and so could he. Jun Yixia would never dare to leave the tiger's den. How would Han Yunqi know that Ning Jing and the rest were no longer in Jun Yixia's hands? Jun Yixia had hostages to kill slowly. However, there was only one Ning Cheng in this world. They only had one Ning Cheng, and the D clan only had one Master Ning. She had no choice but to take the risk. Han Yunqi, are you crazy? Long Fei Ye's voice was terrifyingly low. He held her hand tightly, not allowing her to take a step forward. Do you want to see Ning Cheng die? Han Yunqi asked calmly. If you don't go in, Ning Cheng won't die, Long Fei Ye said. Are you 100% sure? Han Yunqi asked. No, I'm only 50%. Only 50%, Long Fei Yi answered honestly. He wasn't 100% sure because Jun Yixia still had several hostages. Moreover, the remaining hostages, whether it was Mu Ling or Ning Jing or that child, were more of a threat to them than Ning Cheng. The possibility of Jun Yixia killing Ning Cheng was indeed very high. However, Long Fei Yi still didn't want to take the risk. He said, if you go in, it'll be even harder to save the others. The best way was to continue the stalemate with Jun Yixia and let him bring all the hostages out. It would be best if they could lure him out of Tiger's den. Han Yunqi understood Long Fei Ye's considerations. She said, Long Fei Yi, why don't we take a gamble? Jun Yixia won't leave Tiger's Denver. Since it's a risk and we're not confident, why should we sacrifice Ning Cheng? If they continued the stalemate, they weren't 100% sure that they could see all the hostages, lure Jun Yixia out, and protect Ning Cheng. If they went in, they weren't confident that they could save everyone and escape unscathed. Actually, both choices were risky. Why would they choose the stalemate? Why would they choose to watch Ning Cheng get tortured and even the other hostages get tortured? Long Fei Yi was silent, but he still didn't let go. Gu Beiwe, Gu, and Tang Li were very quiet. This choice was too big. It concerned everyone's life and death. Even Tang Li didn't dare to act rashly. Han Yunqi whispered again. Everyone, if we act immediately after entering, will we have a higher chance of success? They were still 2 to 3 meters away from Tiger's Denver. If they entered the courtyard, would they have a higher chance of success? I'm still not 100% sure. At most, I'm 70% sure. Gu Beiwe had already considered this problem. I'm 70% sure too, Gu answered. Long Fei Yi, what do you think? Han Yunqi's face was cold and stern as she asked in a low voice. Long Fei Yi didn't answer Han Yunqi's question. He said directly, Gu Beiwe, I'll leave Ning Cheng to you. Tang Li and Gu, go save the others. Jun Yixia, leave him to us. After he finished speaking, he didn't let Han Yunqi walk by herself. Instead, he held her hand and walked forward. Gu Beiwe and the other 2 immediately followed. Ning Cheng didn't expect Long Fei Yi to not stop Han Yunqi and come over personally. He immediately glared at Long Fei Yi. His gaze was full of warning. but who knew that Long Fei Yi would let him glare at him and remain indifferent. At this moment, Ning Cheng was unable to restrain his anger. How could Long Fei Yi do this? How could he bring Han Yunqi here to die? How could he bring everyone here to die? Ning Cheng began to struggle. He really wanted to tell them the truth. He wanted to tell them that Jun Yixia only had one bargaining chip, but no matter how much strength he used, he couldn't move. Jun Yixia had him firmly restrained. Jun Yixia looked coldly at Han Yunqi and the other four people approaching step by step. His lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile. This was the result he wanted. It couldn't be any better if all of them came over. Jun Yixia felt all the blood in his body boil as he tightened his grip on the torch and made his final preparations. As soon as Han Yunqi and the rest crossed the threshold, he would ignite the gunpowder on Ning Cheng's body. His subordinates would also detonate the gunpowder hidden around Tiger's prison. Who cared about the ups and downs of Cloud Realm Continent? Today he, Jun Yixia, would bury the two masters of Eastern and Western Qin with him. He had no glory in life, but in death his name would be recorded in the annals of history for all eternity. The torch in Jun Yixia's hand burned brightly. The guards hidden around them all blew on their torches and placed the flames near the fuse of the gunpowder. Everything was ready. Han Yunqi and the rest advanced step by step until they were very, very close to the gates of Tiger's prison. 10 more steps, and they'd be there. Jun Yixia's smile grew wider and wider, while Ning Cheng's eyes grew more and more despaired. Jun Yixia stared at Han Yunqi's footsteps as he silently counted down. 10, 9, 8, suddenly. Chapter 1085. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind Han Yunqi and the others. This voice was, "Qi brother! Qi brother!" Gu Qixiao's first reaction was to turn back and be stunned by the scene behind the curtain. This was definitely the scene that Gu had the deepest impression of Mu Ling, so far. Mu Ling, was holding a baby in swaddling clothes, riding on the back of a huge white tiger, leaning in the arms of a tall man. Even though the only person she acknowledged, Han Yunqi, was present, even though Long Fei Yi, who she was afraid of, was also present, she only had eyes for him. She was clearly crying, but she smiled at him. She smiled as if all the flowers in the world had bloomed. She smiled as if the years would be peaceful and beautiful from now on. She smiled as if everyone who saw her would unconsciously forget all their troubles and smile with her. This kind of smile was called happiness. Even if it was just seeing Qi brother Mu Ling was happy. She smiled with tears streaming down her face. "Qi brother, Ling missed you so much. Qi brother, Ling finally got to see you." Everyone was stunned. Even Jun Yixia and Ning Cheng in Tiger Prison Courtyard were very surprised. They never thought that Mu Ling and Deacon Jean would appear at this moment. Ning Cheng's eyes finally rekindled with hope. Mu Ling and Deacon Jean were here. Jun Yixia's plot would definitely not succeed. Definitely not. Jun Yixia was stunned. He had already counted to 8. 7 more steps. 7 more steps. And he would be able to kill Long Fei Yi and all of them. Why? The snakes had already been poisoned to death, and the surrounding archers did not dare to shoot without Ning Cheng's orders. The tiger suddenly rushed over. They were still stunned. They did not know how the tiger and these 2 people came over. In fact, when Han Yunqi used poison to attract the poisonous mosquitoes and snakes, causing a commotion in the mountain, Deacon Jean and Mu Ling knew that reinforcements had arrived. Deacon Jean quickly discovered that the guards in the forest had all retreated to Tiger Prison. He knew that this was the best time for him to escape with Mu Ling. However, he still came over with Mu Ling. It was not for anything else, but because Mu Ling promised her something. If it was any other time, someone would have noticed that Mu Ling's long hair was missing. However, at this moment, no one had any extra thoughts. Everyone was surprised and pleasantly surprised Tang Li's attention was all on the child in Mu Ling Er's arms. Before Mu Ling could speak, Tang Li rushed over. Child. My child, right? Yes. Mu Ling quickly handed the child to Tang Li. Tang Li was so surprised that he did not know what to do. He even forgot to reach out to take the child. Take it. Mu Ling jumped down from the tiger's back with the child in her arms. Tang Li, this is the daughter that Sister Jing gave birth to for you. Hurry up and hold her. Tang Li suddenly froze. He did not reach out his hand, but muttered, Where's Ning Jing? Why were there only Mu Ling and Deacon Jean? Where was Ning Jing? Shouldn't Ning Jing be the one holding the child? Where was Ning Jing? Ling, what's going on? When did you leave Tiger's prison? Where's Ning Jing? Han Yunqi asked loudly. Long Fei Yi and the others also retreated. Gu Beiwei and Gu Jun brought up the rear. One was on guard against Jun Yixia in Tiger's prison, while the other was paying attention to the movements of the surrounding archers. After all, there was an additional child, so they had to be more cautious. Sister, Jin Zi saved us. Jin Zi knows the art of animal taming. He saved us, but they met a mysterious person. Jin Zi and I escaped with the child. Sister Jing by Yu Qiao and little Yu. We don't know where they are, Mu Ling said anxiously. Deacon Jean glanced at Tiger's prison and sneered. It seems that you were deceived by Jun Yixia. This time, everyone was even more shocked. When they did not see Ning Jing earlier, they thought that Ning Jing was still trapped in Tiger's prison. Who knew that the truth was like this? Jun Yixia actually deceived them like this. At this moment, Jun Yixia realized that the child was not Mu Ling Er's but Ning Jing and Tang Li's. He was completely deceived by Yu Qiao. However, Jun Yixia did not have time to think about this matter at this time. His attention was all on Deacon Jean, who was riding on the tiger's back. He finally knew who saved Mu Ling and the others. He finally knew who stole the big white tiger that he had tamed for many years. He finally knew who was much more talented in animal taming than him. It was him, Deacon Jean. Why? He was just a slave of the Winter Crow clan. How could he? Who are you to the Black Clan? Long Fei Yi asked in a cold voice. Although Mu Ling only said that Deacon Jean knew how to tame beasts, Deacon Jean was sitting on the white tiger at this moment. It was the white tiger that Bai Yu Qiao mentioned in the letter. In other words, Deacon Jean was controlling the tiger tamed by Jun Yixia. The Black Clan was an old subordinate of the East Qin imperial family. Long Fei Yi understood the Black Clan better than the other nobles. The Black Clan's animal taming technique was a kind of talent. Every generation, every person's talent was different. Those with the Black Clan's direct bloodline had the highest talent in animal taming. The tiger was the king of the mountain, one of the beast kings. Those who could tame the tiger had to have top talent. Moreover, the tiger that Deacon Jean tamed was one that Jun Yixia had already tamed. He controlled Jun Yixia's tiger to betray Jun Yixia. In other words, Deacon Jin's animal taming technique was far superior to Jun Yixia's. If Jun Yixia was the Black Clan's direct bloodline, then what was Deacon Jin's relationship with the Black Clan? No matter what, Deacon Jean was more honorable than Jun Yixia. As long as Deacon Jean was here, Jun Yixia did not have the qualifications to be the Black Clan's patriarch. Long Fei Ye's question was also what Jun Yixia wanted to ask. Deacon Jean replied, "Who I am is not important. What's important is that I have already sent Mu Ling and the child here. Return the slave contract to me." Although his words were very rude, they made his position clear. Long Fei Yi did not ask any more questions. Instead, he said coldly, "Wait aside." Long Fei Yi turned to look at Jun Yixia. The corners of his mouth curved into a sinister smile. Since Jun Yixia only had one hostage, then Jun Yixia had no right to negotiate with them. Tang Li was still in a daze. Han Yunqi took the child from Mu Ling, Oi's hands. She glanced at him and immediately handed him to Tang Li. No news about Ningjing is good news. 10,000 arrows are waiting to protect your child. At this moment, Tang Li came back to his senses and took the child with trembling hands. Little Tang Li was actually sleeping soundly in this illusion. As soon as Tang Li held her in his arms, the corners of her mouth curved into a pure and sweet smile. Tang Li's heart almost melted when he saw it. He did not know who little Tang Tang resembled. He had just come back to his senses, but when he saw little Tang Tang, he was immediately stunned again. He looked at little Tang Tang and smiled foolishly. His gaze was unbelievably gentle. Han Yunqi patted him hard on the shoulder. "Protect her." After she said that, she turned around and looked at Jun Yixia. At this moment, Tang Li came back to his senses and hugged little Ningjing even tighter. This was his and Ningjing's daughter. She was his treasure and his life. Tang Li held his daughter in one hand and held a special crossbow in the other. He was on high alert. No matter how dangerous the surroundings were, he would not allow any harm to come to his daughter. Absolutely not. Deacon Jean rode on White Tiger and waited at the side. Mu Ling had already run in front of Gu. In the past, every time she lost Chi Brother, she would look all over the world for him. When she found him, she would rush to him, stand in front of him and stare at him. This time was no exception. In fact, this time, she really hoped that she could hug Chi Brother. However, she did not. This was the bottom line of her love for him. In the past, Gu would let her stare as he went about his business. However, this time, Gu was also staring at her. He was a full head taller than her. He looked down at her with great interest, and even slowly bent down to approach her. Mu Ling had never been looked at so closely by Chi Brother. He had never looked at her with such a playful gaze, and he had never looked at her for such a long time. She, who had always been carefree, was a little embarrassed. Her ears immediately turned red. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to look away, but she could not bear to. At this moment, it was as if she and Chi Brother were the only two people left in the world. Her cheeks flushed red as she continued to look into Chi Gij's eyes boldly. She saw that his eyes were filled with her. However, just as Mu Ling was enjoying herself, Gu's forehead suddenly bumped into Mu Ling-er's. "It hurts." Mu Ling blurted out. Gu immediately let go and said coldly, "Stupid girl, when did you get pregnant with Chi Brother's child?" Mu Ling rubbed her forehead. Only then did she remember that matter. She burst out laughing. "People will believe you if you say that." She laughed. "Why?" Gu Qishao asked in a low voice. Mu Ling laughed even louder. "Because Chi Brother looks like someone who would do such a thing." Gu gritted his teeth. He knocked Mu Ling's head and scolded her in a low voice. "Your reputation is ruined. Don't you want to get married?" "Chi Brother, do you know that even if Ling-er's reputation is ruined, there are still people in the world who are willing to marry Ling?" "Chi Brother, do you know that even if Mu Ling-er's reputation is ruined, she can't not marry and chase after you for the rest of her life?" "Chi Brother, do you know that Mu Ling always thought that Ling-er would lose you, but this time Ling-er lost herself. I don't want to marry. I don't want to marry. Chi Brother, can Ling-er not marry?" Mu Ling murmured. Unfortunately, Gu didn't hear her. He ignored her and turned to walk to Gu Beiyue's side. He looked at Jun Yixia. Deacon Jean looked at Mu Ling calmly. Seeing that Mu Ling was still standing there, he gradually became unhappy. Didn't this woman see that there were archers all around her? Didn't she see that Jun Yixia and Long Fei Yi were at daggers drawn? Why wasn't she coming over? With her strength alone, could she fight against these archers? Just as Deacon Jean was about to speak, Mu Ling consciously walked back. She would definitely do what she had promised. Deacon Jean looked down at her from above. Although he was very unhappy, he still reached out to her. "Come up." Mu Ling sat on the tiger's back. Deacon Jean rubbed her forehead and whispered, "Does it hurt?" Jun Yixia didn't know that the child was Ning Jing and Tang Li's. I was too excited writing and didn't pay attention to the details. Chapter 1086. Did it hurt? Mu Ling. I had always been very strong, but when she heard the two words Deacon Jean, she suddenly felt very, very sad. Her forehead did not hurt. Her heart, however, hurt very, very much. Mu Ling did not make a sound. Deacon Jin's attitude softened, and he also did not make a sound. He gently rubbed Mu Ling's forehead while paying attention to the surrounding archers and Jun Yixia's situation. Long Fei Yi, Han Yunqi, and Gu Beiwei stood in a line, standing 5 or 6 steps away from Tiger's prison. Jun Yixia held Ning Cheng, not moving at all. The atmosphere between the two sides became more and more tense. "Jun Yixia, if you come out yourself, this prince can leave your corpse intact," Long Fei Yi said in a cold voice. Jun Yixia was not afraid. "Long Fei Yi, come in if you have the skills. This king will release Ning Cheng. Otherwise, this king will make him wish he was dead." Gu gave a cold laugh. "Jun Yixia, do you think we're all idiots?" They were worried that Jun Yixia had quite a few hostages. If they killed Ning Cheng, he could use other hostages to threaten them. But now, Jun Yixia only had Ning Cheng in his hands. This also meant that Ning Cheng was his last and only bargaining chip. Jun Yixia did not want Ning Cheng to die more than them. In this situation, how could they foolishly enter Tiger's prison and take a risk? Even a fool could see that Jun Yixia had set a trap in Tiger's prison. Jun Yixia did not have any advantage. Even if it was a battle of attrition, they could exhaust Jun Yixia to death. Long Fei Yi was already too lazy to reply to Jun Yixia. Gu Beiwei also did not make a sound. Suddenly, Jun Yixia angrily shouted, "Someone fire!" As soon as his voice fell, the archers on the left and right formed a semicircle, trapping Han Yunqi's group at the entrance of Tiger's prison. Tens of thousands of arrows were released, wanting to force them into Tiger's prison. Jun Yixia doing this meant that there was something fishy going on in Tiger's prison. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi did not move. They both stared at Jun Yixia. Gu Beiwei held his sword and blocked the arrows around them. With Gu Beiwei's speed, no matter how fast the arrows were, they would not be able to threaten Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi. Tang Li protected little Tang Tang. While dodging, he shot arrows to kill the archers. This crossbow was his latest invention. Although it was small, it was very powerful, and its speed was top-notch. Other than the Chu family's imperial archers, there should not be any other archers who could be faster than his crossbow. Deacon Jean protected Mu Ling and dodged with the help of the white tiger. He used the tiger's speed to cut down several tricky arrows. Gu originally wanted to attack, but at this moment he was staring at Mu Ling and Deacon Jean. This was because he noticed that Deacon Jean was hugging Mu Ling's waist. This stinky girl, when did she get together with Jean Z, who came from an unknown background? Didn't this stinky girl chase after him all day long? Why did she suddenly have a change of heart? This was not like her. Having a change of heart was a good thing. But she could not be deceived by Jean Z. Manager Jean didn't look like a good person at first glance. Could it be that this stinky girl was bullied or threatened by Jean Z? Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi did not move because they knew that with Gu's ability, he could quickly deal with these archers. But who knew that Gu was actually in a daze? Long Fei Yi glanced at him and pulled out his sword. At the same time, Han Yunqi fiercely rushed forward and dealt with the archers together with Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiwei. They were not afraid that Jun Yixia would run away. If Jun Yixia ran out of Tiger's prison, that would be even better. Once Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi took action, Gu Beiwei did not need to defend anymore and took the initiative to attack. At the same time, Jin Zi also summoned a group of tigers over. In a short while, 1,000 archers were either dead or had escaped. It could be said that the entire army was wiped out. Long Fei Yi and the rest stood at the entrance of Tiger's prison. Jun Yixia was already at the end of his rope. Who knew that Jun Yixia suddenly burst out laughing. Good! Extremely good. Long Fei Yi, Han Yunqi, this prince will make a bet with you. How about it? Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi did not make a sound. They knew that it was impossible to lure Jun Yixia out. They could only force him out. Han Yunqi had thought of using poison, but Ning Cheng could not take it. When she walked closer, she then checked the poison in Ning Cheng's body. She discovered that the poison in Ning Cheng's body was very complicated. She even suspected that Jun Yixia wanted to turn Ning Cheng into a poison man. Ning Cheng would take a new poison every day. The next day, half of the antidote would come to detoxify him, and he would be poisoned with a new poison. Several slow-acting poisons accumulated together. When one poison acted up, if Ning Cheng's body could withstand it, he would most likely become a poison man. If he could not, then he would die. Ning Cheng had already taken the antidote for several months. It was not that easy to detoxify the poison in his body. Until now, the detoxification system was still calculating the detoxification plan. She needed to get closer to him to calculate the best way to detoxify him. With Ning Cheng's body, she did not dare to casually use poison. If the poison she used caused all the toxins in his body to explode, the consequences would be unimaginable. What was the solution? If she did not think of a solution soon, Ning Cheng would definitely suffer again. Han Yunqi did not want to see Jun Yixia abuse Ning Cheng to threaten them. Who knew that the situation was much worse than Han Yunqi imagined? Jun Yixia, who was forced into a desperate situation, actually grabbed the fuse of Ning Cheng's gunpowder and pulled it out. What was he trying to do? Jun Yixia! Stop! Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi shouted at the same time. They never thought that Jun Yixia would do this. But Jun Yixia still lit the fuse. At this time, Ning Cheng's tightly knitted brows suddenly loosened as if he was relieved. He looked at Han Yunqi, and his eyes revealed a smile of relief. He used this smile to tell Han Yunqi not to come over and goodbye. Gu Bei Wa, Gu, save them, Long Fei Yi said coldly, and was about to make a move himself. Hearing this, Jun Yixia broke into a soundless chuckle as he looked at them. Even if Jin Zi and Mu Linger came, so what? Long Fei Yi and the rest would still enter Tiger's prison. They couldn't escape. Who knew that in such an urgent situation, Han Yunqi would actually stop them? She said loudly, Jun Yixia, Jin Zi is the Black Clan's direct descendant. Actually, you're not. You've been deceived by Bai Yanqing. Do you want to know who you really are? Do you want to know what your relationship with Bai Yanqing is? When she said this, Jun Yixia was stunned. He knew that Jin Zi must be the Black Clan's direct descendant. He also knew that Jin Zi's bloodline must be nobler than his. So what? He was also the Black Clan's direct descendant. But Han Yunqi's words made him doubt himself, especially when Han Yunqi mentioned Bai Yanqing. He couldn't help but doubt himself. Deacon Jean was stunned, but the flame did not stop. The flame continued to burn along the fuse and gradually burned towards the gunpowder bag. It burned faster and faster. Even if the fuse was stretched out by Jun Yixia, the fuse was still limited. Time was very, very tight. Actually, Long Fei Yi and the others didn't have much of a chance of winning when they first started, much less now. Han Yunqi had no room to retreat, and she didn't have time to hesitate. Even though she was very, very nervous, she still held on and calmed down. Her method was less risky than Long Fei Yi and the others. She said, Jun Yixia, Bai Yanqing lied to you. Is it worth it for you to fight with us? He might even be watching the show from the sidelines right now. These words completely agitated Jun Yixia. Jun Yixie abruptly grabbed the spark of the fuse and extinguished it with his bare hands. Seeing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief, especially Han Yunqi. She didn't dare to stop. She gave Long Fei a look and immediately said, Jun Yixie, you want the world, but do you know what Bai Yanqing wants? Actually, Han Yunqi didn't know who Jinzi was at all. She also didn't know what Jun Yixie's status in the Black Clan should be. She also didn't know what Bai Yanqing's motive for stirring up the world was. Bai Yuqiao had told them that Jun Yixie had been tricked by Bai Yanqing, and Jinzi's appearance made her know that Jun Yixie didn't have the noblest bloodline among the Black Clan's orphans. Han Yunqi purely used this information to raise some sensitive questions and make Jun Yixie mistakenly think that she knew the truth. Jun Yixie's temperament was extremely high, and he cared a lot about his face. Moreover, he hated Bai Yanqing so much. After being provoked by Han Yunqi, how could he not figure it out? What exactly does he want? Jun Yixie roared. Hee, Jun Yixie, you're so smart, but you don't know what he wants. Han Yunqi stalled for time and diverted Jun Yixie's attention. Gu Beiwe had been staring at the torch in his hand for a long time, and Long Fei Yi was ready to make a move at any time. When Jun Yixie wasn't paying attention, as long as Gu Beiwe snatched the torch in his hand, and as long as Long Fei Yi rescued Ning Cheng from his hands, then everything would be over. At Han Yunqi's words, Jun Yixie began to seriously ponder the matter. Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiwe were still waiting for the best time. After all, this matter didn't allow any mistakes. Once Jun Yixie found out that he was tricked by Han Yunqi, they wouldn't have another chance. At this time, Deacon Jean shouted, Jun Yixie, I'm the Black Clan's orphan, you're not. You're just... Deacon Jean didn't continue, but he successfully attracted Jun Yixie's attention. Jun Yixie looked at him. Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiwe exchanged glances. Here's their chance. Gu Beiwe suddenly flew over, and Long Fei Yi followed closely behind. Jun Yixie came back to his senses and subconsciously held the torch tightly. Just as he was about to light the fuse, Gu Beiwe appeared in front of him out of thin air and grabbed his wrist. Jun Yixie's other hand released the dagger and grabbed Ning Cheng's neck. Gu Beiwe's other hand immediately reached over and tried to pull his hand away, but Jun Yixie's grip was unwavering. At this time, Long Fei Yi arrived. Long Fei Yi didn't hesitate and kicked Jun Yixie's abdomen fiercely. Jun Yixie spat out a mouthful of blood, but unexpectedly he actually laughed out loud. Although Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiwe didn't know what the ambush in Tiger's prison was, they knew that they had to get Ning Cheng out of here as soon as possible. Long Fei Yi pulled Jun Yixie's hand that was grabbing Ning Cheng's neck and was about to pull it away. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the entire Tiger's prison exploded. Chapter 1087. It exploded. Tiger's prison suddenly exploded. A huge cloud of smoke instantly engulfed Long Fei Yi and the rest. In the blink of an eye, they had all disappeared. The torch in Jun Yixie's hand had clearly been knocked away by Gu Beiwe. What was with this explosion? Long Fei Yi! Han Yunqi cried out in shock. She allowed the dust and sand to fly towards her as she tried to move forward. Poison lass, you're crazy! Gu roared. Soon there was another boom and another explosion. This time, the explosion was much more powerful than the previous one. The entire Tiger's prison was completely engulfed. Han Yunqi was affected by the explosion and was sent flying, just as she fell to the ground. She didn't know who suddenly pounced on her and protected her in his arms. She couldn't see anything. She could only hear the sounds of explosions ringing out one after another. She could only feel waves of heat surging towards her from behind. The explosions continued. Jun Yixie's ambush in Tiger's prison was not for anything else, but for gunpowder. Not only did he tie gunpowder to Ning Cheng's body, he even buried gunpowder in Tiger's prison. He wanted them to walk in so that they would perish together and die. Then wouldn't Long Fei and Gu Beiwe and Ning Qing? Thinking of this, Han Yunqi immediately struggled to get up. However, the person behind her protected her tightly and pinned her down. "Let go!" she roared angrily. She didn't even realize how panicked and agitated she was. "Do you want to die? Don't move." The voice behind her was unusually sharp, but Han Yunqi could still tell that it was Gu's voice. This was probably the first and only time in her life that she had heard Gu's cold voice. After being yelled at by Gu, Han Yunqi finally regained her senses. That's right. Did she want to die? The explosions were still going on behind them. They were so close that they were lucky to be able to jump down in time and not be killed by the explosion. There was nothing they could do but wait. Han Yunqi stopped moving completely. All of the flying sand landed on Gu Qixiao's body as he propped himself up with a hand on the ground. His head was bowed, his beautiful face devoid of its usual smile. Instead, it was solemn and indescribably cold. With such a huge explosion, Long Fei and the others were not only doomed, they were dead for sure. No matter how fast Gu Beiwe was, the most he could do was to protect himself. After an unknown amount of time, the explosions finally stopped. Gu stood up and shook the sand off his body. Han Yunqi was covered in dust, even though she was protected by him. Moreover, her right shoulder was badly mutilated. She had just been injured by the explosion. At this moment, no one cared about their wounds. Han Yunqi and Gu were especially silent. They slowly turned around. How they wished that when they turned around, they would see a miracle and their familiar faces. However, the miracle did not happen. They did not even see Gu Beiwe. What they saw was a sea of fire. Tiger's prison had turned into a sea of fire. The fire was raging and the flames were soaring to the sky. Their souls seemed to be burning along with the fire in front of them. It was very, very painful. Deacon Jean protected Mu Linger while Tang Li carried little Tang Tang. They escaped in time and did not have any injuries. Only little Tang Tang was frightened and kept crying. When they rushed over and saw Tiger's prison turned into a sea of fire, they were all stunned. Everyone knew that there was an ambush in Tiger's prison, so they did not dare to go in together. However, they did not expect Jun Yixie to set up such an ambush. Jun Yixie did not even care about his own life. Only little Tang Tang's laughter could be heard in the huge gully. Her cries sounded especially desolate. Everyone came back to their senses. No one could believe that everything in front of them was real. Could they pretend that none of this had happened? Could they pretend that Long Fei and Gu Beiwe were still standing with them, standing right beside them? Who knew how long they stood there in silence? Finally, Mu Linger could not help but burst into tears. How did this happen? How did this happen? Sob, sob. I don't believe it. I must be dreaming. I must be. Mu Linger's cries immediately triggered Han Yunqi's nerves that were on the verge of collapse. She slowly crouched down and buried her head in her knees as she sobbed. Even though there were so many people beside her, her gently trembling figure seemed so lonely and helpless. Long Fei was gone. North Moon was gone too. Finally, Han Yunqi could not take it anymore. She sobbed. Gu stood beside her. He lowered his head and looked at her. He had no idea how to comfort her. Perhaps he could not even comfort himself. He crouched down and hugged the poison lass. He wanted to give her a hug that she could lean on for a while, but she continued to bury her head in her knees as she hugged him. Her sobs gradually grew louder and louder until she was heartbroken. In the end, Gu let go and looked to the side. Who would have thought that he would actually see a scene that left him utterly shocked and overjoyed? Heavens, there really was a miracle. The two of them had created another miracle. Long Fei and Gu stood side by side in the distance. Both of them were covered in wounds, but they continued to stand ramrod straight. One of them was domineering, while the other was handsome. Long Fei dragged the injured and battered Jun Yixie, while Gu Beiwe supported the unconscious Ning Qing. The gunpowder on Ningqing had already been removed. Tang Li and the rest, who were standing behind them, were the first to see Long Fei Yi and Gu Beiwa. They were so surprised and excited that they could not speak. Gu Qixiao's stern face finally broke into his usual smile. It was even more brilliant than the midday sun. Only Han Yunqi didn't know a thing. She was still sobbing, her heart-wrenching sobs. Long Fei Yi threw the dying Jun Yi Xie to the side. He frowned and walked briskly towards Han Yunqi. He was already standing behind Han Yunqi, but Han Yunqi still did not know. If sorrow was the sea, she would have already sunk into despair. Long Fei Yi could not bear to see this woman cry. Whenever she cried, he would lose his cool. She wanted to say something, but he suddenly pulled her up and pulled her into his arms, hugging her tightly. Han Yunqi abruptly raised her head and saw the face she was most familiar with. Long Fei Yi, she exclaimed. Her eyes and face were full of tears. She was shocked and surprised. Long Fei Yi, Long Fei Yi, you. She was so surprised that she could not speak. She did not want to say anything more. Like a little girl, she buried her head in his arms and cried. She did not know whether she was crying or acting coquettishly. Facing Han Yunqi like this, Long Fei Yi was completely at a loss. He could do nothing but hug her tightly. He could not say anything. His lips were gently on her hair, and he simply let her cry. Every hug could be very warm, but not every hug could comfort her. Gu Qixiao arched a brow and turned to the side. He began to whistle lightly, his tune light and lively. Mu Ling only knew today that Han Yunqi could also have such a fragile side. She could also break down in an instant. She looked at Qi Brother from afar and unconsciously whistled along with Qi Brother's rhythm. She only found out recently that Qi Brother and herself were so similar. Han Yunqi did not cry for long. She quickly looked up from Long Fei Ye's arms and hurriedly wiped away her tears. Where's Gu Beiwa? Your Highness, your subordinate is fine. Gu Beiwa stood at the side and smiled. Ningqing is also fine. Han Yunqi heaved a sigh of relief. Tang Li asked anxiously, Gu Beiwa, you saved them alone? Gu Beiwa was fast, but if he escaped with so many people, how fast could he be? I could only escape with Ningqing. Your Highness, your subordinate, is also puzzled. Gu Beiwa answered honestly. The explosion just now had started from the two sides in front of them. He had been holding Ningqing with one hand and Jun Yi Xie with the other. Although he also wanted to save Long Fei Yi, he could not do it. He knew that if he pulled Long Fei Yi with him, everyone would die. So, after he let go of Jun Yi Xie, he only brought Ningqing with him to escape. After they escaped from Tiger's prison, when the explosion started, he brought Ningqing to the ground and did not dare to get up. When the explosions ended, he found that Long Fei Yi was standing beside them with a wounded Jun Yi Xie. Long Fei Yi had several serious injuries, but Jun Yi Xie's injuries were even worse. What the Black Clan owes my East Qin imperial family, Jun Yi Xie has repaid it today. Long Fei Yi said. After the explosion, he knew that Gu Beiwa would choose Ningqing, who was closest to him. So, he grabbed Jun Yi Xie as a cover. Even if he escaped as fast as he could, he still could not get far from Tiger's prison. He lay down in a depression behind Tiger's prison and used Jun Yi Xie as a cover. Jun Yi Xie had several serious burns on his body, and there were also several wounds caused by the flying sand. Without his cover, these injuries would have all been on Long Fei Ye's body. At this moment, Jun Yi Xie was lying on the ground, bleeding a lot and on the verge of death. He did not even have the strength to raise his head. However, he heard Long Fei Ye's words. Why, oh, why? He stubbornly asked, Long Fei Yi, Great Qin has already been destroyed. This world belongs to the strong. Why do you want my Black Clan's loyalty? My Black Clan has long stopped owing your East Qin imperial family. This is the debt from back then. It was the Black Clan that betrayed my East Qin and instigated internal strife in Great Qin. Long Fei Yi said as he pulled out his profound frost sword and pressed it against Jun Yixie's neck. You still owe this prince a debt. Jun Yixie clearly remembered, but it was good that Long Fei Yi did not forget. Long Fei Yi fiercely slashed, ripping open Jun Yixie's clothes. He said, Even if you die, you still have to pay this debt. Jun Yixie finally remembered this debt. To be more precise, this debt was what he owed Han Yunqi. Just as he was about to speak, Long Fei Yi's sword pierced through his back without hesitation. Long Fei Yi had been waiting to kill Jun Yixie for a very long time. Before coming to save him, he had already told Gu Beiwei and Gu that Jun Yixie could only die in his hands. Jun Yixie knew that he would definitely die today, but he did not expect that there would not even be a single person to accompany him in death. He struggled to look at Han Yunqi and asked, Tell me, what kind of person am I to the Black Clan? By Yanqing. What exactly does he want to do? Han Yunqi was just spouting nonsense. If only she knew what Bai Yanqing wanted to do. She coldly looked at Jun Yixie, not saying a word. Han Yunqi, you tell me. Tell me. Jun Yixie used all his remaining strength to roar. Han Yunqi still did not answer, but Deacon Jean said. Chapter 1088. Deacon Jean said, Jun Yixie, I heard from Bai Yuqiao that you spent a few years to tame the white tigers. Hee, I only used 3 days to tame the 6 white tigers. I am the descendant of the Black Clan. When Deacon Jean said this, everyone looked at him suspiciously. Could it be that this guy already knew his identity? Jun Yixie stared at Deacon Jean with wide eyes. He was unwilling and unconvinced. Even the descendant of the Black Clan might not be able to tame the white tigers. Who could be sure about talent? How could Deacon Jean deny him based on this? Who knew that Deacon Jean would say, the descendant of the Black Clan has always lived in seclusion in the Wintercrow clan and has never set foot in Northernly. Jun Yixie, I don't know who you are either. But let me tell you, there is absolutely no trash like you in the descendant of the Black Clan. At best, you are just an ordinary clansman of the Black Clan. When these words came out, Jun Yixie seemed to have suffered a great blow. He stared blankly at Deacon Jean, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Not long after, his head slowly fell to the ground. He slowly died just like that, with his eyes wide open. He must have never thought that he would end up like this. No one present was surprised by Jun Yixie's death, because since they had come to save him, it was destined that either Jun Yixie would die or they would die. Everyone was curious about what Deacon Jean had just said. Just who are you? Long Fei asked coldly. I'm just a slave. Han Yunqi, give me back my indenture contract. Deacon Jean said snappily. His attitude seemed to dislike this group of people very much. In fact, he was usually like this, cold to everyone without much patience. Who are you in the Black Clan? Han Yunqi questioned. I said, I'm just a slave. Didn't you already investigate my identity long ago? Deacon Jean said again. Then why did you just say, Mu Ling, or couldn't help but speak up? Deacon Jean looked at Jun Yixie, who had died with his eyes wide open, and replied coldly, Revenge on purpose. When these words came out, everyone looked at Deacon Jean in a new light. They felt that this guy was sinister and cruel, but Gu Qixiao only laughed out loud. Satisfying. I like it. As Gu Qixiao saw it, if Manager Jean hadn't said those words on purpose, Jun Yixie would have died too easily. Of course, while he was praising Manager Jean, a hint of wariness flashed past his eyes. What did such a sinister, cruel, and vengeful fellow do to his little lass, other than being casual with him? His little lass wasn't a casual girl. At this moment, Gu Beiwei interrupted everyone and said, Princess, take a look at Ning Cheng first. Everyone's wounds need to be treated quickly. Han Yunqi then remembered that Ning Cheng had been poisoned. She hurriedly asked Gu Beiwa to put Ning Cheng down and lay him flat. She didn't care about her own wounds. She squatted by the side and activated the detoxification system to conduct a closer inspection. At such a close distance, the detoxification system's efficiency greatly increased. After a while, Han Yunqi exclaimed, "Quick, search Jun Yixie's clothes and find the antidote. Hurry!" Everyone didn't know what was going on. Could it be that Han Yunqi couldn't make the antidote for Jun Yixie's poison? Didn't she usually make the antidote very quickly? Although everyone understood, they still hurriedly helped to search. Long Fei Yi quickly found a small bottle of pills in Jun Yixie's torn clothes and handed it to Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi poured out all the pills and quickly chose one. Long Fei Yi immediately came over to help. He pinched Ning Cheng's chin and forced Ning Cheng to open his mouth. Han Yunqi hurriedly stuffed the pill into his mouth. Ning Cheng was only unconscious, but he still had basic swallowing instincts. He swallowed the pill as soon as it reached his throat. At this moment, Han Yunqi heaved a sigh of relief. "What's going on?" Long Fei Yi asked. Han Yunqi sighed softly and asked, "Mu Ling, how did Ning Cheng get poisoned? Why didn't you mention this in your letters?" "Mu Ling, I was very surprised. Sister, didn't Ning Cheng tell you?" Ning Cheng had written a letter to Long Fei Yi, explaining the situation between him and Jun Yixie very clearly. She, Ning Jing, and Bai Yuqiao had always thought that Han Yunqi knew about Ning Cheng's poisoning. He didn't. Han Yunqi was very sure. This is a big misunderstanding. Mu Ling murmured. Han Yunqi's brows furrowed even tighter. This misunderstanding was indeed big. Fortunately, they had delayed the rescue and northern expedition. Fortunately, Bai Yuqiao had been exposed, and they had come to this point today. Otherwise, if they had followed the original plan, Ning Cheng would have died without a doubt. According to the original plan, Gu Beiwa would have gone to the army to rescue Ning Cheng. Gu Beiwa's medical skills were very high, but his poison skills were very weak. He wouldn't have been able to tell that Ning Cheng had been poisoned. Once he took Ning Cheng away, without the antidote within a day, Ning Cheng would be finished. Why didn't Ning Cheng mention anything about him being poisoned in his letter? Han Yunqi didn't have time to think too much about it. She carefully checked the pills in her hand again. If Han Yunqi wasn't sure before, then after seeing these pills, she was completely sure that Jun Yixie wanted to turn Ning Cheng into a poisonous person. "Sister, Ning Cheng's poison hasn't been cured yet. I heard from Bai Yuqiao that the antidote that Jun Yixie gives Ning Cheng every day can only prevent the poison from acting up for a day. It's not the real antidote." Mu Ling hurriedly reminded her. Han Yunqi already knew that Ning Cheng had to take the antidote every day. Coldly, she said, "This is an antidote, but it's also a poison. Half of the medicinal properties are used to detoxify the poison, and the other half is a new poison. The toxicity also has a suppressive effect on the original poison. Jun Yixie wants to turn Ning Cheng into a poisonous person, or even a poisonous corpse." Everyone was very surprised. Gu picked up the pills and smelled them, muttering, "I thought these pills were very familiar." Jun Yixie had changed the poison that Bai Yuqiao had poisoned Ning Cheng a long time ago. So, from the looks of it now, Jun Yixie didn't really want to work with Ning Cheng. On one hand, he was working with Ning Cheng, but on the other hand, he wanted to turn Ning Cheng into a poisonous person behind everyone's back. Once Ning Cheng became a poisonous person, then he would really be completely under Jun Yixie's control. Mu Ling said hatefully, "He deserves to die with grievances. How despicable. I only have a day to detoxify him immediately. After a day, he will have to take the medicine again. At that time, the toxicity will be completely different." Han Yunqi said seriously. Once Ning Cheng took the antidote again, the toxicity in his body would change. She would have to redesign the detoxification plan and reformulate the antidote. This was the most complicated part of helping Ning Cheng detoxify. Now, she could only be thankful that her detoxification system had enough medicinal herbs. If it wasn't for her diligent accumulation of various medicinal herbs over the years, the detoxification system wouldn't have been able to produce the antidote at all. In just a day's time in this desolate wilderness, even if she had 2 medicinal geniuses by her side, they might not be able to find the medicine. Everyone didn't dare to disturb her. Han Yunqi had the detoxification system analyze all the poisons in Ning Cheng's body while also analyzing the medicinal properties of Jun Yixie's pills. She also collected some blood and conducted manual monitoring, coordinating with each other from different angles. Long Fei Yi watched from the side, his gaze constantly falling on the wound on Han Yunqi's shoulder. He wanted to speak a few times, but he held himself back. "Your Highness, your injury is very important," Gu Beiwei reminded him in a low voice. Long Fei Yi restrained his thoughts and turned around to let Gu Beiwei treat his wound. Tang Li had already pulled Mu Linger to the side for questioning. Mu Linger told Tang Li many things, especially how much pain Ningjing had suffered when she gave birth to little Tang Tang. If it wasn't for the fact that he was holding little Tang Tang, who knew what Tang Li would have done after hearing so much, Gu silently sized up Deacon Jean. Deacon Jean knew that Gu was looking at him, but he let Gu look and was too lazy to pay attention to him. Among this group of people, he was the most hostile to Gu. Not long after, little Tang Tang began to cry again. Tang Li actually didn't know how to coax a child. He hugged little Tang Tang and shook her, talked to her, and smiled at her. However, little Tang Tang continued to cry nonstop. Tang Li felt wronged and timid as he asked, "Ling she can't be afraid of strangers, right?" Mu Linger didn't know what to say to him. She took little Tang Tang and said, "She's hungry." At this moment, Tang Li realized that there was no wet nurse. What did little Tang Tang eat for so many days? Mu Linger had no choice but to ask Deacon Jean for help. She said, "Jean Z is still hungry." She said it so naturally that people who didn't know would think that they were a young couple and that little Tang Tang was their child. Deacon Jean immediately summoned the tigress that was hiding nearby. At this moment, Tang Li found out that little Tang Tang had been eating tiger milk for several days. He looked at little Tang Tang in the arms of the tigress, not afraid of strangers at all. Instead, she looked very satisfied with eating, and his heart ached. If Ning Jing saw this scene, she would definitely cry. Of course, Tang Li was anxious to find Ning Jing. However, Han Yunqi and the rest were helping Ning Cheng to detoxify the poison. He didn't dare to rush them and could only wait. Gu stopped staring at Deacon Jean and stared at little Tang Tang. He silently thought in his heart, this little guy grew up drinking tigress milk. In the future, she will definitely be a tigress like Ning Jing, right? 2 hours later, Han Yunqi finally decided on the detoxification plan and prepared all the required medicinal herbs. Fortunately, she had the detoxification system and used all the medicinal herbs to make pills. Some of the medicinal herbs that needed to be applied externally were also used directly. Otherwise, Han Yunqi would definitely encounter the problem of Mu Linger being Jean Z. Han Yunqi opened the needle bag and lined it up. She looked at Long Fei Yi and realized that his wound had been treated. With Gu Beiwei around, she was relieved. She said, "Gu Beiwei, can you help me? Take off all of Ning Cheng's clothes. The antidote can't detoxify the poison." Before Gu Beiwei could agree, Long Fei Yi said, "I'll do it." Actually, Long Fei Yi especially didn't like Han Yunqi doing this kind of thing, especially in front of Ning Cheng. Although he personally came to save him, although he acknowledged Ning Cheng's contribution to the cooperation between the East and Western Qin, this was all official business. From a personal point of view, he didn't want to have too much interaction with Ning Cheng. But who asked Han Yunqi to be a poison doctor? Who asked her medical skills to be so good? Who asked Ning Cheng to be poisoned? Gu Beiwe didn't say much. A helpless smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Long Fei Yi quickly took off all of Ning Cheng's clothes. At this moment, everyone saw the injuries on Ning Cheng's body. There were new and old injuries, knife wounds, gunshot wounds, sword wounds, and whip wounds. Some were from the past, and some were from Jun Yixia. Han Yunqi didn't pay much attention to these injuries. She needed to hurry up and detoxify the poison. Not being affected by anything was her basic professionalism. However, she was soon distracted because she realized. Chapter 1089. What distracted Han Yunqi was none other than Ning Cheng's hand. If she hadn't held Ning Cheng's hand like this today, Han Yunqi wouldn't have thought that there would be something wrong with Ning Cheng's hand. She was very uneasy and didn't dare to make any wild guesses. She couldn't help but stop and say, Gu Beiwe, come over and take a look. What's wrong with Ning Cheng's hand? Hand? What's wrong? Gu Beiwe asked curiously. Most of Ning Cheng's injuries were on his body and not his limbs. There were more old injuries than new ones. Other than the wound on his shoulder caused by Jun Yixia's dagger, most of them were whip wounds. In the explosion just now, Gu Beiwe was injured, but Ning Cheng wasn't injured. It seems like Han Yunqi didn't know how to explain it. It's just not right. Take a look. Palm. Gu Beiwe shifted his position and held Ning Cheng's hand. Just as he was about to examine it, Han Yunqi said, No, it's his arm and shoulder. It's his tendons and bones. Gu Beiwe immediately let go of Ning Cheng's hand and examined his arm and shoulder. After a thorough examination, Gu Beiwe was shocked. He was seriously injured at least 5 years ago. It hasn't healed, and his tendons and bones are severely damaged. It must be a serious tear or even necrosis. Moreover, his upper arm is a prosthetic. Long Fei Yi looked over when he said this. Gu Beiwe was definitely the best doctor in the world. Although he was also shocked by Ning Cheng's condition, he didn't make a fuss. His voice was very soft, and only Long Fei Yi, who was beside him, heard it. Tang Li and the rest didn't know what was going on. After all, this was Ning Cheng's privacy. His hand is crippled. Long Fei Yi was indeed very surprised. Ning Cheng's tibia was severely damaged and had yet to recover. In addition, his upper arm was a prosthetic limb, so Ning Cheng's arm would not be able to exert much strength. This would not affect his daily life much, but if he were to practice martial arts or go to the battlefield, then this arm would be useless. Ning Cheng was not an ordinary person. He was the leader of a clan and a general of an army. He was someone who had to gallop on the battlefield and kill his enemies. If nothing else, he had to hold the sword in one hand and the reins in the other to kill the enemy. How could a crippled arm restrain a frightened warhorse? Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi had never heard of great General Ning's arm being crippled, much less the Ning clan had himself. Just how had Ning Cheng managed to hide this fact from the Tianing army and the D clan all these years? If Ning Cheng hadn't fainted today, and they hadn't been able to grab his left arm, who would have thought it would be like this? Han Yunqi couldn't help but think back to her past interactions with Ning Cheng. She really couldn't remember anything. She had never paid attention to Ning Cheng's hand. She only remembered seeing Ning Cheng holding a sword with both hands. But who would have thought that Ning Cheng only had the strength of one arm? Can it be cured? Han Yunqi asked quickly. Gu Beiwe carefully examined the arm again before he said helplessly, Princess, it's too late. Even if there's a miracle medicine, the effects will be average. Moreover, even if it cures his tibia, it won't have much meaning. As Gu Beiwe spoke, he gestured at Ning Cheng's upper arm. This entire section is a prosthetic limb. If this subordinate's guesses are correct, Ning Cheng must have been seriously injured the ear. All the bones in his upper arm must have been shattered. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed a prosthetic limb. Han Yunqi understood. They couldn't give him a real upper arm. Even with modern medicine's bone grafting, it was impossible to transplant an entire upper arm. Therefore, no matter how they treated it, Ning Cheng's arm was destined to be unable to exert any strength. Faced with this situation, Han Yunqi and Gu Beiwe had a tacit understanding. Since Ning Cheng had concealed this matter so well, rather than exposing him, they might as well pretend that they didn't know anything. This was privacy and dignity. "I don't know anything," Han Yunqi said softly. She took out her gold needles and began to search for acupoints to apply them. When Han Yunqi said this, Long Fei Yi naturally understood. Gu Beiwe put down Ning Cheng's hand and checked his other hand without any extra curiosity. Gu Beiwe didn't hold Ning Cheng's left palm. Otherwise, he would have discovered that Ning Cheng's left palm was also crippled. Hidden in this palm was a small gold needle, hiding Ning Cheng's softest and most unbridled heart. Han Yunqi restrained her thoughts and focused on searching for acupoints. She carefully applied the needles. Long Fei Yi was at the side as an assistant, waiting for orders at any time. Thinking back, it had always been Gu Beiwe's job to be Han Yunqi's assistant. Who would have thought that one day it would be taken away by Long Fei Yi? Seeing that Han Yunqi's movements weren't big, Gu Beiwe silently squatted down beside her and carefully began to treat her wound. As soon as he touched Han Yunqi's shoulder, Han Yunqi looked over. "Princess, don't worry. This subordinate won't affect you." He smiled slightly. This scene was so familiar. That year, Han Yunqi was whipped by General Mu at General Mu's residence. Later, when she was injured and treated Mu Qingwu's poison with acupuncture, Gu Beiwe was also at her side. He also helped her treat her wound while she was applying acupuncture. At that time, Han Yunqi was amazed at Gu Beiwe's treatment of the wound. It really didn't affect her acupuncture at all, and it didn't hurt at all. Although it wasn't as if the sea had turned into mulberry fields in a few years, many things had changed. Gu Beiwe was no longer the Dr. Gu of that year. However, Han Yunqi found that his smile at this moment was so similar to that year. It hadn't changed at all. Han Yunqi smiled as well, before returning her attention to her needles. Gu Beiwe's lips curled into a faint smile. His movements were practiced and careful. It really didn't affect Han Yunqi at all. It had been a long, long time since he saw Han Yunqi's serious and focused appearance at such a close distance. Even if he was no longer the Dr. Gu of that year, and she was no longer the Qin Wangfei of that year, in his eyes, she was still the same person who stunned him, moved him, and made him lose himself in her. Her serious frown didn't change at all. Gu Beiwe quickly collected his thoughts and memories. He looked at Long Fei Yi and found that Long Fei Yi was looking at him. "Is the injury deep?" Long Fei Yi asked in a low voice. "It's not a big injury. Your Highness can rest assured." Gu Beiwe lightly replied, "Will it leave a scar?" Long Fei Yi asked again. "It depends on the medication. I can't guarantee that the few prescriptions I have will be effective. When I leave the mountain tomorrow, I have to find the medicine immediately." Gu Beiwe said honestly, "Write a prescription later and have the shadow guard look for it immediately." Long Fei Yi said again. Finally, Han Yunqi raised her head and frowned at Long Fei Yi. "Don't talk. You're disturbing me." Long Fei Yi was resentful and obediently shut his mouth. A helpless smile flashed across Gu Beiwe's eyes. It turned out that her seriousness and focus were so easily broken. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it. Han Yunqi inserted many needles into Ning Cheng's arms and even made a few cuts to draw out the poison. After that, she made Ning Cheng take a pill. This was probably the longest detoxification Han Yunqi had ever taken. It wasn't until the next afternoon that she finally got Ning Cheng out of danger and didn't have to take Jun Isia's medicine every day. However, in the following month, Ning Cheng still had to take the antidote she concocted every day to completely remove the poison in his body. After detoxifying the poison, Han Yunqi was exhausted. She collapsed in Long Fei Ye's arms and didn't want to move. She wanted nothing more than to sleep until the sky turned dark. However, she couldn't. There was still no news from Ningjing, Su Xiaoyu, and Bai Yuqiao. Tang Li and Mu Ling saw that Han Yunqi was so tired and didn't dare to rush her or ask Long Fei Yi. Unexpectedly, Deacon Jean spoke again. Han Yunqi, where's my indenture contract? Han Yunqi glanced at him. I'm not free. Wait. Han Yunqi really didn't understand where Deacon Jean got his confidence from to ask for his indenture contract from her. Didn't he know that all of this was caused by his kidnapping? It was fine that she wasn't in a hurry to settle the score with him, but he was in a hurry to collect the debt from her. Deacon Jean still wanted to speak, but Han Yunqi beat him to it. She said, Ling, after you escaped from Tiger's prison, where did you meet with the kidnapping? Who had the ability to kidnap you? Yesterday, Mu Ling didn't explain it clearly. They were busy dealing with Jun Yixia, so they didn't ask much. Now that they wanted to find Ningjing and the others' whereabouts, they naturally had to ask properly. Ningjing hadn't even had a proper rest after giving birth before tossing about like this. Han Yunqi was worried for her. With such torment, no matter how much she nourished her body, she would still need to make up for it. Han Yunqi wasn't just worried about this. She had another layer of worry. Someone who could kidnap people from the tiger's claws couldn't be simple. She thought of someone, but she wasn't sure and hoped that it wasn't him. Speaking of the kidnapping, Mu Ling was still afraid. She said, Sis, the person who kidnapped us was a mysterious person. He was masked, so we couldn't tell who he was. He was very powerful. We didn't even see what he did, but the two big white tigers melted into a pool of blood. Not even their bones were left. If Bai Yuqiao hadn't stopped him, Jin Zi, the children, and I wouldn't have been able to escape. That person wanted to kill us. I don't know either. It's poison. Han Yunqi hurriedly interrupted, as if she didn't want Mu Ling to continue speaking. Bai Yanqing. Long Fei Yi was very sure. He finally understood why Jun Yixia didn't search for the hostages after losing them. Instead, he wanted to die together with them. From the looks of it, Jun Yixia already knew that the person who kidnapped them was Bai Yanqing. He couldn't beat Bai Yanqing, and he didn't know what Bai Yanqing wanted to do. That was why he gave up so thoroughly. Mu Ling, what don't you know? Where's Ningjing? Where is she? Tang Li couldn't stay calm. Mu Ling, I had said so much to him just now. Didn't she say very clearly that Ningjing and the others were kidnapped? Now what was she trying to say? Mu Ling was easily frightened. After being yelled at by Tang Li, she blurted out, Actually, I don't know if Ningjing and the others were kidnapped or... Han Yunqi interrupted again. All right, where did you get robbed? Take me there. It's in the mountains behind Tiger's prison, Mu Ling said anxiously. Gu and Mu Ling walked in front. Deacon Jean followed behind with a gloomy face. Gu Beiwei supported Ningcheng, and the group went to the back of Tiger's prison. The fire in Tiger's prison was still burning, and it lit up the surroundings. Before Mu Ling could say the exact location, Han Yunqi detected that there was poison nearby. She ran over first, and Tang Li followed closely behind. He was even faster than his brother. They didn't run far before they saw bloodstains on the ground. Chapter 1090. There were patches of bloodstains on the ground, intermittent. Han Yunqi could tell at a glance that this was the color of the bloodstains that had melted into the soil. Some time had passed, and some of the bloodstains had already faded, but some had already blended into the soil. That was why the bloodstains were intermittent. Mu Ling and Deacon Jean only saw 2 tigers that had melted, but based on the analysis of the bloodstains on the ground, the amount of blood was not just 2 tigers. Tang Li stood at the side, hugging little Tang tightly, not moving at all. Long Fei Yi and the rest came over and were about to touch the soil when Han Yunqi stopped them. Don't touch it. This soil is all poisonous. This kind of poison is specially used to corrode the flesh. Sister Jing and the rest, were they kidnapped? Mu Ling asked timidly. She no longer hoped that Sister Jing and the rest could escape. She only hoped that Sister Jing and the rest wouldn't be among the bloodstains on the ground. Tang Li immediately looked at her. Mu Ling clearly didn't do anything bad, but she was still frightened. She avoided Tang Li's gaze. Han Yunqi ignored Mu Ling. She squatted on the ground and carefully examined the poisoned blood. How could she not have the same extravagant hope as Mu Ling? Unfortunately, the detoxification system quickly gave her a piece of bad news. She stood up and said calmly, "There's animal blood in these bloodstains." Although it was cruel, she still looked at Tang Li and said seriously, "There's also human blood." Before Han Yunqi could finish, Mu Ling hurriedly interrupted her. Did they bleed when they were injured? Even if there was human blood, it didn't prove that they were dead. Unfortunately, Han Yunqi denied this theory. All of this human blood belongs to one person. Based on the amount of blood lost, it's enough to cause death. The DNA could be found even if the bloodstains had been left for several years. What more in a month or two? The detoxification system would never make a mistake, although Han Yunqi did not want to believe it. So one of Ningjing, Su Xiaoyu, or Bai Yuqiao was killed. Gu interrupted. It seems that their bodies were also destroyed. TSK, what kind of poison is this? Why is it so similar to perplexing butterfly illusion? It must be Bai Yanqing. He wouldn't kill Su Xiaoyu. Long Fei Yi calmly analyzed. Suddenly, Tang Li shouted, "It's definitely not Ningjing." Little Tang Tang was frightened by his roar and began to cry loudly. The more she cried, the fiercer she became. Mu Linger's heart ached. She rushed over and said, "Tang Li, you scared her. Let me hug you. Sister Jing will be fine. She will be fine." Tang Li ignored her and hugged little Tang Tang even tighter. He looked at Han Yunqi, annoyed and helpless. He did not say anything, but he hoped that his sister-in-law could give him a clear answer. Han Yunqi's eyes flashed with a complicated look. She did not know how to comfort him. Long Fei Yi analyzed seriously. Ningjing has value as a hostage. Bai Yuqiao, on the other hand, has no value at all to Bai Yanqing. After he said that, Tang Li shouted again, "Brother, I believe you. I believe you." His loud voice made little Tang Tang cry even louder. No matter who died, Mu Linger was especially upset. Her eyes were full of tears. She said to Tang Li in a choked voice, "Tang Li, can you give me the child? Can't you? Don't scare her anymore. If Sister Jing finds out, she won't let you off." Tang Li immediately fell silent. He did not know what to do. Mu Linger snatched little Tang Tang back, hugged her tightly and kissed her little face. Little Tang Tang was saved by the few of them. Looking at the bloodstains on the ground, she could only feel some comfort by hugging little Tang Tang. Strangely enough, little Tang Tang stopped crying once she was in Mu Linger's arms. Tang Li looked on helplessly. He wanted to take his daughter back, but he could not open his mouth. Bai Yanqing took the hostages a long time ago, but he hasn't done anything yet. What is he trying to do? Han Yunqi really did not understand. With the addition of Tianshan, Kenzo's third venerable lord, Bai Yanqing had 3 hostages in his hands. Tang Li punched a tree nearby and shouted at the mountain, "Bai Yanqing, come out! Give Ningjing back to me! Bai Yanqing, come out if you have the guts!" The echoes reverberated in the mountain forest. Other than that, there was no other response. They were in the open, while Bai Yanqing was in the dark. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi were not familiar with this feeling. They felt like they were prey being watched. However, they could not think of any way to force Bai Yanqing out. This old thing did not even care about his 2 closest disciples. What else in this world, and who else, did he care about? Long Fei Yi, we only have the perplexing butterfly illusion left, Han Yunqi said softly. Long Fei Yi did not say anything, but nodded. Right now they only had this method. They could use the perplexing butterfly illusion to lure Bai Yanqing out. Your Highness, Princess, we shouldn't stay here for long. Let's go back to the army first and discuss this further, Gu Beiwe said seriously. Although things did not go as planned, at least they managed to rescue Ningqing. Just as everyone was about to leave, Deacon Jean blocked Han Yunqi's path. He said word by word, Han Yunqi, where's my indenture contract? Come back with us. We'll talk about it later, Han Yunqi said cold. Impossible. Deacon Jean refused. Han Yunqi had been tolerating it, but when she heard this, she immediately flared up. She said rudely, then don't take it. Unexpectedly, Mu Ling said, Sister, give him the indenture contract. I promised him. Why should I give him the indenture contract? Han Yunqi asked cold. Mu Ling was shocked. Sister, he saved us. Indeed, if Deacon Jean had not rescued Ningjing and the others, they might not have been able to rescue Ningcheng from Junixia so quickly, much less kill Junixia so quickly. However, wasn't all of this caused by Deacon Jean? It's only right that he saved you. If he hadn't colluded with that Qing guy, Eastern and Western Qin's army would have already flattened northernly. At most, he saved you and the children. Ningjing's whereabouts are still unknown. What right does he have to ask me for the indenture contract? Han Yunqi glared at Deacon Jean angrily and warned him cold. Jinzi, let me tell you, if anything happens to Ningjing, don't even mention the indenture contract. You'll have to leave your life behind. Tang Li watched from the side. Although he didn't say anything, his eyes were full of hostility. Deacon Jean didn't care about them. He only cared about Mu Ling. His long, narrow, and cold eyes slowly narrowed, emitting a dangerous aura. He stared at Mu Ling. Mu Ling bit her lip, not knowing what to do. She promised Deacon Jean that she would persuade her sister to return the indenture contract to him. But now, she couldn't refute her sister's words. At this moment, Gu suddenly pulled Mu Ling behind him. He sneered and looked at Deacon Jean from head to toe. What? Are you bullying our Ling? Or because she's young and easy to trick? Deacon Jean still didn't say anything and just looked at Mu Ling. Mu Ling didn't know what to do. She would rather hate Deacon Jean, but she didn't know when she started to hate him. Gu, take him away. Han Yunqi said cold. Finally, Mu Ling couldn't take it anymore. She shook off Gu's hand and ran to Han Yunqi's side to pull her arm. Sis, if it wasn't for Jean Z, I wouldn't have lived until now. And little Tang Tang would have starved to death long ago. Sis, just let him make up for his mistakes with good deeds. Forget it. Han Yunqi was suspicious. Mu Ling, this little girl, had always been a vengeful person. Why was she so tolerant of Deacon Jean? A complicated look flashed across her eyes, and she said, Mu Ling, you can forget about it, but what about Ningjing? Even if Ningjing comes back, it won't be so easy to forget it. Tang Li finally spoke up. Mu Ling became even more anxious. She realized that Jean Z was right. As long as he brought her back, only death would await him. However, he still brought her over because of her promise. Mu Ling didn't want to haggle over who was right and who was wrong and who owed who more. She didn't want to go back on her promise, and she didn't want to owe anyone anything. She steeled her heart and grabbed Deacon Jin's hand tightly. She said, Sis Ling, has already pledged to marry Jean Z. Ling, was born Jean Z's woman and will die as Jean Z's ghost. If you don't let him off, then you won't let Ling off. Han Yunqi was dumbfounded. You, Mu Ling, didn't dare to look into Han Yunqi's eyes for fear of being exposed. She looked at Tang Li and said seriously, Big brother Tang Li, please forgive Jean Z this time on account that Ling has lost her reputation to protect Sister Jing's child. Tang Li was most grateful to Mu Ling. Looking at Mu Ling's teary eyes, he didn't know what to say. He could only look at his sister-in-law. Han Yunqi was scared out of her wits by Mu Ling. She didn't believe that Mu Ling would give up on Gu so easily. She secretly wondered if Mu Ling had been threatened by Jin Zi, or had she been coaxed. Seeing how agitated Mu Ling was, Han Yunqi rationally didn't argue. She said, Ling, Tang Li can't make a decision on behalf of Ningjing. Moreover, I don't have the indenture agreement with me. Also, what's the big deal about a private pledge? You're a daughter of the Mu family, my sister. How can I marry you so casually? Go back to the three-way black market and wait. Ling, will come with us. I'll consider this matter. Han Yunqi was stalling for time. It was also a test. She was testing Deacon Jin's sincerity and whether he would reject her. It was easy for Deacon Jin to summon tiger beasts to deal with them in the wilderness, but it would be difficult to escape once they reached the three-way black market. All right, if I marry her, I'll get everything I need. I'll wait. Deacon Jin actually agreed. He added, I believe that the princess of Western Qin will keep her word and won't go back on it. Of course. Han Yunqi agreed readily. She thought that if she didn't go back on her word, Mu Ling could go back on her word and not marry him. On the way to the army, she had to properly ask Mu Ling, what was going on? Gu didn't make a sound. He rubbed his chin, deep in thought. Mu Ling, gaze had already drifted towards him a few times. Deacon Jin also glanced at him a few times, but he didn't make a sound. Ling heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were all about to shatter. In a fit of pique, she said, Sis, don't let Jin Zi go back to the three-way black market. Let him come with us. Ling doesn't want to be separated from him. Whether or not Deacon Jin was a direct descendant of the Black Clan needed to be investigated, now that Ning Cheng's subordinates had yet to be eliminated. Bringing Deacon Jin with them was much safer than letting him return to the three-way black market. Han Yunqi looked at Deacon Jin. Deacon Jin actually said, Mu Ling can do whatever she wants. Chapter 1091. Although it was already nighttime, Han Yunqi's group did not stay for long and immediately left Tiger's prison. The trip to Tiger's prison saved them more time than they expected. At this time, the Ning army was still attacking the three-way pass. As soon as they left the mountain, Long Fei received news that the breakthrough was going smoothly. Deputy General Xue estimated that they could take the three-way pass within 5 days. 30,000 steel cavalry were already waiting at the three-way battlefield. As long as the news of Jun Yixie's death spread, the three-way pass would collapse on its own, and the southern part of northern Li would be thrown into chaos. Long Fei Yi had already taken Jun Yixie's token and ordered the Shadow Guard to deliver it to Deputy General Xue. This was undoubtedly great news for the North Expedition Army. Han Yunqi's group was heading south and could meet up with Deputy General Xue's group. After saving Ningcheng, Han Yunqi would not have to worry about the cooperation between Eastern and Western Qin. Even if there were any conflicts, they would be left to Long Fei Yi and Ningcheng to discuss. Han Yunqi was happy and relaxed. After leaving the mountain, the group headed south. They did not know that the person they were looking for, Bai Yanqing, was actually in the mountain. After they left Tiger's prison, Bai Yanqing arrived. Beside him was a black-clothed servant, Hao San. Hao San knew that Jun Yixie had buried gunpowder in Tiger's prison. He also knew that Jun Yixie was determined to perish together with Han Yunqi's group. Therefore, he had already escaped from Tiger's prison. Jun Yixie's subordinates either died or fled. All that was left of Tiger's prison was a sea of fire. Jun Yixie's corpse was in front of this sea of fire. Bai Yanqing walked over and looked down at Jun Yixie. He said indifferently, "After all, he is old man's disciple." "Master, what is the background of that Deacon Jin?" Hao San asked. "He's definitely not a direct descendant of the Black Clan." Bai Yanqing was very certain. The Black Clan had the beast-taming technique, which didn't exclude the possibility that other clans on this continent also had this kind of talent and skill. Bai Yanqing did not know where Deacon Jean came from, but he was very sure that Jun Yixia was a direct descendant of the Black Clan. Ever since the war in the Great Qin Empire, the Feng clan and the Black Clan had been on good terms. Jun Yixia's father was his best friend, so there was no mistake about it. Hao San frowned as he looked at Jun Yixia, who had died with his eyes wide open. He sneered, "This Jin Zi is really vicious." Bai Yanqing didn't say much. He took out a bottle of poison and slowly poured it on Jun Yixia's body. Soon, Jun Yixia melted into a pool of blood. Not even his bones were left, as if he had never existed in this world. Hao San looked at his master's expressionless face and couldn't help but feel fear. Jun Yixia could be considered his master's half-son, but his master really didn't have any feelings for him. Master, from the looks of it, they shouldn't have gotten the Ganjiang sword yet. Hao San said again. Before he escaped from Tiger's prison, he paid special attention and didn't see any treasured swords in Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi's hands. Bai Yanqing looked at the raging fire. His pale face was especially clear under the light of the fire. He smiled kindly and said, "Whether or not they have it, the old man won't give them any more time. Hao San, go and tell that great general that the Three Roads Pass is about to be broken. It's time to move." Yes. Hao San was overjoyed and immediately left. What Bai Yanqing wanted to do and who the great general was, this secret would be revealed soon. Danger was approaching Han Yunqi and the others, but it was a pity that they couldn't guard against it. When they reached the county town, Han Yunqi and the others changed into the carriage. Tang Li brought little Tang Tang back to the Tang sect first. He naturally had to come back, but he had to settle little Tang Tang down first. How could such a young child run around with everyone like this? Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi naturally rode in the same carriage. Other than Gu, no one present dared to disturb them. Gu dared, but he didn't have the ability to do so. He, Gu Beiwe, and Ning Cheng were in the same carriage. Gu Beiwe was responsible for looking after Ning Cheng. Deacon Jean and Mu Linger were in the same carriage. The group disguised themselves as a caravan and set off from Tianhe City towards the southeast. That night, everyone was exhausted and nestled in their carriages to rest. Han Yunqi was in a daze when she suddenly woke up. She once again sensed that Lil Thing was cultivating. In the past, the feeling was always very vague, but recently the feeling was becoming more and more obvious. She knew that she was very, very close to the third level of the poison storage space. She just needed an opportunity to break through. After being separated for so long, Lil Thing must be very lonely. Han Yunqi thought of Lil Thing's big innocent eyes and felt sad. She didn't know when she would see Lil Thing again. This time, when they went to the army and handed over the military affairs, sent Ning Qing back to the D clan, they had to lure Bai Yanqing out no matter what. Even if they couldn't kill Bai Yanqing with their current strength, it was still possible to trap Bai Yanqing. If Mo Xie's sword could be cultivated earlier, they would be more confident. When she thought of these things, Han Yunqi could no longer sleep. She nestled in Long Fei Ye's arms and didn't dare to move for fear of waking him up. Sometimes she even suspected that he wasn't sleeping soundly. Otherwise, how could he know every time she moved? When she couldn't sleep, Han Yunqi began to let her imagination run wild. Suddenly, she remembered something. This month's good friend seemed to be late again. Why did she take her pulse? Unfortunately, she was still very disappointed. In the early stages of pregnancy, the pulse wasn't very obvious. Unless it was an expert, it couldn't be felt. Although Han Yunqi knew this, she was still very disappointed. She guessed that her good friend was probably just late. When she was free, she still had to ask Gu Beiwe. It couldn't go on like this. At this time, Mu Ling also couldn't sleep. She leaned against the window and stared blankly at the dark night. She also didn't know how she got to this point. When the poisonous mosquitoes flew out of the mountain and the poisonous snakes swarmed out, she and Jinzi both knew that the reinforcements had arrived. Jin Zi said that when Han Yunqi and the others fought with Jun Yixia, he would take her out of the mountain and go to Winter Crow country, hide their identities, and never come back. She had a big fight with him, and even tried to snatch little Tang Tang back and escape. Unfortunately, she couldn't do it. She called him a thief who stole the child. Unexpectedly, he told her very seriously that if he didn't leave, Han Yunqi and Long Fei wouldn't let him go. If he left, he would treat her and the child well. Helpless, she could only beg him and exchange conditions with him. As long as he returned the child to Tangli, as long as he took her to see Han Yunqi and the others and told them the truth about the hostages in Tiger's prison, she would definitely persuade Han Yunqi to let him go. She would definitely marry him and go back to Winter Crow country with him. Until now, Jin Zi's answer still lingered in her ears. He answered her like this. He said, Mu Ling, I can give you a year. If Gu marries you within a year, I'll pretend that you didn't promise me anything today. Jin Zi definitely didn't know that she had never asked Chi brother to marry her. She had only asked for Chi brother to have her in his heart, and that was enough. However, today she said that she was going to get married. Chi brother didn't say a word. She had been kidnapped as a hostage and had experienced many dangers. Today, she was finally rescued. She should have been relieved. However, Mu Ling couldn't relax at all. Sandwiched between Jin Zi and Han Yunqi, she felt very tired, but she couldn't tell the truth. She suddenly missed the days in Tiger's prison. Although she was trapped, she could talk to Sister Jing at night and wait for help with Sister Jing. Jin Zi sat at the side with his arms crossed. He looked like he was asleep, but he was actually very awake. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at Mu Ling. He looked at her for a long time without batting an eyelid, but Mu Ling didn't realize it. When they were in three-way black market, many women took the initiative to send themselves to him, and some of them were smart and quick-witted. He didn't know how he fell into this girl's trap. He had always hated silly women. Deacon Jean seemed to want to say something, but in the end he sighed softly and closed his eyes again. At this moment, Gu suddenly came over. He said loudly through the curtain, "Girl, come over here for a moment." Mu Ling immediately came back to her senses and turned around without thinking. Okay. Deacon Jean didn't open his eyes until she got off the carriage. However, he quickly closed them again and sat motionless. After Mu Ling got off the carriage, she followed Gu into their carriage. Ning Cheng was still unconscious, but Gu Beiwe wasn't really asleep. He was taking a nap at the side, afraid that Ning Cheng would suddenly wake up in the middle of the night. When he saw Mu Ling coming over, he glanced at her, nodded, and closed his eyes again. Mu Ling sat opposite Gu, looking at her favorite face, which had haunted her the most. Her heart, which had been aching for the whole night, finally stopped hurting. "Tell me, how did this Jean guy trick you?" Gu spoke in the tone of a parent. Mu Ling thought for a long time and decided to go all out and test him. She said, "He didn't trick me. I did it willingly. I like him. I like him a lot." Gu raised his eyebrows and looked at her, not saying anything for a long time. Mu Ling waited. Although she looked calm, her heart was in a mess and her heartbeat was racing. After a while, Gu asked again, "When did you like him? What do you like about him?" "When we were kidnapped, it was all Uncle Cheng's mischief. Jin Zi took good care of me and Ning Jing along the way. He gave us whatever we wanted. He even kept in touch to find hot food for me to eat every day. When we were at Tiger's Den, he found out about my fake pregnancy, but he didn't expose me." At this point, Gu stopped her. He rubbed his chin, looking puzzled. "Girl, what does Jin Zi like about you?" "I don't know. Anyway, he likes me too. He likes me a lot." Mu Ling said again. Gu Qishao snorted disdainfully. "Little lass, do you really believe that just because someone treats you a little better? If he doesn't hook up with you, how can he fight with your sister? How can he get the indenture agreement?" Gu leaned over and pinched Mu Ling's nose. He smiled dotingly. "Silly girl, why didn't Chi brother realize that you were so stupid in the past?" Mu Ling I wanted to smile at Chi brother like before, but she didn't this time. She said seriously, Chi brother Linger is serious. Ling really wants to marry him. If Jean Z didn't use me, he could have run away. Is the indenture agreement more important than his life? He knew that he might lose his life if he came to find you, but he still brought me here. Mu Ling steeled her heart and said, Chi brother, help me persuade my sister. Gu stepped back and asked with interest, Little girl, so you don't want Chi brother anymore? At this moment, Mu Ling heart almost stopped. Unfortunately, chapter 1092. Gu's words brightened Mu Ling Oi's gloomy world. However, Gu's words made her feel hopeless. Gu chuckled and said, Hey, my silly girl has finally grown up. She's not clingy to Chi brother anymore. He was smiling so happily. Humans would have a lot of helplessness and helplessness, but their hearts were absolutely free. It was because of this that there was so much pain. Even if she left with Jean Z, even if she no longer chased after Chi Gij, her heart would always only have Chi Gij in it. But she didn't even have the chance to answer him. Mu Ling wanted to laugh and laugh at herself. Even if he didn't give her a chance, she had to fight for it. After all, this was going to be her strongest night. Mu Ling looked into Chi brother's eyes and answered him seriously, Chi brother, you don't want Linger anymore. Gu was stunned when he heard this. However, he soon laughed out loud. Silly girl, Chi brother Linger is serious. Ling isn't joking with you. Mu Ling interrupted him. She knew that he was going to laugh it off and treat it as a joke. Gu suddenly became gentle. He leaned over and patted Mu Ling's head. He said seriously, Silly girl, how could Chi brother not want you? No matter who you marry, you'll always be Chi brother's silly girl. His gentle gaze and gentle words were the antidote she had longed for many years. It was the only antidote that could cure her unrequited love. However, at this moment, she felt like she had been poisoned and was beyond redemption. The gentle Chi brother was right in front of her, but her heart was in indescribable pain. She knew it. She knew it. She knew it. She knew that Chi brother had always treated her like a sister. It had always been like this. She couldn't help but cry, Chi brother, can you help me and Goldzy escape? Gu wiped her tears and said seriously, listen to me. Your sister and brother-in-law haven't figured out Deacon Jin's background yet. What if he's really a direct descendant of the Black Clan? Will you still marry him? What if he's not a direct descendant of the Black Clan? What if he doesn't become my sister's enemy? Can I marry him? Mu Ling asked again. Gu smiled. Silly girl, even if he's a direct descendant of the Black Clan, as long as he treats you sincerely and you really like him, you can marry him. Chi, aren't you afraid that you'll be cheated? We're not in a hurry. Let's wait until we find out more about him. When you get married, Chi brother will prepare a huge dowry for you. Mu Ling sniffled and kept nodding. Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll remember that I don't want anyone's dowry except for Chi brothers. Gu Qishao rubbed her head again with a grin. Go on, rest early. There was nothing more to say, but Mu Ling couldn't bear to leave. But Chi brother had already asked the coachman to stop, so she could only get off. Once Mu Ling left, Gu heaved a sigh of relief. He turned to look at Gu Beiwe, thinking that Gu Beiwe would say something. Who knew that Gu Beiwe's eyes were still closed, as if he was really asleep. Gu sat for a while and couldn't help but lean over to Gu Beiwe. He whispered, That girl has been pestering me for many years. Gu Beiwe didn't say anything. Gu stretched lazily and said, I'm finally free. Gu Beiwe still didn't say anything. Gu raised his arm and hooked it around Gu Beiwe's shoulder. He chuckled. Seventh Master is in a good mood today. I'll keep watch for you. Go to sleep. Gu Beiwe opened his eyes and said indifferently, Seventh Young Master, I think Miss Ling, I was testing you on purpose. What are you so happy about? Gu knew Mu Ling too well. Of course, he knew that Mu Ling was deliberately provoking him. He replied, "If she didn't test me on purpose, how would I have the chance to make things clear to her? Now that I've paid her back, I'm free of debt." Gu Beiwe wasn't in the mood to meddle, but since Gu had spoken, he spoke out of turn. "Miss Ling, I was probably threatened by Jean Z, right?" Although Mu Ling was simple, she wasn't stupid. She wouldn't be deceived. It was very likely that she was threatened. So even though everyone was present, she didn't tell the truth. However, Gu Beiwe couldn't figure out why Mu Ling would be threatened by Jean Z. "She has her sister." Gu chuckled and said, "She also has a brother-in-law. We don't have to worry about her." Gu Beiwe raised his eyebrows and glanced at Gu. He seemed to want to say something, but in the end he just smiled and didn't say anything. Gu was heartless. Although he was cruel, he was straightforward and wouldn't harm someone for a lifetime. In terms of being carefree and straightforward, Gu might not be as good as Gu Beiwe. Gu Beiwe didn't discuss this issue anymore. He removed the hand on his shoulder and said indifferently, "If you can't sleep, go keep watch. After all, we're in northerly territory." As soon as Gu Chishao set out, he looked back and forth. He was about to head for the front of the carriage when he saw Mu Linger sobbing outside. He immediately retreated and pretended that he didn't see anything. He ran to the back of the convoy and mingled with the shadow guard. Deep in the night, the carriage sped along. Deacon Jean waited and waited. He couldn't bear it anymore, but he still sat in the carriage and didn't move. He promised to give her a year's time. How could he not even wait for one night? He closed his eyes and continued to sit quietly. However, he didn't know that Mu Ling was sitting outside and crying silently. How many tears did she have to cry to complete a farewell ceremony? How could she convince herself to continue to be strong? Finally, the coachman couldn't bear it anymore and advised, "Miss Ling, don't be like this. Who bullied you? Tell the princess, and let the princess help you. Don't be afraid." When Jean Z heard this, he suddenly raised the curtain. Mu Ling subconsciously turned around and met with Deacon Jin's cold and terrifying eyes. Seeing Mu Ling, eyes swollen and red like blood and her little face streaked with tears, Deacon Jean clenched his fists tightly. He glared at her and fiercely slammed down the curtain, ignoring her. However, not long after, he opened his mouth and said, "Why aren't you coming in?" Mu Ling didn't know how to answer and simply threw him a sentence. "None of your business." After saying that, Deacon Jean lifted the curtain and unceremoniously pulled Mu Ling into the carriage and pressed her down on the seat. Mu Ling struggled. "What are you doing? Don't forget that you're now in my sister's hands." Deacon Jean didn't care and asked coldly, "Did Gu bully you again?" "No," Mu Ling denied. "Then why are you crying?" Deacon Jean questioned. "Why do you care what I'm crying about? Let go of me. Otherwise, I'm going to call for help." Mu Ling was very unyielding. Deacon Jean stared at her for a moment and released her. But just as Mu Ling was about to get up, he suddenly pressed her down on the seat and kissed her lips. This kiss was filled with his anger and domineering. After barging in so rudely, he didn't give her any room to resist and entangled her little tongue. Mu Ling wanted to bite him but couldn't. She shook her head vigorously, but Deacon Jean held her head with both hands and restrained her. Mu Ling could only hit him viciously and even scratch him. Finally, Deacon Jean released her and leaned his forehead against hers, panting heavily. She pushed him away and slapped him viciously, leaving a red palm print on his face. "Miss Ling, are you all right? What happened to you?" The coachman's voice was heard. Mu Ling sat dejectedly at the side and said indifferently, "I'm fine. I was just playing around." When she said this, Deacon Jean laughed and shook his head helplessly. He said in a low voice, "Mu Ling, you can tell the truth. You don't have to be controlled by me." Mu Ling didn't answer him. After a while, Deacon Jean asked again, Mu Ling, can I interpret it as you can't bear to part with me? No. Mu Ling, immediately retorted. Then why is that? Deacon Jean asked. We only had a verbal agreement. You can go back on your word. Mu Ling looked at him and retorted. You knew that I had the chance to go back on my word. Why did you agree to it in the first place? Deacon Jean smoothed his fine bangs with both hands, revealing his handsome face. He chuckled self-deprecatingly and said indifferently, because my fucking brain is damaged. Mu Ling obviously knew what he meant. Looking at him, her heart felt unbearable, and she didn't know what to say. Deacon Jean asked coldly, What about you? Is your brain damaged too? Jean Z, you're a good person. I can't harm you, Mu Ling said seriously. Her sister was already very wary of Jean Z. If she told the truth, would her sister let Jean Z go? She didn't know him at all, but she could see and feel that he longed for freedom and his home. When he talked about the scenery of the Winter Crow Prairie, the yearning expression on his face couldn't lie. Jean Z, I promised you that I would get the indenture agreement, so I will definitely get it for you. I don't like you. Don't make things difficult for me, okay? Mu Ling asked. Deacon Jean sneered. Mu Ling, you want me to believe you when you go back on your word. Do you really think that I, Jean Z, am a fool? Mu Ling looked at him, speechless. Deacon Jean avoided her tearful little face and said coldly, Mu Ling, unless you go back on all your promises, I won't give up. He gave her two choices. She could either do as she said and go with him, or expose him so that he would never be free. He used his most desired freedom as a wager and bet on her heart. The next day, Han Yunqi had enough rest and called Mu Ling over. She used both the carrot and the stick, but Mu Ling insisted that she and Deacon Jean were truly in love. Han Yunqi didn't force her. She sent people to the Winter Crow tribe while waiting for Ning Cheng to wake up. Deacon Jean was bought by the D clan. If there were any clues to his past, it should be in Ning Cheng's hands. The news of Jun Yixie's death quickly spread throughout Northern Li, causing panic in the southern part of Northern Li. A few days later, good news came from the Three Roads Pass. The Ning army had broken through the Three Roads Pass and entered Northern Li with 30,000 cavalry. When the news reached Long Feiyi asked the Shadow Guard to arrange for everyone to stay in a nearby manor and wait for the Ning army to arrive. Everyone had just settled down when Ning Cheng woke up. At this time, only Gu Beiwe was by his side. Gu Beiwe was overjoyed and was about to call someone over when Ning Cheng pulled his hand. Chapter 1093. Ning Cheng grabbed Gu Beiwe's hand. Ning Cheng didn't say anything. Gu Beiwe seemed to know what he meant and didn't say anything. He just looked at him, quietly with a slight smile. Seeing him smile, Ning Cheng also smiled. Haha, Gu Beiwe. He had known about the Shadow Clan since he could remember. He had seen this guy a few years ago when the D clan and the Nether clan had cooperated. How could he have known that the hostage the Nether clan had given him was the descendant of the Shadow clan that he had been searching for so many years? Now he knew that it was Gu Beiwe who had saved him from the explosion. If it wasn't for Gu Beiwe's shadow technique, no one in this world would have been able to save him. Gu Beiwe. Gu Beiwe. So it was you. Ha! Even though his laughter affected his wounds, Ning Cheng still laughed loudly. Gu Beiwe smiled bitterly. If he had known that the D clan was so loyal, how could there have been so many misunderstandings? Ning Cheng smiled and was about to get off the bed when Gu Beiwe hurriedly stopped him. Patriarch Ning, you're injured. You shouldn't get off the bed for the next few days. Ning Cheng became serious and insisted on getting off the bed. Gu Beiwe thought that Ning Cheng wanted to see the princess, so he couldn't stop him. He could only help him. No, Ning Cheng didn't let him help him. He stubbornly sat up on his own. He didn't help him, but stood up straight as soon as his legs touched the ground. He was clearly a merchant, but he looked like a soldier. He cupped his fists and bowed to Gu Beiwe. Gu Beiwe was very surprised and hurriedly came over to help him. Patriarch Ning, what are you doing? Back then, on the West Chu battlefield, I had eyes but failed to recognize you. Ning Cheng represents the entire D clan to apologize to Patriarch Gu. Ning Cheng was serious and magnanimous. Gu Beiwe smiled helplessly. Since we don't know each other, why are you being so courteous? It's all a misunderstanding. I've also misunderstood Patriarch Ning. Gu Beiwe released him and took a step back. He also clasped his hands and bowed seriously. The two of them looked at each other and smiled faintly. A gentleman's smile can erase all enmity. They were all upright gentlemen, and they never had any enmity to speak of. What misunderstandings could not be wiped away with a smile? School leader Ning, I'm all alone. I have no family or clan. You can just call me North Moon, Gu Beiwe said indifferently. Ning Cheng froze at the words, I have no family or clan. Just as he was about to ask, Gu Beiwe raised a hand to stop him. If the princess is here, then the Shadow Clan is here. With Gu Beiwe saying that, what else was there to ask? This was also why Ning Cheng had been searching for the Shadow Clan all these years, why he had always trusted the Shadow Clan so much. North Moon, if you don't mind, my D clan is your Shadow Clan. You can just call me Ning Cheng. Ning Cheng said seriously. You're too polite, school leader Ning. We're all family. Gu Beiwe still did not change his way of addressing him. He smiled. Apart from being gentle, he seemed like a sly fox. His words were full of hidden meanings. Ning Cheng had no time to think about it right now, but once the world was at peace in the future, Ning Cheng should be able to think about it. Are the princess and the others well? Ning Cheng remembered this very soon. They're all well. Don't worry, school leader Ning. Gu Beiwe immediately told Ning Cheng about Jun Isia's death and the current situation on the battlefield in Northern Li. Of course, he also told him about how Jun Isia had poisoned Ning Cheng to raise poisoned people. Ning Cheng ground his teeth in resentment. It was just a pity that he could not kill Jun Isia with his own hands. His Highness and the princess are waiting for you to wake up. I'd better get someone to tell them, Gu Beiwe said. Only when he saw Ning Cheng nod did Gu Beiwe order the Shadow Guard to report to him. It had been almost a year since they parted in Black Tower. He still remembered the last time he saw her. She was already one-eyed. Ning Cheng sat on the bed with his eyes lowered, waiting silently. Gu Beiwe saw this and said nothing either. He sat beside him. Soon, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi arrived. The moment Han Yunqi walked in, Gu Beiwe stood up. Ning Cheng also stood up at almost the same time. However, Gu Beiwe only nodded, while Ning Cheng cupped his fists and bowed. Subordinate Ning Cheng greets the princess. Han Yunqi stood by the door and looked at this scene. Her heart was filled with emotions. Who would have thought that after going around in circles, she and Ning Cheng would still return to this point? She raised her eyebrows and looked at him. Coldly she said, "Raise your head." Ning Cheng did as he was told. He looked straight ahead, his expression calm. Han Yunqi looked at his eyes seriously. One of them was empty, while the other was dark, deep, sharp, and bright. That gaze seemed to be able to see through everything, see through the bustling world and the clamor of people's hearts. I didn't do it on purpose. Han Yunqi said seriously, "This subordinate knows." Ning Cheng suddenly knelt down and said respectfully, "Fortunately, I still have one eye to receive punishment. This subordinate has been disrespectful to the princess. Please punish me, princess." He had said long ago that he would remember the crime of being disrespectful back then. There would be a day when he would receive punishment. Han Yunqi also remembered this incident and waited for Ning Cheng to receive punishment. However, she did not expect that he would receive punishment with his other eye. If both eyes were blind, wouldn't he be crippled? She admitted that back then she hated Ning Cheng's rudeness to the core and wished that she could blind his eyes with poison. However, she was still angry in her heart today. However, as the princess of Western Qin and as Ning Cheng's master, she could not bear to so cruelly punish a subordinate who had sacrificed everything for Western Qin. If she wanted to cripple him, why would she have risked her life to save him? As the princess, she had too many ways to punish him severely. However, this matter did not only concern her status as the princess, but also the feelings and face of another man, her husband. Han Yunqi eventually looked at Long Feiyi, only to see that Long Feiyi was expressionless and did not say a word. Han Yunqi understood that this was a place where official business was conducted. Coldly, she said, "Ning Cheng, listen up. I'll abolish your D clan noble title. Do you accept it?" When she said this, Gu Beiwei and Long Feiyi were a little surprised. However, Ning Cheng nodded without hesitation. This subordinate accepts it wholeheartedly. Han Yunqi continued, "If your Ning family army performs a great service during the northern expedition, this princess will grant you the title of king and general." Abolishing the noble title, but promising to grant him the title of king and general? Han Yunqi's move was truly brilliant. Perhaps in her eyes, Ning Cheng being blinded in one eye was already punishment enough. She was simply seizing the chance to abolish the D clan's noble title while still winning them over to her side. This was a secret signal to the D, Bai, and Nether clans, as well as the rest of the world. In the future, there would be no more Eastern and Western Qin, nor the 7 noble families. Cloud Realm Continent would only have one imperial clan and one empire. Long Feiyi's lips quirked up into a smile. The woman he'd taken a fancy to wasn't simple at all. This was Western Qin's imperial clan's business, so it had nothing to do with him. As for his personal grudges with Ning Cheng, he'd settle them with Ning Cheng later. Ning Cheng was a smart man. Since the princess had made such a promise, then his D clan would definitely have a place in the empire in the future. Ning Cheng kowtowed and kowtowed. "Thank you for the princess's favor." "Get up. Hurry and recover from your injuries. Without you, the Ning clan's head clan would have been thrown into chaos," Han Yunqi said coldly. Her face was cold, but her heart wasn't cold at all. As soon as Ning Cheng lay back on the bed, she went over to take his pulse and check for traces of poison in his body. Then she asked Gu Beiwei how Ning Cheng's injuries were. "You were clearly poisoned, so why didn't you say anything? Did you want to die?" Han Yunqi asked. This subordinate thought that Ning Jing had told him. Ning Cheng replied respectfully. His attitude was a carbon copy of Gu Beiwei's. Han Yunqi wasn't used to it, but she wasn't as courteous to Ning Cheng as she was to Gu Beiwei. If Ning Cheng wanted to be so respectful, she would let him be. Han Yunqi would never know that Ning Cheng didn't say that he was poisoned because he was determined to perish together with Jun Yixia. He didn't want her to take the risk to save him. Seeing that Ning Cheng was basically fine, Han Yunqi sat aside. From the beginning to the end, Long Feiyi just stayed by her side and didn't say anything. "What's Jin Zi's background?" Han Yunqi asked. Ning Cheng saw Jin Zi subduing White Tiger with his own eyes when he was tied up in Tiger's prison. Gu Beiwei also told him about it just now. He was as surprised as everyone else. A slave trafficker sold a slave from East Wu. At that time, he was very young and didn't have any identification. Ning Cheng thought for a moment and said, "But there's a clue that we can check." "What?" Han Yunqi was overjoyed. At that time, he didn't have anything on him, so he might have been searched. "If we can find the traffickers who handled him back then, we might be able to find something," Ning Cheng said. It had to be said that this was a very troublesome matter. Slave trafficking was often not done first, but through several hands. After such a long time, it wasn't easy to find all the people who handled the trafficking. Moreover, slave traffickers usually sold several people at the same time. Who knew how many people they had trafficked in more than 10 years? It wasn't easy for them to remember clearly what happened back then. However, this was the only way to find a clue. Han Yunqi immediately ordered the servants to return to Myriad Merchant Hall to collect information and investigate. At the same time, she also reported the news that Ningqing had regained consciousness. Ningcheng was a little hesitant, but he still said, "Princess, Jin Zi isn't a bad person by nature. I'm afraid he had no choice but to kidnap Ningjing and the others. Back then, it was this subordinate who promised to sell him into slavery." If Ningcheng hadn't mentioned it, everyone would have forgotten about this matter. However, now no matter who was in the wrong first, who was forced into a corner, and no matter who was good or bad, Han Yunqi only had two things to guard against. The first was what exactly happened between Deacon Jean and Mu Ling. Why did Mu Ling want to marry so decisively? Han Yunqi didn't believe that Mu Ling would have a change of heart for Gu. Mu Ling had said before that even if she had to chase him for a lifetime, she would still chase him until Qi brother grew old and couldn't run anymore. At that time, she would stay by Qi brother's side. If nothing had happened, Mu Ling would never go back on her promise to herself. The other was Deacon Jin's background. If Deacon Jin was really a direct descendant of the Black Clan, then if she let him go, even if he didn't control the Black Clan, Jun Yixie's old subordinates who had escaped would still find him. Han Yunqi wouldn't take the risk when facing someone she didn't understand. She wouldn't bet her sister's life on it. Ning Cheng, recuperate well. When the Ning army arrives, you'll be in charge of the Northern Expedition Army. We still have important matters to attend to. Han Yunqi said seriously. Ningqing knew that the important matter she was talking about was to save Ningjing. Ningcheng then looked at Long Feiyi and said seriously, "Princess, your highness, don't worry. This subordinate won't let you down." After everything was settled, Ningcheng had just woken up and needed to rest. Han Yunqi got up to leave, but Long Feiyi still sat there without moving. Chapter 1094. Seeing that Long Feiyi didn't understand, Han Yunqi's eyes flashed with a complicated look. She knew that Long Feiyi wanted her to deal with Ningqing in addition to official business. She really didn't know how Long Feiyi would deal with Ningqing. She couldn't help but admit that she was a little apprehensive. After all, that was her bottom line, and it was Long Feiyi's bottom line. Usually, Long Feiyi would have the heart to kill her if she revealed her feat, let alone she was worried that Long Feiyi would really stab Ningqing's other eye blind. At this time, Gu Beiwe stood up. "Your Highness, Princess, this subordinate still has to prepare some medicinal herbs for use on the road. I'll take my leave first." Gu Beiwe deliberately glanced at Han Yunqi. Only then did Han Yunqi return to her senses. She said lightly, "I'll go with you. Let Ling, or that lass, help out too." Gu Beiwe seemed to be afraid that Han Yunqi wouldn't leave, so he deliberately gestured for her to leave. Han Yunqi went out with him and personally closed the door for Long Feiyi and Ningcheng. "Princess, let's go." Gu Beiwe didn't try to persuade her. That was all he said. However, since Gu Beiwe had spoken, Han Yunqi knew that she could rest assured. Long Fei, you probably wouldn't commit murder or arson. She and Gu Beiwe walked towards the rear courtyard. "Did you check Ningcheng's hand again these 2 days? Is there really no way to save it? Could it be that we saw wrongly?" Han Yunqi asked in a low voice. When she saw Ningcheng's movements just now, it was very natural. She couldn't tell that he had a prosthetic hand at all. Han Yunqi sincerely hoped that she and Gu Beiwe had been mistaken that night. During the spring and autumn warring states period, there was a form of torture known as hang, which involved cutting off the legs of the criminal. At that time, there were many people who were tortured, so there were many people who had lost their legs. At that time, someone invented artificial limbs, and there were even peddlers who specialized in selling artificial limbs. There were also traces of artificial limbs in the historical records of Greece and Rome, as well as in archaeological records. Cloud Realm Continent's medical standards far surpassed the historical imperial court she knew. She believed that this continent had artificial limbs, but Ning Cheng's arm was made of real flesh and blood. She couldn't tell at all. Gu Beiwe shook his head, helplessly. Princess, it can't be wrong. I examined it again in detail. The tendons of Master Ning's arm were alive, but the bones were dead. They were fake bones or artificial limbs. Although the curative effect was not good, the doctor was able to keep the flesh and blood of Master Ning's arm so that it would not wither and die. I am unable to help you. Only then did Han Yunqi give up. Forget it, forget it. Gu Beiwe had not only examined Ning Cheng's arm, but Ning Cheng's palm as well. Naturally, he'd seen the needle, but he would never tell anyone about it, no matter who it was. When they reached the rear courtyard, there was no need for Han Yunqi to search. Mu Ling was already picking through the medicinal plants that the Shadow Guard had just delivered. All of them had burns on their bodies, so they naturally had to prepare medicine. Moreover, they were planning to send Ning Cheng to the army before heading to the poison sect's forbidden grounds and use the perplexing butterfly illusion to lure Bai Yanqing out. As meticulous as Gu Beiwe was, he'd prepared common medicinal ingredients for the trip. Princess, shall this subordinate take your pulse again? Gu Beiwe suddenly asked. Han Yunqi wanted to ask a certain question, but Mu Ling was here, so she held back. If Mu Ling, a girl who didn't know how to make a fuss, heard that question, Long Fei Yi, Gu, and even Jin Zi might find out. Unlike last time, Gu Beiwe let go of Han Yunqi's hand after a while and said, Princess, you should take advantage of the next 2 days to rest well. If you keep working like this, your body won't be able to take it. Is there a problem? Han Yunqi asked. It's a small problem, a problem with your blood and qi. Gu Beiwe said as he wrote a prescription for Mu Ling, to prepare. When small problems come together, a big problem will come. Mu Ling hadn't been in a good mood recently. She glanced at the prescription and didn't think too much about it. She immediately picked the herbs from the pile and casually said, What a coincidence! We have all these herbs. Han Yunqi didn't pay attention to this coincidence. She thought to herself that there was no hope for her this month. She'd drink Gu Beiwe's medicine and work hard next month. Long Fei Yi hadn't mentioned this problem until now. She didn't know if he was troubled by it. He was probably so busy that he'd forgotten about it. Princess, what are you thinking about? Gu Beiwe asked. Nothing. Han Yunqi snapped back to her senses. She looked at Mu Ling, and immediately realized that Mu Ling's eyes were swollen. This girl had cried again. Suddenly Mu Ling looked up and asked, Sister, Ning Cheng is awake. Can we get Jin Zi to see him? Why? Han Yunqi was puzzled. Sister, Ning Cheng and Jin Zi have been master and servant for many years. They're also friends. Jin Zi has always been thinking about Ning Cheng. Just let him see Ning Cheng. Mu Ling said seriously. She wasn't lying because Jin Zi had indeed asked her before. Of course, she still had a lot of selfish motives. She hoped that Ning Cheng could help her persuade Jin Zi. You can take him there later. Han Yunqi agreed readily. How could the silly Ling win against her incomparably shrewd sister? Han Yunqi wanted to use this opportunity to let Ning Cheng test Jin Zi and ask him what was going on between Jin Zi and Mu Ling. More importantly, she was still hoping that Ning Cheng could get Deacon Jin to help them. Regardless of whether Deacon Jin was a direct descendant of the Black Clan or not, once he revealed his beast-taming technique, who in the Black Clan wouldn't submit to him. If he helped, at least some of Jun Yixie's subordinates in Northern Li would surrender. This way, the war would be less chaotic. Whether it was the soldiers on both sides or the herdsmen in the southern part of Northern Li, they would all suffer less. Deacon Jin was full of hostility towards them, especially her, the person who had cheated his entire bank. She naturally couldn't show her face. However, Ning Chang could talk nicely with Deacon Jean. Seeing that Han Yunqi agreed, Ling was overjoyed. I'll go call him now. Wait, go tonight or tomorrow. Han Yunqi stopped her. Mu Ling didn't understand. Ning Ching wants to rest, right? Your brother-in-law has something to do with him. Han Yunqi thought for a moment, then used a word, talk about it in detail. Oh, Mu Ling thought it was an important matter, so she waited obediently. Gu Beiwe squatted at the side, picking medicinal herbs. He turned back to look at Han Yunqi, and the corners of his mouth hooked up into a faint smile, helpless and doting. How could Long Fei Yi talk about it in detail with Ning Cheng? A gentleman uses his mouth and not his fists, but a man doesn't talk nonsense. Long Fei Ye's figure flashed forward, and a fist smashed towards Ning Cheng's face, directly sending Ning Cheng flying to the bed. He had wanted to settle the score for Ning Cheng tearing Han Yunqi's clothes for a long, long time. He didn't care how many injuries Ning Cheng had on his body. Daring to bully his woman like that, he had to pay the price. Ning Cheng spat out a mouthful of blood and supported himself on the bed. He obviously couldn't get up, but he still forced himself to. But as soon as he got up, Long Fei punched him again and sent him sprawling on the ground. Ning Cheng got up again, and Long Fei Yi still beat him. After 3 punches, Ning Cheng was completely lying on the bed, unable to get up. He spat out a large amount of blood, and his already pale face became a terrifying white. Do you regret it? Long Fei Yi finally spoke. Regret, Ning Cheng honestly said. This crown prince would rather you collude with Junie Xie. Long Fei looked down at him disdainfully. If Ning Cheng really colluded with Junie Xie, he could happily kill him. There was no need to consider the big picture. Ning Cheng's lips curled into a cold smile. It's a pity that I don't. In the northern expedition, as long as there is a single defeat, this prince will not be polite, Long Fei Yi said. His meaning was that if Ning Cheng lost a single battle, he would not agree to Han Yunqi's promise of becoming a king. Is your highness using public office to avenge private wrongs? Ning Cheng could still laugh. Long Fei Yi generously admitted, Yes. All right, this one will remember. Ning Cheng honestly said. Actually, he was very clear that if Long Fei Yi wanted to use public office to avenge private wrongs, he wouldn't be alive today. If he wanted to be the Di family's mortal enemy, the Di family wouldn't have a chance to cooperate with the East Qin army. Even if he wasn't convinced, he still admired Long Fei Ye's magnanimity as an emperor. Although Northern Li's situation was very chaotic and the Northern expedition had a large advantage, how could it be possible to guarantee victory? Unless a miracle happened. Long Fei Ye's goal was very clear. After the battle, he wanted him to disappear from Han Yunqi's sight forever. Remember to return that purple muslin robe to this prince. Long Fei Yi still remembered this matter. Ning Cheng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and replied, All right. Long Fei Yi turned to leave, but Ning Cheng suddenly shouted out, directly calling his name, Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi ignored him. Ning Cheng said, Long Fei Yi, after the battle, do you dare to drink with me? If you win, I'll leave. If you lose, I'll stay. He wanted to stay, not for anything else, but to give the Di family's brothers who had risked their lives for him. They were there to fight for the country, but the country couldn't be without them. In the Di family, other than those in charge, there were many brothers who silently contributed. Once he left, the Ning family's brothers would disband and scatter to other armies, being ostracized. He wanted to stay, but also for Han Yunqi, for his princess. Eastern and Western Qin cooperated, but in the end they were divided into factions. The Di family was the princess's only backing. How could he leave without worry? Long Fei Yi stopped and laughed. Ning Cheng, if you want to drink with this prince, first take down Northern Li. Remember, this prince won't allow you to lose a single battle. This was Long Fei Ye's condition, and also his bottom line. All right, it's a deal. If I don't lose, please prepare some good wine. Ning Qing said loudly. When Long Fei left, he couldn't help but vomit several mouthfuls of blood. Long Fei Ye's 3 punches had been so heavy that he'd almost fainted. If he hadn't clenched his left hand so tightly that the needle in his palm would have jolted him awake, he would have fainted long ago. His crippled arm was his loyal dream of reviving his country. His crippled hand was his hidden infatuation. When all his iron-blooded ambitions and tenderness fell on a woman, he had no right to choose. Besides the dead Jun Yixia, Uncle Cheng, and Bai Yuqiao, as well as Ning'en, who'd always been guarding Tianning's imperial palace, who else in this world knew his heart? Even Han Yunqi only thought he defended her in order to find out her identity. Was it a calamity or a redemption that he could swear loyalty to a woman he wasn't allowed to like? It wasn't a calamity nor a redemption, but a life. He was willing to accept this fate and risk his life for it. Before Mu Ling could bring Jin Zi over, Ning Cheng had already sent someone to fetch it. Chapter 1095. When Jin Zi came to see Ning Cheng, he happened to bump into Mu Ling, coming out of Ning Cheng's room. Ever since they moved to the courtyard, Mu Ling had been avoiding Jin Zi. Jin Zi was under house arrest under the Shadow's watch, so he didn't ask to see her. Bumping into him here, Mu Ling immediately avoided his gaze. She didn't know what she was feeling guilty about. Perhaps it was because she didn't fulfill her promise to Jin Zi and help him obtain his indenture contract. Mu Ling avoided Jin Zi's gaze and hurriedly fled. Jin Zi's gaze followed her, but he didn't call out to her. Only when Mu Ling Ari's figure could no longer be seen did Jin Zi knock on the door. Coldly he said, "Ning Cheng, I'm here." "Come in," Ning Cheng said in a deep voice. The shadow guard was waiting at the door. Jin Zi pushed the door open and entered. He saw that Ning Cheng wasn't lying on the bed, but was sitting on a nearby bamboo couch. Jin Zi walked closer and sized him up. He sneered, "I didn't expect you to be so lucky." "Sit," Ning Cheng lightly said. Jin Zi sat down. When he was a hostage in Northern Li, he didn't have many opportunities to interact with Ning Cheng. But Ning Cheng's gaze was enough for him to understand, so he didn't say too much to Jun Yixia. He and Ning Cheng were master and servant in name, but in reality they had been friends for nearly 20 years. At the same time they were also enemies. He used the three-way black market's casino business to open a black money house. He had already earned enough money to redeem himself. Several times he offered a price 100 times higher than the market price, but Ning Cheng refused to let him redeem himself. In this matter, he and Ning Cheng were absolute enemies. Glancing at the tea on the table, Jin Zi sneered, "Haha, when did Honorable Ning start drinking tea?" For so many years, he had only seen wine on Ning Cheng's table. "Dr. Gu won't give me any alcohol. Why don't you get me 2 jars? Ning Cheng smiled. "Brother?" Deacon Jean laughed loudly. "Brother, do you still keep your promise to me?" Back at Myriad Merchant Hall, Ning Cheng had promised him that as long as he could deal with Mu Ling and take over the Mu clan, he would return the indenture contract to him. If it wasn't for this agreement, how could he, who had never been close to women, take the initiative to provoke Mu Linger, such a stupid girl? If he hadn't taken the initiative to provoke them, how could he have provoked Han Yunqi to stand up for Mu Linger, defraud his bank, and provoke Mu Linger to owe him a huge debt with his gold card? If it weren't for the fact that he was heavily in debt and was being pursued by Kingan Private Bank, would he have colluded with Uncle Cheng to kidnap someone? How could he have fallen to such a state? How could he have taken a fancy to Mu Linger? Ning Cheng was waiting for him to meet him, and he was also waiting for Ning Cheng to wake up so that they could settle this score. Mu Linger couldn't convince Han Yunqi to return his indenture contract, so he could only pin his hopes on Ning Cheng. "Of course it counts. When have I ever not kept my promises to you?" Ning Cheng asked in return. A cold smile appeared on Jin Zi's lips. He didn't say anything and just reached out his hand. "Jin Zi, that matter hasn't been settled yet. Isn't it a little too early to ask for my indenture contract? Ning Cheng raised his eyebrows and looked over. Mu Linger has already agreed to marry me, and she's already told her sister, Jin Zi replied. Ning Cheng laughed loudly. You've already settled her? That girl might tell the princess the truth at any time. When that happens, even I won't be able to protect you. Before Jin Zi came over, Mu Linger had chatted with him for a long time. He knew all about how Jin Zi had threatened her. When they had agreed to settle her, it wasn't such a threat. This time, Jin Zi finally knew why Mu Linger was looking for Ning Cheng. He suddenly laughed out loud. Even Ning Cheng, who knew him best, didn't know what he was laughing about. It was obviously a cold laugh, but people could hear a trace of desolation in it. Let that girl go. Within 3 months, I'll think of a way with you to get your indenture contract back. Ning Cheng said seriously. Why should I believe you? Jin Zi retorted coldly. When have I ever lied to you? Ning Cheng's voice also turned cold. Of course Jin Zi knew that Ning Cheng would do what he said, but he still rejected. I can't do it. Ning Cheng questioned, Is it fun to force a little girl like this? I didn't force her. Deacon Jean immediately denied. She can tell Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi the truth at any time. I didn't stop her. Jin Zi, you're taking advantage of that girl's kindness. Ning Cheng rebuked angrily. Jin Zi was also angry and stood up. I didn't force her to be kind to me. Perhaps he was waiting for her to be unkind, waiting for him to give up. When he had already tried his best and still couldn't make himself give up, he could only wait for someone else to sentence him to death. Otherwise, what else could he do? Ning Cheng had never seen Deacon Jean so agitated. He looked at Deacon Jean for a long time and finally asked indifferently, Why? Ning Cheng, you haven't met yet. You won't understand. Jin Zi sat down. Ning Cheng was completely silent and didn't say anything. Jin Zi didn't sit for long before he stood up. Goodbye. Ning Cheng finally spoke. Jin Zi, I don't care about the matter between you and Mu Ling. But we can still talk about the slave contract. As soon as he said this, Jin Zi sat down with great interest. It seems that you didn't find me today because of Mu Ling. Ning Cheng stood up and asked seriously, How about forming a tiger army? How about we trample northernly with my cavalry? We can attack all the way to Wintercrow. Once we reach Dongguo, I'll ask the princess to give you the slave contract. Jin Zi was a smart person. As soon as he heard the words tiger army, he knew that Ning Cheng wanted to use him to form a tiger army to rope in Jun Yi Xie's Black Clan subordinates in Northern Li and even Wintercrow. If they could rope in Jun Yi Xie's subordinates, the northern expedition would be much easier. Help me pay off my debt to Kongon Bank first, then give me 10 million taels. Otherwise, no deal. Jin Zi immediately laid out his conditions. Ning Cheng laughed. Okay. Mu Ling, I didn't know about the agreement between Jin Zi and Ning Cheng. For the past few days, she had locked herself in her room. She didn't see Deacon Jean and didn't follow Chi Brother in and out like before. She didn't know if Deacon Jean missed her. Gu probably didn't. He basically stayed near Han Yunqi, either watching the sky from the roof or sleeping in a tree. While they were waiting for Deputy General Shue's arrival, Northern Li's political situation changed drastically. A few small cities near the three-way monastery even surrendered on their own accord. Meanwhile, some of Jun Yixie's subordinates abandoned their armies and fled, while others swore to die for revenge. There were even those who set up their own factions and surrendered to the Northern Li Emperor. The Northern Dynasty's emperors took the opportunity to recruit many local powers and made preparations to delay the war. As long as they delayed the war until winter, the troops from the south wouldn't be able to acclimatize and the weather would worsen. At that time, there might be a chance for a turnaround. Bailey Yuanlong quickly found out about the Northern Dynasty's emperor's strategy. It was for no other reason than the fact that noble consort Shao was still favored. The Northern Dynasty's emperor's favored consort was Bailey Yuanlong's daughter and Bailey Mingxiang's older sister. She was originally Bailey Mingxia, but changed her name to Xiao Mingxia and faked her birth. She had been hiding in the Shao family since young, entering the palace 10 years ago and gaining favor 5 years ago. Long Fei Yi prepared to use perplexing butterfly illusion to lure out Bai Yanqing while interrogating Helian Zuexiang, who had been hiding in the Han family for many years. Unfortunately, even when they used to threaten her, she didn't reveal any details about Bai Yanqing. On this day, a secret letter from Northernly arrived. Long Fei Yi glanced at it and hesitated. He didn't say anything for a long time. "What's wrong?" Han Yunqi asked. Long Fei Yi promised that he wouldn't really hurt and would only use Er's name to scare Helian Zuexiang. Han Yunqi didn't ask him to bring back. "Helian Zuexiang committed suicide and left you a letter written in blood." Long Fei Yi handed over a white handkerchief from the letter. Han Yunqi only frowned. In her opinion, an ingrate like Helian Zuexiang deserved more than death. However, when she saw the words written in blood on the handkerchief, her heart still felt stifled. There were only a few words written in blood. They didn't explain anything, not even an apology. They only begged her not to tell the truth and to continue being Er's older sister. Han Yunqi sneered. "She's really smart. She's so sure that I'm worried about Exactly. She knows you very well. This is your weakness." Long Fei Yi replied cruelly. Han Yunqi snorted. "No, this is my strength." Long Fei Yi smiled helplessly. He wanted to take this opportunity to attack this woman, but he couldn't. In fact, this wasn't her strength, but her ability. Kindness and benevolence were indeed good points. But doing good required not only good qualities, but also sufficient ability. So, kindness and kindness were often a kind of ability. Han Yunqi made a prompt decision. "Bring back." The shadow guard on the side asked in a low voice, "Princess, what if the child asks about his mother? Just say his mother sacrificed herself to save him?" "No, I don't want to feel guilty." Han Yunqi was resolute. "Tell him that the Northern Li royal family kidnapped them and wanted his mother to be a spy. His mother would rather die than submit and sacrificed herself. Tell him not to cry and to be proud of his mother." Long Fei Yi looked at Han Yunqi with interest, but didn't say anything. Seeing that he didn't say anything, the shadow guard immediately left to carry out the order. Han Yunqi turned around and realized that Long Fei Yi was looking at her. "What's wrong? Is it inappropriate?" His gaze always made her feel guilty. "Give me a son. I want to see how you teach him." Long Fei Yi smiled. He liked his daughter because her daughter resembled her. He wanted his son because he wanted to watch her train his son. Had he never thought of having children because he wanted to have children? Han Yunqi walked over and hugged Long Fei Yi's waist. She looked up and smiled at him. "If your son knew that you wanted him because of this, he definitely wouldn't be close to you." Long Fei Yi shook his head. "He can only be close to me." In other words, he didn't mean that he wasn't allowed to be close to outsiders, but he wasn't allowed to be close to Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi couldn't wrap her head around it for a moment, because Long Fei Yi's kiss had already landed on her lips. Even Long Fei wanted nothing more than to drown himself in her gentleness and beauty for all eternity. Unfortunately, just as he carried her to the bed, a servant reported at the door, "Your Highness, Princess, Deputy General Xue has arrived and is requesting an audience." Deputy General Xue's speed was unexpectedly fast. Long Fei Yi pressed on Han Yunqi, his expression ugly. Han Yunqi couldn't help but laugh. She said meaningfully, "Your Highness, the bigger picture is more important." Long Fei Yi glared at her and didn't move, wishing everyone a happy Mid-Autumn festival in advance. August 15th was also Gu Beiyue's birthday. The official WeChat account of Genius Little Poison Consort will send out red packets this evening and tomorrow. Those who want to snatch red packets, please follow the official WeChat account. The account is Tainkaksia Chapter 1096. Long Fei Yi glared at Han Yunqi, and Han Yunqi just let him stare as she smiled. Meanwhile, the shadow guard was waiting outside the door. After a while, Long Fei Yi got up and Han Yunqi also got up. She slowly tidied up her clothes and hair and was about to look in the mirror to tidy up her face. Who knew that Long Fei Yi would say, "Bring him to see Ning Cheng. They haven't seen each other for so long. I'm sure they can chat for the whole night." Yes, the shadow guard obeyed the order and left. Although the shadow guard had left, Long Fei Ye's words were actually for Han Yunqi to hear. One night, Han Yunqi's mouth twitched. Just as she was about to get off the bed, Long Fei Yi leaned over again. He was very close as he said in a deep voice, "Beloved concubine, shall we continue? Deputy General Xue should have a lot to talk about with us. He and Ning Cheng probably won't talk for the whole night." Han Yunqi said seriously, "On this prince's bed, you're only allowed to call me by my name." Long Fei Yi buried his head in her ear and warned coldly, "This is the last time." Han Yunqi looked at the ceiling and smiled bitterly. How could this guy say something like that? Long Fei Ye's kisses lingered on her neck. Gradually, she couldn't think properly and her consciousness became a mess. Although it was the whole night, he only wanted her once. Compared to the past, it was indescribably gentle and considerate. She leaned against his bare chest and listened to his strong heartbeat. No matter if it was domineering, unyielding, or gentle and considerate, he was always as gentle as water to her after the deed. If she was still awake, he would definitely hug her and chat with her until she fell asleep. "Have you been tired recently?" he asked gently. She just realized that he was afraid that she would be tired. She was indeed tired. She had not stopped cultivating in the poison storage space. Moreover, she did not know if it was because she had been too busy recently, but the moment she rested, she felt a sense of fatigue, like spring sleepiness. "A little," Han Yunqi said faintly. "Go to sleep. You don't have to worry about military matters." Long Fei Yi flipped over and pulled Han Yunqi into his embrace. His slender legs immediately crossed over and straddled her thighs. He was too tall. As long as he wanted to, he could hide her entire body in his embrace. Han Yunqi was quiet for a while. Seeing that Long Fei Yi didn't move, she thought that he was also asleep. Therefore, she carefully reached out and caressed Long Fei Ye's well-defined chest. Long Fei Yi did not sleep at all. He looked down at the person in his arms who was up to mischief. Based on her understanding of him, she knew that even if he was asleep, he would definitely wake up when she moved like this. She knew that he was looking at her. Her hands did not stop moving. Very quickly, she lowered her head and kissed him lightly, lingering. "You've grown bold?" Finally, he could not help but say, if this continued, only God knew what he would do. He could withstand all the temptations and threats in this world, but he could not withstand her gentleness, even if it was just an action, even if it was just a sentence. She really did not dare to look at him. In a low voice, she said, "Long Fei Yi, one more time, okay?" Although she was a little tired, although she was still a little afraid that he would not restrain himself, she had promised to work hard. She wanted to see him dote on his daughter. She also wanted to give birth to a son who was very much like him. No. Long Fei Yi rejected cruelly. She was about to look up when he said, "2 more times, and we can talk about it." Talk about it? Han Yunqi completely surrendered. That night, one could only imagine, the next day, when they met with Deputy General Xue, it was already close to noon. Ning Cheng and Deputy General Xue had indeed chatted for the entire night. They did not only talk about military matters, but also the conflicts between the D clan and the East Qin camp when Ning Cheng was not in the clan. Deputy General Xue had his own selfish motives, but it was not his personal selfishness, but rather the D clan's selfishness. Ning Qing only listened and did not express any opinions. His attitude made Deputy General Shui unable to understand, so he did not dare to say anything. Deputy General Shui's artillery and 30,000 cavalry were stationed nearby. About 20 li away from here was Heavenly River City. This was the largest city in the western and southern part of Northern Li. It was also Jun Yixie's base. After news of Jun Yixie's death spread, the great general stationed in Heavenly River City, Yuan Guang, immediately united the troops stationed in the western and northern fortresses of Heavenly River City to declare independence. This was the hardest bone to chew in the southern part of Northern Li. If they could take it, it would be easy to take over the southern part of Northern Li before winter arrived. Deputy General Shui had come to bring Ning Qing back to the army while waiting for the East Qin army to arrive. His and Bailey Yuanlong's plan was to gather their strongest forces and end the battle as quickly as possible. They had to ensure that they could take over the southern part of Northern Li before winter and continue north after that. Currently, the initiative was in their hands. Even if the Northern Dynasty's emperors wanted to delay the war, they did not have the strength to do so. Ning Qing approved of this strategy and looked forward to meeting Bailey Yuanlong one day. With Ning Qing present, Deputy General Shui had no right to speak. Although he was very curious as to why the princess and her highness were not personally leading the battle to boost morale, he did not dare say too much. He retreated behind Ning Qing and stood there. Han Yunqi gave Ning Qing a bottle of antidote and told him a few things to take note of. The poison in Ning Qing's body was no longer a problem. With most of the matters taken care of, Han Yunqi and the others did not delay and set out after lunch. Before leaving, Ning Qing said, "Princess, this subordinate has a presumptuous request." Han Yunqi sat back down, and Ning Qing said seriously, "This subordinate wants to borrow Jin Zi." Han Yunqi did not need to ask. She already knew what Ning Qing was planning. Ning Qing understood Deacon Jean very well. She would be completely at ease if she handed Deacon Jean over to him. He's already yours, so there's no need to borrow him. Han Yunqi replied, "Then this subordinate will be so bold as to ask the princess to return the indenture contract." Ning Qing respectfully said. A complicated look flashed through Han Yunqi's eyes. She specially ordered someone to bring Jin Zi over. She took out the indenture contract in front of Jin Zi and handed it to Ning Qing. She said to Jin Zi, "Hey, don't ask me for the indenture contract in the future." Jin Zi's face was cold, and he did not answer her. Han Yunqi's gaze slowly moved and landed on Mu Ling. She said bluntly, "Ling, let's go." "Mu Ling, are you leaving?" Jin Zi subconsciously blurted out. The moment the words left his mouth, he regretted it. He had promised to give her a year's time. Since he had already said it, and everyone had heard it, he might as well go all out and wait for Mu Ling to make a choice. Mu Ling did not expect Jin Zi to ask her this in public. Her first reaction was to look outside. Although she had not been with Qi brother these few days, she knew that Qi brother must be sitting on the roof. She looked outside and did not answer for a long time. Long Fei Yi whispered to Han Yunqi, "I'll wait for you in the carriage." As soon as he went out, Gu Beiwei followed him out silently. Ning Qing also did not stay long and whispered to Deputy General Shui, "Go to the backyard. We have to talk about the weapons." After the master and servant left, only Deacon Jean, Mu Ling, and Han Yunqi were left in the room. If it was in the past, Han Yunqi would have left with Long Fei long ago. However, this matter concerned Mu Ling, life and even her life, so she had to accompany her. She did not say anything and waited quietly with Jin Zi. Although everyone had left, Mu Linger was still looking out the door. She knew that Qi Gij would still be sitting on the roof as long as her big sister didn't leave. She suddenly rushed out and stood in the courtyard and looked up. Sure enough, Qi brother was sitting on the roof with a piece of straw in his mouth and looking ahead. God knows what he was looking at, but Mu Ling knew that he must have heard everything in the room. Seeing her run out, Gu looked down and smiled. "Where's your sister? What are you waiting for? Come out." As soon as he finished speaking, Han Yunqi and Jin Zi both walked out. Gu immediately jumped down and said with a smile, "Poison girl, let's go." Chi brother must have thought that she would stay with Jin Zi, right? No matter how big the wound was, it was nothing compared to that sentence from the other day. TSK, TSK, my silly girl has finally grown up and is no longer clingy to Chi brother. Mu Ling ran over and held Gu's arm. "Chi brother, Ling, I will also go with you." Gu let her hold his arm and patted her head affectionately. He smiled and said, "Io, you're willing to part with your lover now?" Mu Ling did not answer. She just smiled intimately at Gu and deliberately ignored Jin Zi completely. Jin Zi stood there motionlessly and kept looking at her. Mu Ling's attitude was so contradictory that Han Yunqi could not believe that she really liked Jin Zi. "Let's go." She left first. Gu was a heartless person. He only knew that everything would be fine after he made things clear to Mu Ling that night. It was better for this girl to follow him temporarily than to be cheated by Jin Zi, right? He let go of Mu Ling and chased after Han Yunqi, but he left behind a sentence. "Girl, let's go. Chi brother will take you to eat delicious food." Mu Ling never thought that Chi brother was bad. Even if Chi brother did a lot of bad things and cruel things, she would find all kinds of excuses for Chi brother. However, at this moment, she felt that Chi brother was especially bad, very bad. However, she still felt a moment of happiness as if she was possessed. From beginning to end, she did not look at Jin Zi and ran out with Gu. Such a cruel rejection was better than exposing his threat to her sister, wasn't it? She suddenly realized that she was smart. In a year's time, Chi brother would not marry her. Jin Zi might also have a change of heart. After all, a year was still so long. They had already gone far away. Jin Zi was still standing there, expressionless as he looked out of the courtyard. He was such a proud person. Even though he was a slave, his pride and backbone had never been broken. How could he fall in love with such a lowly woman? Because he could not get her? Would he wake up if he got her? A year was not long. Jin Zi murmured, "Mu Ling, wait until I get back the slave contract. I must make you fulfill your promise." Jin Zi did not know that once they left the manor, before Gu let go, Mu Ling took the initiative to let go. It had to be said that this made Gu quite surprised. He smiled and said, "Little girl, what are you doing?" "Nothing." "What kind of tasty food are you taking me to eat?" Mu Linger's smile was just like before, her large eyes sparkling. Along the way, Mu Ling was waiting for Han Yunqi to interrogate her. She was also prepared to say nothing. However, Han Yunqi did not ask her anything. This made her feel uncomfortable. When they arrived at Three-Way Black Market, Ning Cheng had already led the army to attack Sky River City. But on the third day after Ning Cheng attacked Sky River City, something that shocked everyone and even caused panic happened. Chapter 1097. On the third day after Ning Cheng besieged Heavenly River City, a traitor had actually appeared in the Ning family army, Deputy General Shui. As soon as she heard the news, Han Yunqi's first reaction was to think of the Deputy General. However, the situation was far more serious than they had imagined. "Princess, the traitor is a Deputy General surnamed Qin. He took over 10,000 cavalry with him and pledged allegiance to Yuan Guang, who guards Heavenly River City." The Shadow Guard reported honestly. "What?" Han Yunqi was in disbelief. Only a portion of the Ning family leaders' elite troops were from the D clan. Most of them were recruited soldiers. However, they had followed Ning Cheng for so many years. So how could they betray him just like that? And they had not betrayed him when Ning Cheng was not around. So why did they betray him now? Even a mere pawn could tell that Ning Cheng would definitely win the battle in Northern Li. And as long as Ningqing won, the entire Ning family army would enjoy endless glory and wealth in the future. Don't tell me this Deputy General Qin was a spy in the first place. Long Fei Yi asked in doubt. Your Highness, Yuan Guang opened the city gates and led his troops out of the city. Right now, he and the 10,000 traders are attacking the Ning family army in a pincer attack. Great General Ning might not necessarily be able to achieve victory in this first battle. The Shadow Guard reported. Whether or not Ning Cheng was undefeated was no longer important. What was important was that the Ning family army was in great danger under these circumstances, and if they lost the battle in Heavenly River City, the battle in the south of the northernly battlefield would definitely drag on until winter. Your Highness, if he's a spy, just what kind of divine spy is he? How can he remain so calm? North Moon furrowed his brows in thought. In my opinion, the Northern Dynasty's emperors don't have that kind of heart. In that moment, a thought flashed through Long Fei Ye's head, but he rejected it very soon. He ordered coldly, "Tell Bailey Yuanlong to reinforce them. If we can't take Heavenly River City by the end of this month, I'll hold him accountable." Bailey Yuanlong had 100,000-strong army, a combination of the Ning and Bailey armies. For the northern expedition, Ning Cheng was the main general, with Bailey Yuanlong as his deputy. Ning Cheng focused on attacking the strategic city of Heavenly River City in the south, while Bailey Yuanlong led the troops north. The army of 100,000 was still in Bailey Yuanlong's hands and had just passed through the three-way battlefield. 50,000 of them were heading west to reinforce Ningcheng, 30,000 were heading north, and 20,000 were heading east to coordinate with the naval forces heading north. Even if some of the 30,000 cavalrymen of the Ning family turned traitor, as long as the reinforcements arrived in time, it would not affect the overall situation. Long Fei Yi and the others were shocked that the Ning family army could have a spy in their midst. What about the other armies? Not long after the Shadow Guard left, a familiar face rushed in. It was none other than Chu Shifeng. As soon as he recovered, he returned to the three-way black market with Bailey Mingxiang. At the same time, he brought back a piece of bad news. "When did you come back?" Han Yunqi was quite surprised. "Your Highness, Princess, this subordinate just arrived. Something's happened in Western Zhou. More than half of the Chu clan troops have turned traitor and colluded with two Western Zhou armies. 3 days ago, they started fighting with Chu Tianyin at the borders." As soon as Chu Tianyin finished speaking, the Shadow Guard arrived with an urgent message. "Your Highness, an urgent message from the Chu clan." Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi exchanged glances. Gu Beiwei finally stood up as well. Long Fei Yi opened the letter and saw that it was written by Chu Tianyin. It described exactly what Chu Shifeng had come to report. Chu Tianyin didn't have enough troops to fight back against the Western Zhou army and the traitors. He had retreated all the way to the border between Tianning and Western Zhou to ask for help. But Tianning's only troop station there had turned against him and joined forces with the Western Zhou army in a pincer attack. Chu Tianyin's letter read like this. "Your Highness, Princess, by the time you see this letter, my Chu clan troops will have been completely annihilated. This one will keep my promise and pledge my loyalty to the end. I hope your Highness will keep your word and protect my father and uncle from death. Both the Chu clan troops and Tianning's garrison troops have turned traitor. This one boldly asks your Highness and Princess to be on guard against the Tian and Mu family." The Mu family? Han Yunqi couldn't believe it. What did Chu Tianyin mean by this? Was he guessing that these traitors were all members of the Mu family? How was that possible? If General Mu's estate had such skills, then the Tian and wouldn't be the Tian and of today. There were spies in the Chu, Ning, and Tianning's garrison troops stationed at the borders. Moreover, they were all high-ranking military officers who could command large numbers of troops. What kind of skill was this? It was enough to ascend to the heavens. This was equivalent to controlling the forces of both eastern and western Qin. Long Fei Yi was surprised for the first time in his life. How could Gu Beiwe not be surprised? Long Fei Yi slowly turned his head to see Gu Beiwe looking over as well. The Li clan. Long Fei Yi muttered, "It's only them." Gu Beiwe was very certain. Besides the Li clan, there was no one else in the world who had such skills. The Li clan was skilled in the art of war. Unlike the Feng clan's Chiminduanjia, their military formations were solid military tactics. As long as one was willing to learn, they would have a chance to succeed. Thus, the Li clan had many students. The Li clan didn't charge them tuition fees, but required them to sign a military pledge that if the Li clan was ever in trouble, they would do their best to help, regardless of their standpoint. Back in the days of the Great Qin Empire, the Li clan students were spread far and wide. They were distributed among the various military forces and held important positions. Thus, the Li clan had always been a power struggle between the two imperial clans of Eastern and Western Qin and the other 6 noble clans. Fortunately, the Li clan had always maintained a neutral stance, so the power balance within the Great Qin Empire was relatively balanced. Even when the Great Qin Empire fell into civil strife, the Li clan remained neutral. In the end, they even disbanded their armies. Otherwise, Cloud Realm Continent wouldn't have had 3 countries to contend with. Of course, both the imperial clan and the noble clans were wary of the Li clan while trying to win them over. Thus, many of Eastern and Western Qin's armies were in the hands of the imperial clan and the noble clans. After the Great Qin Empire was destroyed, the Li clan vanished without a trace. Naturally, everyone's guard was lowered. The more important reason was that the number of people in the royal family and the nobles was limited. The position of a general could only be obtained through recruitment and promotion. Faced with such a situation, they had no way to defend themselves, even if they had the heart to do so. While everyone was still in shock, the shadow guard in charge of Tian An's intelligence network arrived. "Your Highness, Princess, Tian An has sent a secret report. Long Tianma's been placed under house arrest, and General Mu has taken control of all Tian An's military forces. He's preparing to launch a western expedition to the 3 central prefectures." This news cleared Long Fei Yi and the rest of their suspicions. General Mu was a descendant of the Li clan. "Looks like the Li clan, and by clan, have long been in cahoots," Long Fei Yi said. He had never understood, and Chu Tianyin had never been able to find out, why the emperor of the Western Zhou dynasty had made such a public appearance during the 100 Poisons sect incident. Now, it seemed that the emperor of the Western Zhou dynasty did not want to make a big deal out of the 100 Poisons sect incident, but General Mu. A complicated look flickered past Han Yunqi's eyes before she asked, "Did Mu Qingwu fall into Bai Yanqing's hands?" If the Li clan really wanted to stir up chaos in Cloud Realm Continent and seize control of the continent, why would they wait until now? With the Li clan's military prowess, they could throw Cloud Realm Continent into chaos at any time. Even if General Mu changed his mind and wanted to proclaim himself emperor, he wouldn't have waited until now. The best time for the Li clan to raise their troops would be when Jun Yixie was still alive. If that happened, the armies of Eastern and Western Qin would face the threat of Northern Li and the rebel army at the same time. When Han Yunqi recalled Mu Qingwu's disappearance, she couldn't help but wonder if the Li clan had been threatened by Bai Yanqing. "Princess, the young general wasn't kidnapped during the 100 Poisons sect incident," Gu Beiwe reminded her. No matter what ties the Mu family had with Bai Yanqing, Long Fei Yi and the rest had no choice but to act now that the rebels were everywhere. Long Fei Yi looked at Han Yunqi and said, "We have to lead the troops ourselves. We can't let others take advantage of us." If they continued to head to the Poison sect's forbidden grounds and left the fighting to their subordinates, they might even lose the south, much less the central regions. Ning Qing wouldn't be able to live without worries then. After all, if General Mu wanted to raise his troops, he must have more chips in his hands than they could see. Right now, Long Fei Ye's most urgent task was to personally take control of Bailey Yuanlong's 100,000 soldiers. He had to reappoint all of the lieutenants and high-ranking officers to ensure that nothing happened to the army. If something happened to the army, they would be in deep trouble. Han Yunqi was worried about the same thing. Although she was unwilling, she still nodded. All right, send someone to inform Tang Li. Soon the news reached the Tang sect and Skyriver City. Long Fei Yi, Han Yunqi, Gu Beiwei, and Gu didn't waste a moment. They immediately set off for three-way pass. Mu Ling volunteered to be a doctor in the army, and Han Yunqi agreed, who knew that the very night they arrived, the army of 100,000 soldiers rebelled. Two groups of soldiers were involved in the rebellion. One was the 5,000 elite troops sent to support Ningcheng, while the other was the 20,000 troops prepared to head north to attack the Northern Dynasty's emperors. At the same time, the troops stationed at the border between Tianning and Tian went missing, allowing General Mu to attack Tianning's borders that very night. Some of the troops stationed in the central regions and Jiangnan also rebelled, muttering that the south-central regions wanted to break away from eastern and western Qin's rule and become their own country. That night, the flames of war rose in all four corners of Cloud Realm Continent. Long Fei Ye's teacup crashed to the ground as silence filled the tent. The Li clan wants to throw the world into chaos, Long Fei Yi said. He could see clearly now that the Li clan had no intentions of opposing eastern and western Qin, much less fighting for dominance over Cloud Realm Continent. They only wanted to stop them from unifying the continent and throwing it into chaos. Otherwise, why would the south-central regions want independence? Why else would Ningcheng and Bailey Yuanlong's rebel troops surrender to northern instead of turning on them directly? Gu Beiwei was currently looking at a map on the wall. He leaned over and pointed at it as he said, General Mu made a good move. Once the south-central regions fall into chaos, half of Cloud Realm Continent will fall into chaos. Moreover, we won't be able to hand in grain this autumn. Our reserves are limited. Even if Tianning's east and west borders fall, Western Zhou and Tiannen's forces are limited. They won't be able to swallow up Tianning in a short period of time. Long Fei Yi could see the clues as well. There were already rebel troops in the 100,000-strong army that had suffered losses. If they sent too few troops south, they'd lose too many men and be unable to end the battles in northern Li quickly. If they sent too few men, they'd be unable to end the battles in Tianning. As a result, all of Cloud Realm Continent would be embroiled in battles in the east, west, north, and south. Heaven knows how long the chaos would last. This isn't the Li clan's intention, but Bai Yanqing's. Han Yunqi said. Gu Beiwei said, Princess, Your Highness, we have no choice but to. Chapter 1098. We have no choice but to give up on Northern Li, Gu Beiwei concluded. Even if the Li clan had caused chaos in Cloud Realm Continent, Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi wouldn't lose with their resources. As long as they were willing to give up on Northern Li for now and send their troops south to deal with the rebels and the Li clan, they would be able to quell the chaos. As for Northern Li, they could only leave Ningcheng here to maintain order so that Ningcheng could keep them safe for now. What if the southern armies of Northern Li make peace with the Northern Dynasty's emperors? Then won't we be attacked from two sides? Han Yunqi asked cautiously. There was no such thing as an eternal alliance or an eternal enemy in this world. There were only eternal interests. Perhaps this saying was too utilitarian, but it was very appropriate when it came to national interests. Perhaps the southern powers wouldn't make peace with the Northern Dynasty's emperors, but it was impossible to guarantee that the Northern Dynasty's emperors would make peace with them on their own accord. Han Yunqi's considerations were thorough, but Long Fei Yi reassured her. They won't. Even if the Northern Dynasty's emperors have such intentions, noble consort Shao will be able to convince them. Since Long Fei Yi was so certain, Han Yunqi stopped worrying. As long as the northern and southern sides of Northern Li didn't join forces, Ning Cheng's troops and some reinforcements would be enough to stop the cavalry from heading south. Han Yunqi dearly hoped that Ning Cheng could convince Jin Zi to help. As long as Jin Zi could subdue the Black Clan's old subordinates, they'd be more at ease. Long Fei Yi stood with his hands behind his back as he stared at the map in silence. Then he issued his first order. Deploy 10,000 troops to guard the area. The rest will follow this crown prince to the south. Actually, everyone assumed that Long Fei Yi wouldn't leave any troops for Ningcheng, but he really didn't use his position to avenge private wrongs. It took them a day to reorganize their forces. Long Fei Yi stayed up all night to make new arrangements for the garrisons in the central and southern regions. Han Yunqi and Gu Beiwe both accompanied him in making plans. Han Yunqi assigned a group of female mercenaries from the City of Daughters to form a small elite force for them to dispatch in times of emergency. Gu was not interested in these things at all. He could not sleep either. He sat by the side and listened to their discussion. Finally, he threw out a sentence. He said, "Poison lass, if worst comes to worst, we can form an army of poison corpses and kill our way to Tian'an." The first half of Gu's words were absurd, but the second half hit the nail on the head. As the saying goes, to catch bandits, first catch the ringleader. The key to quelling this rebellion was to take down Tian'an. To be exact, it was to take down General Mu's mansion. Everyone automatically ignored the first half of Gu's words. Gu Beiwe said seriously, "Bai Yanqing might be in Tian and Miss Jing, and the others might also be in Tian, and that's good. It saves us the trouble of looking everywhere." Han Yunqi said coldly, "Long Fei's target in the south was Tian'an. When Tian'an fell into civil strife, he had left in the middle of the night to officially start a war to regain their former glory. Unexpectedly, he was going to fight his way back in person." Long Fei Yi looked at Gu Beiwe and Han Yunqi and said in a low voice, "Order a few of the deputy generals to lead the troops directly to Zhongshan County. There are only 4 of us in Tian'an. We'll kill our way there. How about it?" He didn't care who had Mu Qinggu. He wanted General Mu's life. Han Yunqi and Gu Beiwe were stunned. They were very surprised. Why didn't they think of this? "Great." Gu laughed. "Long Fei Yi, I'll go with you." "It's a good idea. We can pretend to transfer troops and mislead the enemy." Gu Beiwe smiled. Han Yunqi was even more straightforward. "We can leave at any time." Before leaving, Han Yunqi went to the military medical camp and called Mu Ling out. She whispered, They'll leave tonight." "They're sending troops tonight?" Mu Ling was very puzzled. "Didn't they say that they would lead the troops to the south tomorrow?" Han Yunqi whispered a few words in her ear. She immediately knew what was going on. "Sister, will I be a burden to you if I go?" Mu Ling asked seriously. "Yes," Han Yunqi answered truthfully. Although it was cruel, it was still better than bringing her along as a burden and dragging everyone down, right? Mu Ling smiled. "That's good. I can stay away from Chi brother." "What's wrong with you? If you don't tell me, don't call me sister in the future." Han Yunqi wasn't angry. She was helpless. She had asked no less than 10 times about Deacon Jean, but Mu Ling just wouldn't tell the truth. "Sister, Chi brother, rejected me that night." Mu Ling lowered her head. Han Yunqi was very surprised. Mu Ling continued, "Sister, since Chi brother rejected me, I won't pester him in the future. But I can still continue to like him, right?" Han Yunqi listened for a long time, but still didn't get the main point. She held Mu Ling's hand and said seriously, "I can't interfere in the matter between you and Chi brother. That's your own business. But you have to tell me what's going on between you and Jin Zi. You want to marry him 1 minute, then leave the next? Why? Did he threaten you? Did he scare you?" "No." Mu Ling denied it. I just wanted to use him to anger Qi brother, and then that happened. Mu Ling didn't dare to meet Han Yunqi's eyes. She pushed Han Yunqi aside and said, "Let's go, let's go. Do you think I'm so easy to scare?" Although she still didn't feel at ease, at least she had an explanation. Han Yunqi instructed, "Later, Chu Shifeng and Bailey Mingxiang will come to pick you up. You two will secretly leave for the Tang clan." "I don't want to." Mu Ling refused immediately. "Then where else do you want to go?" Han Yunqi narrowed her eyes. If they left, Mu Ling wouldn't be able to stay in the barracks with that temper of hers. They'd finally found her, so how could she set her heart at ease if she didn't settle her down? "I'll just stay in the barracks and not go anywhere. I'll wait for your good news." Mu Ling explained hastily. "I received Lady Tang's letter a few days ago. Little Tang Tang is shy with strangers and cries at night. Ling, for Ningjing's sake, you should go." Han Yunqi's tone grew serious. Mu Ling couldn't refuse her words. She asked urgently, "When will Chu Shifeng and the rest arrive? How long will it take to get to the Tang clan from here?" Actually, Mu Ling had underestimated little Tang Tang. Perhaps it was because she'd experienced so many dangers since birth that she'd developed excellent adaptability. Little Tang Tang was living very well at the Tang clan. She had a bunch of people to play with her every day and a pair of people to guard her at night. She'd long adapted to life in the Tang clan and didn't need Mu Ling to worry about her at all. Just like that, Mu Ling was tricked by Han Yunqi and obediently waited in the barracks for Chu Shifeng and Bailey Mingxiang to pick her up. That night, Long Fei Ye's military orders were sent to various regions. The four of them secretly left the barracks and headed southeast towards Tian'an. The next day, the 70,000-strong army stationed outside Three-Way Pass split into two groups. One group went to support Ningcheng, while the other headed south. A few days later, the central and southern regions received Long Fei Ye's orders and adjusted their strategies to coordinate with the army heading south. After passing through Three-Way Pass, only 15,000 soldiers remained within Tianning borders to join forces with Tianning's eastern and western garrisons to resist Western Zhou and Tian'an's invasion. The 50,000-strong army didn't stop at all, but headed straight for the central regions and Jiangnan. The central regions and Jiangnan were Cloud Realm Continent's wealthiest and most livable places. Naturally, they needed to be heavily guarded. At the same time, Han Yunqi suggested that the various prefectures in the central and southern regions form their own militia. Various financial groups contributed money and grain to resist the rebel army. This method worked because Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi had left a good impression on the people of the central and southern regions during their disaster relief efforts. They were also respected by the people because of their status as members of the imperial clan. The Li clan had the hearts of the troops, while Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi had the hearts of the people. How could a man with the hearts of the troops fight against a man with the hearts of the people? The army was the people, too. The 50,000-strong army had just reached the central regions and hadn't even moved to Jiangnan when good news arrived. The militia had repelled the rebel army's attack on a major grain supply area and cut off many of the rebel army's rations. Tianning and the three central prefectures were in a more serious situation. Although the two armies hadn't officially clashed yet, experienced soldiers could tell that these two regions would be locked in a protracted war. This was something that Han Yunqi and Long Fei Yi didn't want to see. Unexpectedly, Ningqing actually sent the 10,000 soldiers Long Fei Yi had sent south to reinforce Tianning. Nobody knew if the Long Fei Yi and Ningqing's agreement to never lose a battle still counted in the face of such a situation. Whether it counted or not, Ningqing wasn't an impulsive man. He'd only returned the 10,000 soldiers to Long Fei Yi because Jin Zi had formed a tiger army to prove his status as a direct descendant of the Black Clan. Moreover, he declared the Black Clan's loyalty to Western Qin's imperial clan. Jin Zi had dragged the Tiger Army around the battlefield so that all of Northern Li's southern regions knew about it. Although not all of the Black Clan's old subordinates had surrendered, more than half of them had. By the time they received the news, Long Feiyi and the rest had already been hiding in Tian and territory for several days. They had secretly directed the battles in Tianing, the central and southern regions, while keeping tabs on General Mu's estate, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. When Ning Cheng's news arrived, the four of them had their own ideas. TSK, 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 this Jin Zi is incredible. I've really underestimated him, Gu said with interest. Han Yunqi didn't say anything, but she was secretly laughing at Ning Cheng's methods. Jin Zi's declaration that the Black Clan would be loyal to Western Qin's imperial clan must have been at Ning Cheng's request. By doing this, he could help Western Qin subdue the Black Clan and slap Long Feiyi in the face. After all, the Black Clan had once been loyal to East Qin. Princess, whether or not Jin Zi is a descendant of the Black Clan, it'll be a great benefit if we can subdue him for our own use. Gu Beiwe had seen through the trick and smiled as he evaluated the situation. Long Feiyi laughed coldly. Since he subdued the Black Clan, then this crown prince will wait to see him conquer Northern Li. No one knew that Ning Cheng's letter had included a note for Long Feiyi. It was written clearly that no matter what happened in Northern Li, his agreement with Long Feiyi wouldn't change. Naturally, Long Fei would have to wait and see. 2 days later, the Shadow Guard confirmed that General Mu was still living in Tian An's imperial city. As for Bai Yanqing, there was still no news. Han Yunqi's group didn't hesitate to set out for Tian An's imperial city. But they hadn't gone far before bad news spread to all parts of Cloud Realm continent overnight, especially the central regions and Jiangnan. Since the news had spread so quickly, it must have been prepared beforehand and sent people to spread the news. The bad news was that General Mu had personally led 10,000 soldiers to guard Tian An's imperial city and sealed it off. No one was allowed to enter or leave, leaving 30,000 civilians trapped inside. General Mu called out to Han Yunqi from afar, saying he wanted to make a deal with Han Yunqi. Chapter 1099. What kind of deal did General Mu want to make with Han Yunqi? A hostage deal. General Mu wanted to use the lives of 30,000 Tian and citizens in exchange for Han Yunqi's life. If Han Yunqi refused, he would slaughter all 30,000 citizens in the Tian and imperial city. If Han Yunqi agreed to enter the city as a hostage, he would give up his blockade of Tianan. All the Li clan members would surrender as well. By the time Han Yunqi's group received the news, everyone in Cloud Realm continent had heard the news as well. Only the heavens knew how many people General Mu had stationed in various places, and at the same time spread the news. In any case, the news left Han Yunqi's group in a dilemma. It had to be said that this was the worst fall of Long Feiyi and Han Yunqi's lives. They had misjudged the true motives of General Mu's cavalry. The Li clan didn't want the world. They only wanted Han Yunqi. Why was that? No matter how General Mu and Bai Yanqing had colluded, it wasn't the Li clan that wanted Han Yunqi. It was Bai Yanqing who wanted Han Yunqi. Currently, Han Yunqi's group of 4 was only a day's journey away from Tian An's imperial city. The 4 of them stood quietly on the mountain path, looking at each other. The 3 men didn't say a word, and even Gu looked frighteningly solemn. It was as if he would never smile again in this lifetime. Only Han Yunqi could still smile. She chuckled helplessly. What a way to flatter someone to death. Truly brilliant. With an agreement like this, could Han Yunqi refuse? A city, the lives of 30,000 innocent people. Personally, Han Yunqi couldn't refuse. She couldn't. Even if she wasn't the true culprit, would 30,000 innocent people of all ages lose their lives because of her? This was going to be a nightmare that she would never be able to escape from. In the future, no matter where she went, even if she hid, people would say that because of her selfishness and cowardice, 30,000 innocent people were slaughtered. This debt would be recorded in history. Not only would she be mocked by the people of this era, but she would also be mocked by the people of the future. No matter how good you were in the past, how many contributions you made, how many sacrifices you made, as long as you made a mistake, people would only remember your mistake. People not only like to pursue perfection, but they also like to demand perfection from others. If this was any other matter, Han Yunqi could simply say, "Who cares if it dies?" and stay out of it. Unfortunately, she really couldn't do that this time. From a public point of view, this agreement was General Mu's way of flattering Han Yunqi. This was an absolute flattery. The improvement of the situation in the central region and Jiangnan was all thanks to the militia. Even after the reinforcements arrived in the central region, the militia stopped them and gave them great support. In short, in the south central region, it could be said that the army and people were of one mind to fight against the enemy. It was all because of the trust, love, and respect that the people had for Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi. Under these circumstances, if Han Yunqi refused General Mu's request, it would be the same as cutting off the livelihood of the Tian and citizens in front of everyone. They were all innocent people who originally belonged to the same country as Tianan. So the citizens of the South Central region didn't feel much hatred or resentment towards the Tian and Imperial clan. If Han Yunqi refused, how would the people look at her? How would they trust her again? Moreover, General Mu's conditions didn't only include the 30,000 citizens of the Tian and Imperial capital, but also included stopping the surrenders and stopping the chaos in the four directions. If Han Yunqi refused, it would be the same as rejecting the rebel army surrender and insisting on fighting. As soon as the news spread, many people began to suspect that the chaos in the four directions was caused by Han Yunqi's personal grudges. If Han Yunqi refused, who knew what kind of rumors would spread? Not only would Han Yunqi lose the hearts of the people, but even Han Yunqi's husband, Long Fei Yi, would lose the hearts of the people as well. This was the so-called flattery to kill. This was Han Yunqi's dilemma. The four of them were very quiet. Long Fei Yi, Gu Beiwe, and Gu were all looking at Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi smiled to herself, feeling a little awkward under their stares. She teased, "I suddenly remembered a saying. If I don't enter hell, who will?" She wanted to make a joke, but the three of them were all serious and unsmiling. She was resentful and was about to discuss seriously when Gu suddenly grabbed her hand. "Let's go. Who cares if it's 30,000 or 300,000? Let go." As Long Fei Yi shouted angrily, he had already grabbed Gu's wrist and almost broke Gu's wrist. However, Gu stubbornly refused to let go. He frowned at Long Fei Yi and questioned, "Why? Are you taking her away? Where are you taking her? What does that have to do with you?" Long Fei Yi retorted angrily. Not only did he not loosen his grip, he even increased it. Gu immediately channeled his energy to resist, and Long Fei Yi followed suit. The two men were at loggerheads, just like that. Gu grabbed Han Yunqi's hand tightly. If it wasn't for the fact that he was afraid of hurting Han Yunqi's wrist, Long Fei Yi would have already crippled Gu's hand. The two men glared at each other angrily, neither of them willing to back down. There had been countless times when Gu had given in, regardless of whether he could win or not. But this time he didn't have the slightest intention of giving in. Suddenly, his other hand stretched out, wanting to grab Han Yunqi's other hand. Long Fei Ye's hand was quick and stopped him, squeezing Gu's wrist until it cracked. "Are you letting go or not?" The veins on Long Fei Ye's forehead were popping out, his anger overflowing to the heavens. Only God knew if he was angry at Gu, angry at General Mu, or angry at himself. Gu's anger wasn't any less than his. He roared at Long Fei Yi, "Where are you taking her? Where are you going? Where are you going?" He stopped pulling and looked into Long Fei Ye's eyes coldly, asking word by word, "Tian, an imperial city, right?" The moment his voice fell, Long Fei Yi suddenly lifted his leg and viciously kicked Gu's abdomen. In an instant, Gu spat out a mouthful of blood, but he still stubbornly stared at Long Fei Yi, saying word by word. "Unless I die, otherwise don't think about it." "Enough." Han Yunchi was so angry that she couldn't say anything. Her face was pale white. Was there any meaning to this internal argument? It was a pity that no matter how loudly she shouted, Long Fei Yi and Gu ignored her. On this matter, these two fellows were terrifyingly overbearing. This crown prince will never let her take the risk. Long Fei Yi angrily replied Gu, but who knew that Gu still wouldn't let go. He slowly looked at Han Yunchi and muttered, "Poison lass, are you obedient?" He was always joking around, but he understood her too well. He knew that Long Fei Yi wouldn't be able to convince her. As expected, Han Yunchi didn't reply. Long Fei looked towards her as well. He let go of Gu Qixiao's hands and walked closer to pull her into his arms. In a low voice he begged, "Be good and listen to me, all right?" "Listen to what? Where do you want me to go? You want me to be a coward? You want me to hide for the rest of my life?" Han Yunchi smiled faintly. "It's just being a hostage. I won't die. When the time comes, I might even be able to see Bai Yanqing. Then he'll come and save me." Long Fei Yi and Gu didn't speak. Gu let go of her hand. Gu Beiwei stood at the side and watched from the start. He didn't move or speak, just watched silently. He was the calmest and the most rational. Han Yunchi looked at him and said seriously, "Gu Beiwei, what do you think I should choose?" Gu Beiwei didn't say anything for a long time. In the end, he looked at the moon in the sky. It was the 15th day of the month. The moon was round, but it was a lone moon. "Princess, this subordinate's responsibility is to ensure your safety. This subordinate is only responsible for accompanying you in life and death. This subordinate has no right to make a choice for the princess." His attitude was still respectful, but the helplessness in his eyes was enough to break anyone's heart. For the first time, Sir Northmund's true emotions were written all over his eyes and face. He felt very terrible. Not only was Han Yunchi helpless against Long Fei, but she was also helpless against Gu and Gu Beiwei. In the end, she said helplessly, "All right, let's look at the situation first before coming up with a plan. I'm not going to court death." With that, the three of them finally recovered some rationality. That night, they camped out in the forest to the side. Along the way, Gu could always provoke the taciturn Long Fei Yi into arguing with him. Gu Beiwei was the quietest of them all. However, on this night, even Gu was quiet. They lay on the grass, gazing at the moon in the sky. They were silent, immersed in each other's thoughts. Long Fei Yi and Han Yunchi interlocked their fingers very, very tightly. What would the situation be like tomorrow? Right now, there was another person who was thinking about the moon. That was Ning Qing, who was far away outside Heavenly River City. Heavenly River City was about to fall, but he was in no mood at all. He was hesitating. He was hesitating over whether he should leave the army and head south to see Han Yunchi. However, he couldn't find any reason to see her, much less the right to persuade her. He was a subject, while she was a monarch. He never thought that there'd come a day when he'd place all his hopes on Long Fei, but this time he sincerely hoped that Long Fei could stop Han Yunchi. Why didn't the Li clan want Long Fei, but Han Yunchi instead? Why did the rise and fall of the world have to be shouldered by a single woman? If he could do it all over again, he'd pay any price to destroy Tian and kill Mu Yuanbo. Unfortunately, it was too late. The next day, all of the rebel armies stopped fighting, but Tianan's General Mu's estate threw out 100 corpses from Tianan's imperial city to hasten Han Yunchi's reply. News of this spread throughout Cloud Realm continent as well. If yesterday everyone was denouncing the Li clan for their cruelty, today everyone's focus was on Han Yunchi. It was as if Han Yunchi was even more hateful than General Mu if she didn't agree. It was as if those 100 corpses weren't killed by General Mu, but by Han Yunchi. "I have to go. I'll go right now." Han Yunchi was very decisive. She wasn't afraid, but she was reluctant to part with them. She hid all of this in her heart. Unlike yesterday's explosive temper, Long Fei Yi and Gu were unusually quiet. Gu Beiyue's head was bowed, making it impossible to see his expression. "If you guys aren't saying anything, I'll take it as you've agreed," Han Yunqi said seriously. The three of them really didn't say anything, but when Han Yunqi was about to leave, Long Fei Yi and Gu both reached out to stop her. What should they do? Chapter 1100. What should they do in such a predicament? Long Fei Yi and Gu each held an arm in front of Han Yunqi. Han Yunqi turned helplessly to Gu Beiyue and asked, "Gu Beiyue, tell Long Fei Yi which choice is the right one." Back then, when Long Fei Yi had to choose between postponing the northern expedition, Gu Beiyue had said that there was no such thing as cruelty. There was only right and wrong, and the path of an emperor was one of choice. The northern expedition couldn't be considered the path of an emperor, but what lay before them now was the true path of an emperor. If they gave up, they wouldn't just lose the world at their fingertips, but also the people's hearts. Perhaps Gu Beiyue would be as calm and rational as ever if it were anyone else. But this time he was facing Han Yunqi. Gu Beiyue wasn't a god. How could he be so cruel and calm? Gu Beiyue didn't say anything. He'd already said what he needed to say. "Poison Lass, let's go. Leave this damned place. I've already made some inquiries. Behind the Winter Crow tribe's snowy mountains is the Ice Sea, and behind the Ice Sea is a new continent. Let's go. We'll leave Cloud Realm together." Gu said loudly, "Send someone to spread the news right now. Say we're all dead and gone. Mu Buyuan can do whatever he wants. This world can be given to whoever wants it." Right now, Gu Qixiao looked like a willful child who was indulging in wild fantasies. But Long Fei Yi actually listened to him. "All right, let's go right away." Han Yunqi shook her head. "Long Fei Yi, are you going to abandon the world?" "Don't mention Northernly. This crown prince doesn't even want the entire Cloud Realm," Long Fei Yi said. Back then, when he said to Jun Yixia that Han Yunqi will not be exchanged for the world, he was not joking, nor was he trying to deceive Jun Yixia. Forget about Northernly, he wouldn't even trade all of Cloud Realm continent for Han Yunqi's life. "I don't want to destroy your empire, nor do I want to destroy you and make you a deserter," Han Yunqi said coldly. "I, Han Yunqi, am not a deserter. My husband is definitely not a deserter." What kind of wicked idea did Gu come up with? He actually wanted them to escape? The world was big, but the human heart was only that big. They might be able to escape Cloud Realm continent, but could they escape her heart? Even if he could escape the mouths of the people of the world, could he escape the condemnation of the historians? Han Yunqi didn't care how others saw her, let alone how historians wrote about her. However, she cared about how the world viewed Long Fei Yi. She cared about how the historians wrote about Long Fei Yi. He was different from her. She was nothing more than a lonely soul who transmigrated 3,000 years ago. She only had him and a group of close friends who had gone through fire and water with her. With him, they were enough. But he was the true crown prince of East Qin, the only remaining member of the imperial family of the great Qin Empire. In the hearts of the people of Cloud Realm continent, he was the most revered and worshipped king. He was a man. He shouldered a mission that had to be completed and the hopes of the people of the world. At the same time, he shouldered his own ambitions and her hopes for him. How many nights had they talked by candlelight as they dreamed of the future together? They dreamed of a brand new empire, a noblest imperial family, and an unprecedented era of peace and prosperity. Had he forgotten all of that? Did he not want any of it? Long Fei Yi didn't say a word in the face of Han Yunqi's deserter. Han Yunqi pulled him over so that he was facing her. "Long Fei Yi, you told me before that the world is very big, much bigger than I imagined. Tell me, how big is the world? How far can we run?" Han Yunqi asked seriously. Long Fei Yi still didn't answer. Gu Beiyue's brows were tightly knitted as he looked at Han Yunqi. He suddenly realized that he wasn't the calmest and most rational person. This woman was... He had completely lost. "Tell me, Han Yunqi pressed Long Fei Yi. Long Fei Yi didn't answer, but Gu loudly answered for him, "Fine, we won't run away." He turned around and immediately summoned Emosiez, Sword Soul. He narrowed his long and narrow eyes and said coldly, "This old man won't be a deserter. This old man will go and slaughter Tian and Imperial City right now. Let's see who's the one threatening whom." As soon as he said this, Long Fei Yi immediately looked at Gu Beiwe. Gu Beiwe also looked at Long Fei Yi. Both of them seemed to have thought of something. Gu really wanted to go. Fortunately, Han Yunqi held him back. She said sternly, "If you dare to do such a thing, I'll kill you first." Gu almost replied, "Unfortunately, you can't kill me." However, Long Fei Yi pulled Han Yunqi over and said, "Let him go. Kill Mu Buyuan for this crown prince and hang his head at the city gate. Yes, if we don't kill this person, how can we appease the people?" Gu Beiwe was also very excited. They must have been angered by Mu Buyuan's threat. Otherwise, they wouldn't have lost their cool. They should have thought of a countermeasure long ago. They had come in secret this time to prepare for a sneak attack. Fortunately, Gu's words just then had reminded the two of them. Gu was an undying and indestructible fellow, just as terrifying as Bai Yanqing. If he went all out, slaughtering an entire city would be a piece of cake. Killing Mu Buyuan would be even easier. As long as he killed Mu Buyuan, the Li clan would be leaderless and fall into chaos. As for Bai Yanqing, it would be perfect if they ran into him on this trip. Long Fei Yi summoned the Shadow Guard and ordered, "Have the Tianing barracks reply to Mu Buyuan in this crown prince's name. Just say that this crown prince will personally bring Han Yunqi over. Have him prepare well and come out of the city to welcome us." After hearing Long Fei Ye's words, Han Yunqi recovered her wits and understood Long Fei Ye's countermeasure. Gu didn't care what considerations they had in mind. Emosiez's sword Spirit glowed with a cold light in his hand. He wouldn't be able to quench his pent-up anger until he slaughtered Mu Buyuan. The Tianing barracks were about half a month's journey away from the Tian and Imperial City. If they were fast, it would only take them a day and a night to get there. Since Mu Buyuan wanted to use the people of the world to kill Han Yunqi, then they would beat him at his own game and win the hearts of the people once more. The Shadow Guard was about to leave when Gu Beiwe called him back and whispered something into his ear. It wasn't clear what he said, but the Shadow Guard earnestly memorized it and repeated it in a low voice. It was a long time before he left. The dispute didn't affect Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi at all. In fact, it made them understand each other's hearts even more. After discussing their countermeasure, they continued on their journey. As expected, they secretly arrived at the outskirts of the Tian and Imperial City by the evening of the next day. At the same time, the Tianing barracks were sending a letter to Mu Buyuan, as well as a letter in Long Fei Ye's name. The letter first expressed Long Fei Ye's deep love for Han Yunqi, as well as his desire to join hands with the Princess of Western Qin to create a new era of peace for the great Qin Empire and benefit the people of Cloud Realm. Then it elaborated on the Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi's various considerations and choices in the face of the threat from the Li clan's Mu family. Finally, it promised not only to the common people, but also to the soldiers participating in the war that Han Yunqi was willing to personally visit the Tian and Imperial City and exchange her life for Cloud Realm's peace. Gu Beiwe had sent the Shadow Guard to deliver this letter. Although it was hypocritical and deliberately stirring up emotions, it was still the truth. If not for the fact that he cared for the common people, how could Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi ever be threatened and restrained? In terms of repaying debts of gratitude and enmity, Long Fei Yi didn't lose to Gu in any way. Once the letter was announced, it spread to every corner of Cloud Realm continent within a few days. It wasn't just the south-central regions. Tianing, Northern Li, Western Zhou, and Tianan commoners all cheered Long Fei Yi and Han Yunqi on their behalf. At the same time, they denounced the Li clan's Mu family. Many commoners even formed militias to join the army. Within a few days, all of Cloud Realm continent was in an uproar. The Li clan's Mu family became the target of public criticism. Everywhere was filled with complaints against the Li clan's Mu family. The common people all said that as long as Mu Buyuan dared to harm a hair on Han Yunqi's head, the world wouldn't let the Mu family off so easily. Long Fei Ye's group of 4 hid near the Tian and imperial capital to observe the situation and wait for an opportunity to strike. They never expected things to turn out like this. They only wanted to beat the Li clan at their own game, but never expected the Li clan's Mu family to incur the wrath of the masses. Their scouts brought back news that the commoners in the cities near the Tian and imperial capital were already rioting. The commoners in other places were rioting as well. They stopped trying to stop the militias from joining the war, but rushed to the rebel camps on their own accord. What did it mean when people said that the world was in chaos? This was true chaos. Long Fei Ye's group wasn't in a rush to launch a sneak attack, but could simply sit back and watch the situation unfold. The Tian and imperial capital was sealed off from news. Otherwise, the commoners would have risen up in revolt long ago. Today, a piece of excellent news arrived from Jiangnan. A rebel army couldn't withstand the pressure and surrendered. Not only did they surrender, but they also scolded the Li clan's Mu family for being unrighteous and unworthy of leading the army. As soon as the news came out, several rebel armies immediately surrendered. Han Yunqi and the others didn't even have to show their faces. They could win without a fight. Faced with this kind of pressure, Mu Buyuan didn't dare to kill the commoners in the Tian and imperial capital. He had already been sleepless for several days. He didn't shut himself in the study of General Mu's residence and let the Li clan's elders knock on the door, persuade, and even threaten him. Yes, General Mu had put Long Tianma under house arrest and threatened Han Yunqi with massacring the entire city. This had already made the elders very unhappy. The Li clan had become the target of condemnation and public enemy number 1. The Li clan's elders, who lived in seclusion and didn't care about the secular world, could no longer sit still. The Li clan was good at war, but they were the ones who hated war the most. They hated war the most. Only those who had been on the battlefield and seen rivers of blood and corpses would know what war was. Only then would they hate and fear war. The Li clan was like this. The Li clan's art of war wasn't talent. It was the accumulated experience of generations of Li clan descendants charging and breaking through enemy lines on the battlefield, licking their blades and drinking blood, risking their lives. The Li clan's art of war wasn't just a military book. It was a history of the Li clan's blood, sweat, and tears. The Li clan hated war, so they were neutral. That was why, when the Qin Empire's civil war was fought, both Eastern and Western Qin suffered great losses. The Li clan had 100,000 soldiers, but they didn't side with either side. They didn't betray either side and declare themselves king. Instead, they chose to disband the army, live in seclusion, and disappear. Why did General Mu do this?